Welcome to our retreat. Thank you so much. I know there's so much that goes into this for everybody. Can we do a roll call, please?
Mayor Dickey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Spellich,
Present.
Councilmember McMahon, Councilmember Charbonneau,
Here.
Councilmember Magazine, Councilmember Friedel,
Here.
Councilmember Grisbowski.
Here.
Thank you all. Yes, this is being videoed, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's streamed, and then you can watch it later. Thank you. I was starting to say that, this packet that we have that looks like it's all said and done for us is obviously the result of a heck of a lot of work from everybody in this room. And I think I'm going to have Grady kind of take the lead here, and we'll get through this. And please feel free to add things when you want, and new ideas of things that might not be on here too. That's what the purpose of this meeting, and we'll get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you see, we have quite a big packet before you and a lot of agenda items to cover. So we're going to do our best to get through those today. As you know, each year the council holds a annual retreat, and the purpose of this, and the timing is really good because we typically are very shortly we'll be getting into the budget process. Next month we'll be, for instance, having a workshop just on the capital improvement budget, and we'll get into more detail on that, and you can provide more guidance on that. But today you're going to see a preview of the capital budget, for instance. The council's used these retreats in the past to address longer-term strategic types issues, and pretty much we've used this retreat to kind of review where the organization is and to help kind of chart where we're going. And so the retreat really is all about us getting together, albeit a little bit less formal than usual, and try to spend a day of trying to go through a number of issues that I think and you think are important to the organization and to the town as a whole. Today, we're going to go through, as always, the top topic we will be covering is the financials and the operating capital improvement budgets. We'll also be going over the CARES Act funding and recommended uses. Also the strategy addressing long-term pavement management program, our economic development initiatives, high-speed internet options and alternatives, Fountain Park Lake and fountain improvement strategies, proposed near-term and long-term community center improvements, and what I call a potpourri of various different issues in community and neighborhoods, and that would be short-term rentals, noise ordinance, sober living homes, proposed detox facility, which is currently proposed, and then an ordinance on unfinished construction, and then recently the homelessness issue has become more front and center to cities around the valley. Finally, we'll end the day on a strategic discussion on public safety and where we are with public safety and some possible considerations going forward as it relates to public safety. With that, I'm going to go ahead, and if there's any questions, I'll take any questions at this time. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to our finance director, who will get into the very first agenda topic, which is the financials and operating budget.
All right. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Hopefully, when you got your agenda in your email last week, you probably fell into one of three categories. One, like myself, like a kid on Christmas Day that's just ready to tear into it. The other might be the Band-Aid, just rip it off first, get it over with. So, or root canal without anesthesia. So, we'll do our best, no matter what category you fit in. So, let's see. Everybody have that? So first we're going to look at, it's kind of our mid-year review to see where we're at. It's been an interesting year, to say the least. The first thing that we're going to look at is just an overview of the general fund as far as revenues and expenditures. So our general fund revenues basically fall into these three categories. Our TPT tax, the intergovernmental, which is our state shared, and then everything else. So as far as the sales tax goes, we've been doing really well. If you remember, when we did the tentative budget, we did a lot of adjustments with our TPT. We reduced our expectations to 85% of our original projections, but we're actually doing really well. So even if we put that original 15% back in, we would still be beating that expectation by just a little bit, so.
Just to clarify, this is.
Sure.
This is apples to apples, 6 months to 6 months, right?
Yes,
Thanks.
yes, everything is 6 months.
And Mayor and Council, if I can just chime in a little bit on this. So a number of our peers you've been hearing about, like City of Mesa, Phoenix, Scottsdale, Paradise Valley, they really have more of a diverse portfolio of retail. They have a lot of auto sales. They have probably much more tourism in terms of hotel rooms. Phoenix also has the whole enterprise of the airport. So if you could just imagine, tourism has dropped dramatically the past year. Car sales, really, I think they've picked up, but they weren't what they normally have been. Our community is really more as a bedroom community. I hate to use that term because I really have always aspired to be more than just a bedroom community. But we have what I would call stable type of retail. That's your grocery, your Target type retail, plus you've got your food and beverage sales at restaurants. So I know that there's been a lot of hurt with the businesses out there. The other thing that we believe, and David's going to get into this a little bit more in his presentation, is that the Wayfair decision from a few years ago that at the Supreme Court, basically now every online transaction that occurs and a delivery occurs in town for any online purchases, we're getting the sales tax on that. We didn't get that 2 or 3 years ago. So with all the people doing purchases online and a lot of people staying home to do purchases, that has helped our town. Now, that doesn't necessarily always help the local vendors, but also the grocery stores have had unprecedented sales as well because a lot of people are getting a lot of their household items from them, and then they weren't also dining out as often as they previously did, so they were buying a lot more items at the grocery stores. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to David to resume his presentation.
Sure. And that actually is the online sales that Grady mentioned. That's been in effect for about 1.5 years. We don't have a lot of historical information on it, so I can't give you a 4-year look at how that's changed. But that has been a big portion of why we've been able to manage so well. So the next section is the intergovernmental. We are a little bit behind on that, not much, $5,000, $50,000, sorry. That's largely due to the state shared sales tax and the state shared income tax. Those are a little bit below what we had originally expected. And then as far as the other, you can see we took about a $300,000 hit so far on that item.
The other, would you just explain that a little bit?
Sure. So there's a slide a little further on that explains it a little bit more, but it basically includes licenses and permits, fees for service, our interest income, fines, court fines, but it'll break it out a little further. All right, and as far as overall expenditures for the year, again, 6 months for each year is shown there. You can see that the law enforcement and fire are much lower than what the previous years are. That's because of the CARES funding. Those 4 months worth of invoices were moved out of the general fund and into the special revenue fund, where we received that grant money for that. we'll talk much more about, you're going to probably get tired of CARES, the word CARES funding by the end of today, so be warned. Also, fire's a little bit higher than usual, and that was just because they had a catch-up payment on their fire truck that they had purchased last year. So we had to catch up the replacement fund for that. As far as community services, administration, public works, and development services, we're all on track within our budget so far. General government, you can see it's a little higher. This department is a townwide department. It's only been in existence for a couple of years. I believe that 2019 is the first year, if I'm not mistaken. This is where we pay like general liability insurance and that sort of stuff. So, and it's also where we paid, or what we used for the $300,000 for business grants. So that's why it's so high. All right, so now we're going to focus more on just the revenues on the general fund side for the most part. This is our overall TPT collections. So we've got 3 years to compare where we are so far. You can see we're doing very well for this year. We're above the line, so that definitely helps. It's basically translated into about 1.5 million more than what we've collected in the first 6 months compared to other years. A lot of that are these top 3 categories. Construction, obviously we've had some big projects that have helped with that. The hospital, Keystone getting started, along with others, but those are the big ones. Utilities and communications, we've talked about this before. A lot of people are telecommuting, working from home. Utilities are going up. They might, this would also include licenses for like Zoom or WebEx or those type of services are included in this as well. And then of course, wholesale retail at 4 million. And then real estate includes long-term rentals and commercial real estate. So those are the fees that we collect on that. Restaurants and bars, self-explanatory. They're a little below budget, but not by much considering what's happened, so, yes.
Do we have any idea as a percentage how much the online collection has added, like maybe in the last year? Is it 10%, 20%?
It's a great question, and I can get you an exact number. When they first added it, it was kind of weird because they have different category codes that they report under. We just recently got access to the Phoenix TPT system where they break it all out, and I can look that up, but it was a little fuzzy and not quite as clear when they first started, but I can get back to you on that. All right, and then the last section is services. That basically includes hotels, short-term rentals, golf, tours, that sort of thing. So that's where those items would be. And obviously, that's the one that's been hit the hardest for us.
Dave, thanks. This probably isn't your purview, but the sales tax collection on real estate has been an issue in the past. Do you have, and I think we took some actions to try and make that a little bit more complete. Do you have any idea if we've been successful?
Absolutely. My predecessor actually started the residential rental registry, did a lot of outreach to properties that were listed as rentals that maybe we didn't know about. There's a website or a page on our website where it asks for certain information, one of them being TPT, their TPT number. That's helped a lot, get a lot of people into compliance. I know we're going to be talking a little later about short-term rentals
The finance department also sent out letters to suspected property owners that were not contributing to sales tax. So
Yeah.
we do that periodically, just to stay on top of it. But we also worked, I believe, when Craig was here, with the property management companies, which are a lot of the real estate companies here in town, because they have a lot of their, longer-term rentals that go through them. We think that probably we have some issues out there, not so much with the short term, but with the longer term, where people that might live here part of the year rent out their homes the other part, and so they're a little harder to find. But we've also put out articles in our community newsletter asking people if they're aware of this to report this to us, so that we can then go after them. So, but it's a moving target, because real estate is constantly changing hands and selling and all that, but we're trying to be vigilant on it.
Absolutely. And then, as you're aware, there's certain bills that are working their way through the legislature that would hopefully help with short-term rentals and long-term rentals. Currently, we're not allowed to ask for any type of license to be in that rental category. It would be nice to have a business-type license for those activities, so that we could be sure to get the TPT license and be able to track individuals, a little closer, especially on the long-term rentals, because those, sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So the short-term rentals, all of that TPT, when they book through Airbnb and VRBO and those types of things, those companies are responsible for remitting that TPT. It's a little different in the long-term rentals. Unless somebody goes through a property management type company, then they would collect and remit. But there's individuals, it's a little tough to find. So, yeah. All right. So that takes care of TPT. State shared sales tax, you can see we're still above the line compared to last year and prior years. We'll see what happens in this next month, because it's kind of on a collision course. January's always usually has a nice spike, just because that's December sales, and so that's Christmas, of course. So we'll see if we can make it over that ridge. But we're doing well.
I have a question here.
Yes.
20,000 short of budget to date, 120,000 more than FY '20. Can you explain that?
Sure. So our first 6 months budget that we had budgeted for state shared sales tax, we've actually received 20,000 more than what we were expecting. That would have been, where we're at now is 120,000 more than what we collected last year. So just the year-to-year comparison is 120,000, and then the 20,000 over budget, where we're at this year, as far as what we anticipated. Okay? So these numbers are typically pretty stable. We start getting projections from the league around March, April. They do another update right before we go into kind of the tentative budgets. Hopefully, if all goes well. It was a little slow last year when we were coming out with numbers, and some things actually changed after we adopted, so. But we're doing all right as far as sales tax. Income tax, this is the Federal Treasury note. It's just slow and steady, straight line. This is what we got. Nothing's going to change on this one, hopefully going through the end of the year. So we did have a little bit more budgeted. We thought we were going to be able to get a little bit more based on the league's estimates. So we're going to be a little short at the end of the year, but we're making up for it in other areas.
But I realize that we're doing current fiscal year, but do you want to just kind of explain how this kind of lags behind?
Yeah.
So that this could be affecting us in outer years.
Right. So this is the only one that's like this. But the monies that we're receiving now, this year, were actually the tax collected for 2019. So during calendar year 2020, when everybody let's just say everybody filed their taxes in April, which we know didn't happen, that money gets divided up according to the state's formula and distributed the following fiscal year. So it lags basically 2 years.
So the point is, any downturn in the economy that might have affected employment and what people pay in income tax is usually, you start feeling it 2 years later. But you got to start planning ahead, so you don't like plan to bump up your budgets and then all of a sudden you don't get this revenue. So we're very strategic and very conservative on how we budget to make sure that we don't overshoot or undershoot, that we try to stay right on.
Right. And when we get into the projections for fiscal year 2022 later, the income tax won't be quite as variable, I guess, as it will be for fiscal year 23, because that's when we're going to have the unemployment numbers and the lower taxes, what people actually file for their taxes for last year.
So you're basically saying that what happened, with COVID and everything would be reflected in, 23. The other thing, though, that might be on the positive side is the increase in population in Arizona. Sure. And so while individuals unfortunately saw some up and down, maybe as a whole, it'll get a little buffered. At least that would be the hope, right?
Exactly. And the way that these formulas work, they're all based on population. All four of the state shared revenues that we're going to be talking about are based on our population compared to either the whole state, which is the case with income tax and sales tax, or the population of the county. So Maricopa County, and that comes into play for the vehicle license tax and HERF monies. So.
Yeah, do you know offhand what we budgeted in 2019 versus 2020 for the same period?
No, I don't. I can get that. Are you specifically for the income tax?
Total budget.
Oh, just
Total budget.
total, okay. Yeah, as far as the general fund, because we are just talking
Right,
about general
right.
fund now. Sure,
Yeah.
not a problem. Because I don't think I have 19 in the presentation. I think we compared to last year, but that's it. Okay, so then just one final point. So we talked about the income tax being 2 years behind. The state's shared sales tax that we just talked about, as well as VLT and HERF, are all kind of real time. They kind of follow the same timeline as our TPT collections. It always lags 1 month behind. So that sales tax that we just talked about, when we get January's numbers, that's going to be for December, so on. Same with VLT and HERF. All right, so then VLT, it's obviously a little more erratic depending on how many cars people buy, how many new cars people buy. Obviously, the newer, the more expensive, the higher the VLT. Everybody knows that wonderful experience every year or 2 years when you do your license plates. We are over what we had anticipated, not by a ton, but some, and it helps make up for the ones that were a little below. So we're $62,000 more than what we had collected over the first 6 months last year. And these funds are split 70-30 between the streets fund and the general fund. So you can see at the bottom of the slide, it actually accounts for about 22% of the streets fund budget. And then HERF, this one looks strange, and that August spike, you can kind of rule out. I'd love to get rid of it, but it's going to stick around for a couple more years. But it was just a one-time payment from the state to basically refund some of the money that they had held out for DPS. We're a little short overall as far as budget goes, but we are above what we were last year. So this one makes up 48% too of the streets fund. So And then this is our other revenue slide. This is what we were talking about a little earlier. This actually has the 4 years. Across all of these different categories, we'd collected just under $1 million. Licenses and permits is above. Leases and rents just slightly below. A lot of that has to do with community center rentals, Ramada rentals, field rentals, that kind of thing. Fines and forfeiture, of course, is the court. The other category is basically just all investment interest. It's tough to see those statements come in every month. I'm sure everybody runs to their mailbox and gets their statements these days. It's not pretty. The interest rate, Fed interest rate is so low. We're just not going to make this kind of money on interest as we did last year. I would love to be that gray bar, but it's not going to happen.
So you didn't buy any GameStop?
No,
I mean,
and I missed out on the Bitcoin. And what else did I do? Run on silver. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
What was our assumption going into it in terms of interest rates and so on? Do you remember?
As far as our budget numbers, we keep it pretty low. I'd have to go back and look and see exactly what it was. We don't expect anything, any kind of rate of return like you'd see in pension funds or anything like that. It's usually around 1-2%. But yeah. And then of
David,
course, yes.
I just ask you about the license, or this doesn't assume any new developments, right?
No, this is strictly historical, actual first 6 months what we collected. The last part there is charges for services, and like I said, that's classes, activities, home delivered meals, that type of thing. So, but overall, that other category makes up the remaining 11% of the general fund
Yeah,
budget.
why the big differential on charges for services?
Yeah, we don't. I don't know if you were able to hear, but yeah, we don't have any classes. We don't have any events.
Home
it's
meals
just-
doesn't make up for it, yeah.
Yeah. We'll get there next year, right?
And David, there's also, maybe not 100% of those charges, but there's also a correspondingly reduction in expenditures as well, because we're not putting out the money in
Excellent.
exchange for those services.
Yeah. All right, so I apologize for this. This isn't going to match your handouts that you got in your agenda pack. This morning I added 2 slides to the presentation. One of them was a question slide. Hopefully we've taken care of a lot of those already. This is a surprise to Grady too. Exactly what the town manager wants to see or hear is like, oh, I've added a few slides to the presentation that's going to kick us off. But anyway, so is everybody good with what we've done so far? All right, the next slide, I just kind of wanted to revisit where we were 364 days ago across the parking lot. This whole process, kind of like, I mentioned Christmas earlier, right? This is the gift that keeps on giving is budget, right? So we plan. I'm going to pretend I don't know what you said. So we plan, we revise, we begin the fiscal year, we observe where we're at, we adapt, and then we review. So that 364-day cycle, we just ended the review part, right? So we know what the actuals are up until this point. We can look forward, start planning for the next fiscal year. The biggest point I wanted to make with this slide is that there's 2 absolute truths on the slides that follow, all right? all of the numbers they're gonna change. By the time you see them next time, they're not gonna be the same. You might say, oh, it's not what you said in February, but between now and the workshops, we'll have more information. We're gonna do that revised part, get things a little closer, based on your input, that sort of thing. So that's the first thing. The second truth is that I have not as much hair as I had last year at this time, so that's the other truth. And I'll probably have less next year, so gonna have to start investing in hats or something. All right, so with that admonition, I guess, we'll start talking about projected year-end fund balances. So for the new council members, I've tried to break these fund balances down by their classification. So restricted funds are ones that we can't do anything about. They're restricted by state legislature at a higher level of government than us, I guess. Constitution, state constitution, and that sort of thing. So I've included what our actuals were at the end of last fiscal year, where we are halfway through the year, and then where we're estimated to be. So, streets fund should end the year, probably, if everything goes as planned, around $700,000. Our general obligation debt service fund, we don't have any debt payments coming out of that fund. A lot of that is interest income that we accumulated through the years. It's also, if people pay their property tax late, maybe when they just sell their house or something like that, we get a late payment. It just goes into that fund. So that one's not going to change much. Same with the MPC, same situation. Eagle Mountain, we do have one more debt payment that'll be paid, and that's why that fund balance goes down to about 34 at the end of the year. That'll be after the payment. Cottonwoods, we do have some escrow money in there. And then as far as our development fees, that's where we're guessing our ending fund balances will be.
The Cottonwood and Eagle Mountain are pass-through stuff that, just to make that clear for the residents there. And then the general obligation debt service fund, we can save that for future debt?
We can use it for issuance and bond for future use, I guess, for bond issuance.
So normally, those costs are part of the bond proceeds that you would pay for like your bond counsel and your financial advisor, because they're usually only, the way we have our financial advisor contract is he only gets paid when we have issuance of debt. So I would suggest maybe if we ever considered a future bond that we try to use this on the front end for those services so that we get 100% of whatever our bond issuance is for what we're going to use the money for.
Is the fire and EMS development fee fund, is that fees on construction?
Yes. So those last three are all the development funds that we went through when we did the development fee study. A year ago, year and a few months ago. Yes, and so that's why it's a little lower at this point. All right, so then the next category or classification is committed, and this classification is your responsibility. This is everything council policy, council enacted either by resolution or action by the council. So we've got the most widely known, the stabilization fund, AKA the rainy day fund. That's our current 5-year average revenue at the end. So that's basically according to council policy. Capital Projects Fund, if all of the projects that are scheduled to take place this year take place and everything goes as planned, we should have about 2.3 remaining in that fund at the end of the year. That would be before any transfers.
On the rainy day fund,
Yes,
does that meet the recommendations of our consultants?
yes. As far as best practices from GFOA, that is exactly. We're actually, yeah, we're in good shape as far as that goes. We'll be talking a little bit more about kind of our resiliency stats later. Downtown strategy, we've got that. Economic Development Fund, Tourism Fund, Public Art, all of those are about where they've been over the prior years. Court Enhancement Fund, there have been some projects to enhance the court, do some projects there, so that's actually been reduced some.
Downtown Strategy Fund.
Yes.
Do we need that much? What do we use it for?
Well,
Going-
if I may,
going
so
forward.
the most recent expenditure that we used that was the roundabout. We used that on the roundabout. So under the council policy, and purely a number of these are council policies, so you can actually change these, but the Downtown Strategy Fund has actually been very helpful to have because, for instance, back in 2014, the linear park, as we call it, on the avenue came out of that bucket of money. And the roundabout just recently was covered under that.
Yeah, I understand the need for the fund. I just wondered about the amount.
Well, it's based on a
Excise tax.
0.1% or something like that of
Right.
sales tax.
Right. And so it just accumulates there until we come up with a need for it. All right, and then the next category is assigned funds. These are more, they kind of fit in the category of things that are set aside either through purchase orders or contracts or something like that, more at the staff level, and according to policies that we have in place. So our environmental fund, facilities reserve fund, technology replacement, and our vehicle replacement. Those are all still.
And just to be clear, because of a question we had recently, Facilities Reserve Fund would include park equipment and other
Correct.
items, right?
Absolutely. It's everything except for computers or vehicles having to do with, or streets. So it's parks, facilities, and buildings.
So that would answer the questions we got from the recent email, I assume.
Correct. And I don't, as far as that goes, there is a plan to update that. I think that reserve fund was actually put into place in like 2016,
The study was done in 15. It completed in 15, presented to council in 15, prior to my time becoming manager. And a number of items, it was good. It was a great baseline, but there's a number of items that were either missing from it or they undervalued the actual replacement costs. So we really think it's important to get that updated, and David's been charged to try to get that done so that our replacement values can be more accurately reflected, and we can actually set aside the appropriate amounts for those items.
All right, and then the final number there, as far as unassigned funds, these are the ones that are basically the leftovers, right? These are the monies that we can actually operate on that aren't used for some other purpose or restricted by some other means. At the end of last year, we had about 5.5 million. At the end of December, we had 7.5. And it looks like if everything goes as planned, or as it looks right now, we should end the year with just about 9 million in unassigned. Now, I told you, you're going to hear a lot about the CARES Fund. That money that we saved because we didn't have to pay out of the general fund to pay those 4 months of invoices for sheriffs and fire, that money is in this number. We'll talk a little bit more about it, but I just want to let you know, Don't start writing down wish lists, Christmas lists. Because, yeah, this gets smaller on the next slide, so.
And to
That doesn't
David's-
include rainy day fund though, right? Or
No,
does it?
that does not.
Okay.
And council, you recall, I think it was a year ago, wasn't it, that we had the council policy discussion on updating the policy as it relates to the unassigned.
Correct.
So it gives us a lot more flexibility, which, when I say us, it's really the council flexibility on how to utilize that or what they want to do with it. But what we're suggesting, and you'll hear some presentations today, that some we're wanting to allocate for longer-term needs. One, for instance, is the fountain and the lake, and setting aside maybe sinking money each year into a fund that can help offset what we may have to ultimately do replacement of those items at the park. So I just want to let you know, we're kind of thinking ahead, and we're trying to utilize the resources we have before we go and ask voters for consideration for maybe bonds or something.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Grady, because I was gonna, if you could go back one slide, David, because I was gonna ask about Fountain Park and the liner and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if we do that, is that just gonna go in the Facilities Reserve Fund, or would you establish, say, a fifth fund there at the top?
No, I
or-
think what we would do is we would use our existing Facilities Reserve Fund, and we would just allocate maybe, dedicate a portion of that we'd add to it every year, and it'd have a identified use for Fountain Park, and that would be what the purpose of that would be.
Is that with the assumption or whether or not a bond would pass on that?
At this point, what we think is, since we have more life on the liner, that was what was driving a lot of our decisions early on. And so we believe we have probably another 4 to 6 years left on that. But we want to get all of our planning and logistics figured out first, which you'll be hearing at a council workshop this spring from Black and Beach, the firm that we brought on to help us with this. And they're going to help us figure out the sequencing, what to do about the water that's in the lake when it's time to replace the liner. So the good news here is I think we should use time. Time is on our side, so let's use the time to try to build up a reserve as much as we can for Fountain Park. And then what's left, what we don't have money, we can at least demonstrate to the citizens that, look, we've been good stewards of your taxpayer money. We don't need the full amount. We think we have like this big down payment we could put on it, and then the voters will help us hopefully take that in consideration if they vote on a bond.
So you're saying accumulate a certain amount, and then we're not going to be able to accumulate all of it. So you go to the voters
Yes.
for the rest of it.
Yes. And I would love to put this towards streets, but my concern is we have a $30 million shortfall on streets, as you'll see later on in the presentation, so it won't go nearly as far, so.
So Grady, you were thinking though of dumping more into that fund for the park, right? Not just carving out a percentage of the existing fund, right?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, this would take a transfer, and you guys will make a decision. Today you'll hear about it, but as we get into our budget process, and hopefully we'll get some direction from you today, and then when you see the draft budget, hopefully it will take into consideration the consensus we receive from you today on what to do. But no, we're looking at a reserve fund, the Facilities Reserve Fund, having a special allocation just for the lake and the fountain in that. And then we just kind of keep building on that each year, so we have a good balance just for that one project.
Yes, sorry, I'm standing here thinking like an accountant. So as far as the Facilities Reserve Fund, the money would stay there, but a certain portion of that would actually be carved out and become classified, because it would be council direction to say, we want to use this for the fountain, so it'd be kind of split up.
Is there a way to show that so the public understands what we're doing with that?
Sure. I mean,
Breaking it out and showing?
if it's council's direction and we do go forward with that, then first quarterly budget update, it would actually show up on the committed funds as its own line. It would be Facilities Reserve, committed portion, fountain portion, we name it something.
Otherwise, we'll
and then
have-
that amount would show.
Otherwise, we'll have somebody come forward and say, hey, you're
Absolutely.
awash in money, so if we can break that out, I think it'd be helpful.
Yes. So then, this is just a summary of everything that we've already gone through. Year-end fund balances by the categories. Again, that 8.973 is including the 2.9 CARES fund. If we take that out, if we just take that amount out and work at, look at our metrics where we are, as of the middle of the year, our mid-year, we're, compared to last year when we didn't have the new financial policies, we didn't have a minimum unassigned percentage. We were at 9.1, now we're at 26.2, so we're actually above our goal of keeping 20% unassigned. We went from being able to replace 1 month of revenue. If all revenue stopped, we only had 1 month in unassigned, to having 3 months. So that's good news. Gives us a
Are we
lot
allowed,
more.
excuse me, are we allowed to use rainy day fund in there?
It requires action by council, actually, to use the rainy day fund. If we ran through all 3 months of our reserves and unassigned, then we could tap into the rainy day fund, which basically just adds another 3 months.
So, and
of
the idea
revenues.
is you really want to use your unassigned first, because
Right.
it doesn't have the restrictions. The rainy day fund really has restrictions, so we have to pay it back.
Right.
And, you know, auditors, when they look at us, or I should say
Credit rating.
credit rating agencies, they would actually probably not look upon that as very favorable, because they would see that we're not dealing with a structural deficit. We're just taking our cash savings and spending it down, rather than really dealing with a structural deficit issue.
All right. So that's it for presentation 1 or 3A. Congratulations. I did bring an extra monster in case anybody needs it. Just raise your hand, I'll deliver it. I know we're taken care of over here, hopefully. All right. So then, the next one should be faster, right? Because we're just talking about the plan so far for next year. All right, so we start off all of these presentations with our assumptions. These are all the kind of the built-in things that go in to the projections that I go through and make based on information from other departments and that sort of thing. So first and foremost, all of the existing levels of service stay the same. Nothing changes. We don't remove the community services department. We don't close half of the streets. Here, maybe I can pass that back to you. Anyway, I did include a slight increase in TPT. That's over and above the 15% reduction that I added in at the end of the last budget season. It looks like TPT is strong. It's very stable as far as even being tested like it has for the last 12 months.
I just want to add one thing. So we've been very conservative on our budgeting, as I've mentioned earlier, but we have never included what we anticipated the bed tax would be on the Adaro. It was a wait and see, because we wanted to kind of see historically what that was. So we've always made sure that we never included that, that we had a rosier revenue picture. And they've actually, I'm glad we did that, because if we had done it a year ago, we would have anticipated that they would have had higher occupancy, not taking into consideration COVID. So I think this has really paid off for us to be that conservative. And I think what David's saying is that we've gone ahead and bumped it up a little bit, because we know that they do have occupancy now, but we're going to continue to be just very conservative going forward. And then as we really start getting a good history, we'll have it try to track the way that they're having occupancy at the hotel.
Exactly.
And same thing, we haven't included Keystone in next year because that's still under development right now. We don't know quite when they're supposed to open. They're saying the first phase, I believe, is supposed to be this summer sometime. So we're not going to count those sales tax on those rentals in next year's
Until we
budget at
actually,
all.
until they're open and ready to go, correct. Also, I'd put in a slight decrease just because we were a little bit high this year on our state sales tax and income tax. I'd rather be a little under than a little over, so. Development services revenue, obviously, we still have development in the Adero Canyon possibility. Well, and Keystone is obviously going to be in next year. There's, possibility of other things coming along, but nothing's concrete, so to speak, at this point. So I did not include anything else other than those two. Annual inflation, which is a word that's becoming very popular these days among some of my conferences and webinars that I'm listening to. There's a lot of printing going on, and it's just starting to worry a few people. But we did keep it at 2.5% for next year, just because it seems to be working so far this year. So 3.5% increase on the MCS, or I'm sorry, the rural metro contract.
I'm sorry, going back to inflation,
Yeah,
do you have any idea what quarter, 0.5% would mean on inflation in terms of,
4.5%.
no, 1/4 to 1/2%? If it went up to 2 3/4, 3%, how
I
does
don't,
that?
I could get that for you.
You don't
but
need
it
to.
just- It's kind of like cell phones have made us a little dumber, and we don't remember cell phone numbers and telephone numbers and stuff. Excel sheets have made accountants a little dumber.
Yeah, I
And,
understand, I understand.
We plug it in, cell C22, and it populates over, and, it wouldn't be good, I can tell you that. We do not want any more than we can handle, that's for sure. So the fire contract at 3% is per contract. 10% was included in these numbers for the MCSO increase. However, last year, and we'll be talking more about this later in the public safety portion at the end of the day, we did get a hard number last week, at the end of last week, Thursday, I believe. And that increase is going to be 2.5% overall.
2.5%.
Bottom line from this year to next year.
2.5% as opposed to 10.
Correct.
And where are we on the study of the cost of MCSO?
And that's what we're going to be, stay tuned. We want to make sure you stay all the way through to the end of the day. So, yeah, we saved that answer for last. So the numbers that you are going to see in here are obviously going to be inflated compared to what they're actually going to be as far as our MCSO contract goes. Another thing to keep in mind, all of the departments submitted supplements to the town manager for his review for like to haves, needs to haves, those kind of things. None of those requests, none of those decisions on those requests have been made yet, so they're not included in these numbers. So this is base budget, no one-times, so.
So it's important that that's noted, because this is the same thing every year when we, get to where the lines cross and whatever, is like saying, well, we're not going to increase anything, and these are, where we go from here. I had a question a little bit about the relief package, and so we're not taking anything for granted that we're going to get direct city or town or even, state help on the CARES part, or whatever they, the new relief package. But when we do, would that be a place where we could consider another package for businesses, or maybe some more direct assistance because of the virus? even, if we ended up doing a pop-up vaccine place or whatever, can we take, we would assume that we could take that out of any care funding we might
Right.
get.
So just to make this comment, as far as the CARES funding that we have received, none of that money has been spent. None of the savings in the general fund has been spent without council approval. So the only thing that's been spent out of there technically is the $300,000 that we've already done for the business grants.
And then I think 100,000 for
Other,
other, like,
Related.
actual expenses of the
Yes.
Right.
COVID, the testing and stuff.
There have been other expenses, and I think we did include a number in this as far as $100,000 that will help offset, but it's not necessarily meant that we've done transfers of budget into departments for that 100,000. Departments are,
they actually
Kinda
absorb
soaking
those
up those,
costs, the
yeah.
$100,000 in costs.
exactly. There have been a few things that we have purchased directly out of general government, kind of the sneeze guards, I believe were paid directly out. Probably a few things, yes.
So to the
So-
mayor's point, I think what we will do, because I believe this time around, the CARES Act will not function as much of a block grant as the previous one was. So block grants are basically where you have a lot more discretion on how to expend the money. We believe that that will be either prescribed and tell us exactly how or what it can be spent on. But if there is any level of discretion, we will bring it back for council to give us some direction and guidance as to what they'd like to do. And of course, with staff, with some recommendations as well.
As it relates to CARES, I don't know whether we're going to get any money or not. It hasn't even been passed yet. But I had a couple of points I wanted to make. Were there any businesses that didn't meet the deadline for the first wave of help? And if there is, then maybe they should be a priority if we do get money a second time through. And then also, I understand that in some cases you can help nonprofit organizations, and I don't think that's been addressed in our town. We have a lot of clubs and nonprofits that do a lot and give a lot back to the town. So if we do get additional money, maybe that's something we can reach out and look to talk to those clubs and organizations about if they need help, because I'm sure their donations are down. Some of their big fundraising events didn't happen this year too. So just something to keep in mind.
Those are all really good points, Councilmember. We will definitely take those into consideration. I can tell you that the Economic Development Director who oversaw the Small Business Assistance Grant Program, he worked very diligently. We did have some that by the time the deadline came, they actually did get funding even after the deadline. And he actually had to help a few of them because they either didn't have computers or needed assistance because they couldn't understand the application process. So my understanding is that everybody that qualified did get money. So no one was left out because of missing a deadline.
Good.
I would just add that with COVID, the food bank could certainly use it.
I was going to mention them too. The food bank is also, I know the town used to do something with. Yeah, we still do. So, and then that's another thing. And the only other thing I wanted to bring up with the CARES Act money is that I don't know if we've reached out to the school district. Do they need help with any counselors for issues down there at the schools because kids haven't been back to school or whatever? But that's just another point that we can store away for future reference.
This next round of CARES Act funding, I did see that there's a huge allocation for education, both for pandemic-related expenses, and I think counseling would probably qualify for that, so I think that's perfect. I don't think that what's proposed as is and what we see right now will probably get through. It'll probably be amended to be probably not quite as big of a robust package, but I do think a lot of things we're talking about will be in that. And just to let you know too, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves, so I do apologize. I'm part of the problem here. But as far as CARES Act, we were very fortunate because we receive our community development block grant money through the Urban Counties program, which we participate with Maricopa County. And so we had emergency housing and utility assistance of about $24,000 that helped and was earmarked for our residents. We also are in the service area of the Tempe Community Action Program, and they had $24,000 available as well. And then for businesses, Maricopa County also opened up their money to all businesses within the county as well. And I know our Economic Development Director promoted that program out there. So I think the businesses, maybe to your point, have had a better opportunity than these nonprofits. And I do think that the nonprofits, there were some that qualified, like churches. I know like my church, for instance, ended up getting an earmark through applying for the PPP. But there are a number of these, what I call different smaller organizations like civic clubs like Kiwanis, Rotary, Women's Club. Those types, I'm pretty confident did not get any funding, and that's a good point, that maybe future CARES Act funding could be earmarked for those uses.
Okay, so we've already started talking a little bit about this slide as far as the economic conditions overall. I did just get back from the GFOA Winter Conference in Flagstaff. That was held last week, and a lot of the information that I had in this presentation before I went there, they kind of reiterated. So that was good to hear. As far as the overall economy, it's expected that it is going to continue to recover this calendar year. We do have positive GDP rates and that we're expecting for the year, so that's good. As far as state unemployment numbers, they're continuing to improve, but of course, hospitality is still the hardest hit. It's just tough for restaurants, hotels, travel industry, that sort of thing. So there could still be some slowdown there. We talked a little bit earlier about interest rates. Federal Reserve doesn't have any indication that they're going to be changing those rates for the next couple years, let alone this coming year. We just talked about the additional economic package, pandemic relief package that's working its way through, well, maybe working its way through, who knows what's going to happen. But yes, it's in Washington, so it's up in the air. We'll see what happens there. The next bullet point has changed a little bit as of yesterday. The uncertainty around our income tax on the state side. On our Arizona side, there were a couple bills in the legislature that had some grand plans to phase them out. Both of those, for the corporate and the individual side, doesn't look like it's going to happen this year. Who knows? Again, on the federal side, anything's possible. It's a new day, new options, what you might hear. So those are just some of the economic conditions that were kind of built into this model as well. So as far as TPT taxes, like I said, we got a slight increase. This compares our current year budget compared to what I've got planned for next year, kind of program for next year. Town rate 2.9% for everything except residential rental. Residential rental is still 1.6%. That requires a vote to be changed. So I see it staying at 1.6 for a while. The bed tax, the additional bed tax is 4%, and that's collected on hotels, vacation, and short-term rentals. As far as the overall general fund revenue forecast in total, at this time, it's not looking much different than where we are this year, just because it is base budgets. It's going to look pretty much the same as what we ended up with, or started this year with. Any questions so far on what you've seen? It's been pretty straightforward. Good. Like that. As far as the expenditures go, same thing. It's base budget. It's no one-time fees in here, no supplements, no maybe one-time projects that are happening within these individual departments. And then everybody's favorite slide is the personnel slide. Looks like something that could be planned at one of the local parks. You can make a slide out of that. But it does show over the years how the number of personnel have changed. One thing to keep in mind, earlier on, obviously I had fire departments and marshal service, so that made up some of those earlier numbers, and then it's gone down since then. We did add one position last year, or for this current year, so. The next slide is fun, because I hear about this slide or this type of slide throughout the year from citizens. And the thing that needs to be understood about this slide is that for any year, for our current year, fiscal year 21, you can see our expenditures is sitting right on top of the revenue. Well, that's because we have to have a balanced budget, right? We can't spend more than we make. So, so that, for whatever the current year is, that's exactly how it's going to look. Everything to the left of that, or prior years, that's the difference. That's kind of our savings, or our, the less expenditures, more revenue we receive, ends up in fund balance. That's the way we'd like it to look, right? As far as going forward, you can see where, again, we got our expenditures, revenue real close to each other because we need a balanced budget. But then those assumptions start taking over. So we've got 2.5% adding on the expenditure side, but on the revenue side, we're only adding 1% each year. So it's just going to continue to grow.
Which means that we're going to be cutting like crazy unless we can find some source of funding.
So there's a couple of things that can happen, right? We can expect more revenue. We could have less inflation, which would drive down expenditures and bring that gap closer. Or we'd have to make cuts in base budget, because we cannot have a budget where we have more expenditures than revenue.
I sure hope we can, I mean, we've publicized this in the past. I hope we can continue to publicize it so the public can see where we are, what we're doing, what the problems are. I would even put it in the quarterly newsletter. I always forget the name of it, but I think the public. The Insider? Okay. I think the public needs to know.
Absolutely.
And I don't-
The challenge with this chart, and David and I talk about this each year, and then prior to him, it was with Craig, is we never spend 100% of the expenditures that are budgeted. So that's the challenge with this. He's doing the right thing, which is he's looking at the cumulative effect, compounding
Right.
the expenditures. But we really spend, like closer to like 95% or so each year of our total operating budget,
Right.
correct?
It's a tough thing, because you got arguments on both sides of this. We've taken, my predecessor and myself, just over the past 2 years, are really conservative as far as the revenues go. We don't include projects that are going to be finishing soon and adding vacancy rates, right, or occupancy rates. We only include things that we know, knock on wood, are either finished or are going to finish real soon. It's just, that's the way everything's built so far, right? Very conservative on revenues, and then overestimate on expenditures so that you're not caught in a bind. That helped out last year with the contingency. Just it gave us that cushion, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would observe, I mean, the most important part, I think, of this chart is on the left side. in terms of the good job that the town has done, not spending everything that it gets in, and it is obviously with your conservative estimates, so it doesn't necessarily equate that we're going to have that huge gap in fiscal year 26, 27, I don't think. And I know at this time last year at the retreat, we were talking about COVID and the effect on the budget. And then as we went through the budget, we were like, well, we'll hold off a little bit on some of this stuff. And then as we got, through summer, we were able to even go ahead with some capital improvement projects that we had delayed. So I think we've done a tremendous job, overseeing all this and being where we're at today. So commend, the whole staff for all of that. And I just think this chart, while it's not necessarily deceiving, I don't know if it's necessarily, true, accurate picture of what
Absolutely.
obviously is going to happen. So,
Yeah, I would expect that I'd be looking for a new line of profession, a new line of work, if we ever got to the situation in fiscal year 27, or anything remotely close to that. So,
I think one thing too, Mike, is the fact that when we find ourselves with something, we always go with the one-time spending so that we don't commit something that has to be done every single year. But again, to reiterate, this does not include any increases in staff or, just think of all the emails we've gotten over the last year about, road repair. I mean, obviously, big projects are capital, but, or, a phone wasn't answered, or just fill in the blank of the emails of the things that we kind of get that people would like to see. This assumption here is nothing new. So same staff, same, everything except for inflation. So I get what you mean. It's never going to look like this because we have to have a balanced budget. But I also, we have two things going on. We're like, oh, hey, we got $2.9 million of CARE money, and isn't that great? And then it's like, yeah, but we need $3 million more per year for the next 10 years for roads. So while it'd be like, well, why did you, buy a stoplight? It's like, well, because that doesn't, that's another need. So that's, as we go forward with this conversation, we're always going to see that kind of dichotomy that you're talking about. Alan, you had something, right? No. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, Jerry.
This also doesn't take into consideration deflation, which
Is a
could
possibility as
also,
well. Yeah.
which could also change these numbers. And also, years out, all we need is one big company with big ticket items, and you could see that gap shrink tremendously too. So by 26, 27, let's hope we have a couple of those companies in town, and could change the picture dramatically as well.
If I may too, good point, Jerry. The other thing too is keep in mind that we've seen through the legislature the things that they can do to us that can just affect us like on the turn of a dime. And so things like income tax reform, anything that they're wanting to do at the state legislature, either unfunded mandates, those are not reflected on this chart as well. And those things are very real. They happen every year, and we're putting up a big fight every year to try to defend what we currently have. Years ago, they used to take off funding for DPS right off the top of state shared revenue to fund DPS. And so cities and towns would get a reduction what they used to receive. They've been, for the most part, as the economy's been pretty good, they've been more or less funding that. But those are the types of things that can happen that you just don't really, you can't anticipate, with your budgeting.
Yeah. Too bad I can't time travel. That'd be really nice. I'd be right back, and jump out there and tell you what's going to happen in 27. But yeah, I would probably be looking for a different job in that situation too. All right, so then just to we've already addressed some of these, kind of the headwinds that we're facing. Obviously, we don't know exactly where the pandemic's going to take us next, what kind of effects it could have on this last half of the fiscal year. Possible changes to the income tax policy, that's still on the federal level, could have an effect. kind of on our economy here in town. As far as Arizona communities, as the mayor mentioned earlier, Arizona is growing. Mountain Hills might not be growing as fast as some other communities. However, the growth that, obviously there's going to be more sales, there's going to be more income in Arizona with more people. Hopefully that growth helps keep our share proportionate somewhat, but it is still a concern. Obviously, the town's getting closer and closer to build out, and there's fewer development opportunities. That would obviously impact our construction TPT. The cost of maintaining town infrastructure isn't getting any cheaper, and it is just opposite, continues to rise. And then the final point, just the public opinion surrounding bond financing for large projects such as a fountain, streets, that sort of thing, is something that the town needs to address at sometime soon, before those kind of questions are asked for voters. As far as things that are actually helping us, the tailwinds, we do have a state. This last year has been a perfect example or proof that our TPT base is very strong, and that's good to see. Our ability to collect TPT from online purchases the last year and a half has definitely helped. We've got increased hotel rooms with the Adero Scottsdale, as well as some short-term vacation rentals. We just updated the user fee, so that's going to help offset some of the costs to the town to provide services. And then we've already talked about the conservative approach to our revenue projections, and then being able to keep expenditures lower so that we can have some budget savings at the end of the year. Congratulations, you've made it to the end of Christmas. All the fun's over now.
Glad you're
Sorry,
excited.
Councilmember Spellich,
I
for
wanted to
putting me
mention,
through that.
while we're going through some of these items, I wanted to tie in the strategic plan too. And so, remember, they had just told us they were going to concentrate in 4 areas, and one of them is financial sustainability. So thank you for bringing us up to date.
All right.
Yes, go ahead.
Your comment makes me wonder if you shouldn't be giving a similar but shorter presentation to SPAC as they're looking at issues like this.
As long as it's all right with the town manager, I'm more than happy
In
to
fact,
talk
we've
numbers
actually
to
done a pretty good
anybody.
job of including our department directors to do presentations, and I think John was actually the next scheduled one, but I think the timing is pretty good on maybe including the finances, so good suggestion.
I'm gonna go have my monster now. Sure, nobody else needs.
So, Mayor and Council, the next agenda item tied to this will be a presentation by Justin Weldy on the capital improvement program. And he's going to tag team this. Initially, he's going to give an update on current year projects, and then he'll tag team this with Community Services Director Rachel Goodwin. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Weldy.
Thank you. This is going to be a little bit longer than Mr. Pock. And at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the town manager and all the other directors and the staff for helping Public Works and engineering and streets to put these slides together. It's an incredible amount of work, and I certainly appreciate all the support and help. We're going to concentrate on a couple of areas today. One of them is the stuff that we've completed to date in regards to capital. The next one is going to be a little progress report on the remaining fiscal 2020-21 capital projects. And then we're going to review the proposed capital projects for the next 5-year horizon. These are the projects that we have completed to date that are in this year's budget. Avenue of the Fountains and La Montana Roundabout. The Avenue of the Fountains and Verde River intersection improvements the fountain lighting replacement, Fountain Hills Boulevard shoulder paving Phase 2, and the Shea Boulevard widening design concept report. And I'm going to take just a minute to discuss this, the Shea project. We're going to be looking at the Shea project in the outlying years and in next year. The design concept report shows us what the ultimate build out will be and what we need to do to meet the future demands for the Shea corridor between the Scottsdale border and the Beeline. This portion of it is just the concept report that gave us that additional information we need to prepare for those futures. The next one is the HVAC controllers for community center, the library, and the town hall. Very critical piece of infrastructure there. And we have some exceptionally good news in regards to that. We had originally budgeted considerably more based on projections and estimates for that. And we had a savings of about $27,000 on that overall. And that's anytime we have a savings, we would like to share that because it's excellent news. Mr. Pock indeed noted that we plan for what we think it's going to cost, and we do our best not to spend all of that money and reduce cost whenever possible. This is an update on the remaining capital improvement projects for this fiscal year. It should be noted that this is a multi-year project, and funding for this was reallocated to another capital project so we could get moving on that, and that would be the Panorama Storm Drain Pipe. The Golden Eagle impoundment area improvements, this is still in the design phase. I would like to say it's at about 65%. Each time I do that, we discover another challenge that we're facing with either a local governmental agency, a state or federal agency. Rachel and I, along with the town engineer and Harum Basic, are facing challenges, and we would like to keep this moving as quickly as possible, but admittedly, it's becoming frustrating. This is the Panorama Storm Drain Pipe replacement. As of yesterday, we are right at about 80% in regards to the pipe being replaced, and at about 65 or 70% in regards to the restoration necessary behind that. We anticipate probably by the second or third week of March that we'll be issuing a substantial completion, and then we'll have a cleanup period and a restoration period after that. This is the Paulina Brantley Detention Basin. This was proposed for this year. As a reminder, this project is in the northeast side of town where we sustained an incredible amount of flooding to private property in that area. This project, when and if approved for construction, will collect that storm water and temporarily store it and then allow it to flow out in a more controlled flow into the areas. This is the fire alarm control panel replacement. This one right here, we currently have them on site to see if there's any way possible that we could get this product replaced for less than we currently have budgeted. This is an ongoing multi-year. Kevin and I and Rachel included, we are currently working to get additional cameras installed at Four Peaks Park. You are all aware that we've had some vandalism in that area. Unfortunately, the park did not have the infrastructure necessary for what I'm going to refer to as the lower voltage. That's 120 volts to operate cameras near the western edge of the park. So that infrastructure had to be included. Yes, sir.
Justin, do we put up any signs to let people know that they're under surveillance? Because that can make a big difference.
I'm not aware of any.
I think it ought to be looked into.
I think that's a good deterrent, and we should look into that, because they don't cost very much to put the signs up, and I think we should put them at the strategic locations near where those are. The only thing is, we got to be careful that, because we are having vandalism, that they may vandalize the cameras themselves if they know that the cameras are nearby. So I think we would be a little bit more strategic where we locate those, so they don't stand out or look for the equipment to vandalize, because we have had, I believe it was a Golden Eagle about 3 years ago. We had the cameras by the bathrooms actually destroyed by somebody.
Well, I'm probably stating the obvious, but the higher you can put the cameras, the better.
They are. They're under the roof line.
Okay, thank you.
This is the Four Peaks Park upgrades. This is an ongoing multi-year. This is the Fountain Lake Liner Assessment. Black and Veatch gave a comprehensive report on the progress for that, and there will be additional information shared about this from the Community Services Director as we move forward. This is the Four Peaks Playground parking lot. I'm going to take just a minute and describe some of the challenges that not only the town manager but the directors are facing here. We are one person deep in regards to CAD and our GIS, and we have been without that person now for 7 weeks. And as a result of that, as we try to reduce our cost, this was going to be an in-house design, and admittedly, we are struggling to get that done in-house simply because that key component, and he is very important to all of us, he is not here to help us with that, and we certainly wish for him the best as we move forward here. But I think it's important to note that we have 2 projects scheduled this year that we are challenged with because we'd originally intended to do them in-house. So this is one of them that is slightly delayed, and we would like to be much further along than we currently are. This is the next one. In order to keep the cost at something reasonable here, we had intended to do this one in-house because it's an uncomplicated, and also I should note it is the final phase of the alley paving that brings us into compliance for the agreement we made in regards to particulate matter PM10 almost 17 years ago now. With that said, we are working to engage a local engineering firm to see if they can help us along with this process so we can get this one completed on or under budget and in a timely manner. This is an exciting one that we like to share for those of you that have not had an opportunity. This segment of sidewalk is actually on Shea. It is on the north side, and it ties the area of the auto repair shop and the fast food locations to the existing sidewalk near Monterey, fronting the Tractor Supply. What this does is it gives a continuous, uninterrupted, safe location for pedestrians that are either staying in the nearby motel or utilizing the businesses there to walk freely along Shea in this area for the first time since it was constructed. This one right here is one that we came to council with not long ago to ask for approval in regards to the design. We will be having a meeting with them shortly to look at the 30% on this and talk about some of the challenges we'll be facing as we move forward. This is the Desert Vista Park Crosswalk. And this one right here is one that we have had on the books for a while. This is the warrant study that we'll be bringing back and asking council to reconsider as we move forward so we can determine whether or not a traffic signal is warranted there. Based on our background and knowledge, we believe that it is. For all of those projects, should we be able to complete them and we spend all of the money, which we anticipate we will not, they are a total of $3.8 million for the remaining 2021 capital projects. This right here was recently brought up, and so we put in a slide in here, and I should have made the same disclaimer that Mr. Pock made when beginning. There are going to be 3 slides in here that were not originally in the packet. This would be one of them. The other one is the Four Peaks Park in the outlying years, and also the Desert Vista Skate Park lighting in outlying years. This is one of the things that most recently mentioned at one of the council meetings in regards to the wayfinding signs. What we have are about roughly 25 of the 33 original signs that were installed still remain in place. Some of them are in relatively poor condition, and they consist of either a wood panel or a steel panel. As they have been damaged or they are faded, we have been removing them slowly but surely just to eliminate the blight. But what we would like to discuss today and get a consensus and some direction on is where would the council like to go in the future in regards to wayfinding? And we're just discussing the wayfinding, not the monument signs.
Well, and I would like to just chime in a little bit on this. So, council had heard from a resident about the horrible condition of the existing wayfinding signs. And so, one, we want to get your opinion. Do you want us just to go ahead and get these things removed? Which I believe that's what the council would like to do. And then, do you want to have something in place of it? So, at this point, if we can get consensus from you guys, from the council, then we will go ahead and go ahead and remove those. The second part of this that Justin's talking about is.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't, remove what?
Okay, if you go back, Justin, the right picture is.
Oh,
these-
remove those?
Yes,
Oh.
remove those.
Oh.
Because they're in horrible condition and they're really not worthy of maintaining. And they were never really, in my opinion, ever installed properly. They're too low to the ground. They're not really designed what wayfinding signs should be. So the question is the consensus for us to get these things removed, which I saw quite a few heads when I asked that earlier, just to go ahead and do that. Second part is if there is interest, we actually have a council workshop in March on the capital improvement budget. If there's interest in us coming back forward with maybe a proposal, meaning that maybe taking the design that we've already paid for, we can get a prototype, see what it might cost to do a lower or a scaled down program that we saw a couple years ago. I don't believe the costs, which were based on a California fabrication company, would be anywhere near what we would actually pay.
How much was that estimate, do you remember?
Well, it was blended in. We had monument signs. These are the entry signs into the town
Right.
at 3 or 4 different locations. We were going to switch out what we have. If we keep the existing monument signs on Shea, the eastbound and westbound, I believe that portion of it was
Just under $400,000, sir.
for monument signs only.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
So what Justin's going to do, we have a sign company that we deal all the time with locally for a lot of our signs. He's going to run these designs by them, come back, not necessarily saying we're going to put this in the CIP, but we'll have that ready for the March meeting for you guys to either give us yay or nay as far as direction for the next year. And we think if you want to move forward with it, it would be a multi-year program, maybe 3 years phasing it in, so it's not all at one time, so we can save money. The other thing is we have the design, we also have the locations, and we'll share with you the locations that were recommended 2 years ago.
Well, for one, I'd like to see that included, if you're looking for consensus.
I think, and if you talk about the budget, so the original budget, total budget, not including monuments, was 110,000. Then I think about 90 of that was spent on the design and where they go and that kind of thing. So I think originally all of that would have been around 100,000. So I would assume that this would be less than 100,000 just for signs, since we know where they're going. We already did the study, and that was the original, even though it was 3 years ago, the original entire budget was about 110. Jerry?
I'm all for that, Grady, but in the future, since we've already paid for the design of these signs, but in the future, if we need signs designed, can we include the schools as a civic program maybe and build up some loyalty to the town? And because there's a lot of good artists down at our schools that could design signs as well, and we wouldn't have to go out and pay for that. In the future, I'm just saying, because I know we've already paid for the design.
No, that's a very good point, and we've seen that even at EVIT with video and things like that,
Right.
that they can help it with. So we will definitely take that into consideration. Since this has already been designed, I would recommend, if the council wanted to go forward, to go with the existing signs.
Yeah, and I'm all for a local person doing
Sure.
the production on those as well.
Okay, so we'll come back in March, and we will have a better, more defined cost estimate. We'll also show you what we would recommend as far as how these would be put throughout town and the locations. And then you would just give us the go-ahead to include it in the budget, in the CIP for the next 3 years. And if that's the case, then we'll go ahead and make sure that that's in the budget that you see in May. So go ahead, Justin.
Thank you.
So you mean this, even though we've had this done, and we know the signs need repair, we haven't budgeted any money for it? So that's why you're looking at a 3-year?
So when this came up, the cost was really extremely high 3 years ago, and the council was just not, at that point, wanting to go forward with this. They covered the cost of the study, which included the design costs. But when the council killed it at the time, because they just were getting a lot of criticism from the public that this was not a good use of taxpayer money, it kind of died. But we got the design out of it. And what we're proposing is, what we're hearing is we think we could do the signs for lower cost than what were proposed 3 years ago.
The next section is going to be the proposed capital improvement projects. We're going to spend a little bit more time on these as we go into a little bit more detail about what's involved with them. The first one, and this is a multi-year for miscellaneous drainage improvements. These are for things that we are not anticipated to happen if a storm drain pipe breaks off, or if we have something unexpected after a storm event. We have this funding right here to be able to address that. The next one is the ongoing. We anticipate that for next fiscal year, the cost for the work in the Golden Eagle impoundment area is approximately $900,000. And again, as a reminder, this project will take the 3 primary channels that feed that area and make them deeper and wider, and be able to increase the capacity for not only the storm flow, but also allow for increased capacity through the dam to flow through for the outflow, and also reduce the amount of sediment that we have for outflow onto the ball fields when we have a typical storm event or an unusual storm event. Again, it's to minimize the chances of the outflow onto the ballparks and into the other amenities of the park is what this project includes.
I have a question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed in going through this, the numbers are like D6047, et cetera, and like you have Golden Eagle at $500,000 in 2021, and then now you have it at $900,000. So could you explain a little bit, is this part of the ongoing fees, or is this collective? I mean,
So
it's in 2 places.
and that's a good question. So each of our projects has a designation, and the D in this case stands for drainage. So in this particular case, we anticipate this year to get construction started, we had anticipated that we would be spending $500,000. Based on our progress and engineers' estimates, we're estimating that next year that the cost is going to be around $900,000. And again, back to my earlier statement, we are facing challenges from existing local government. And when I say that, we have some sewer lines that we're going to be faced with. We also have to include the Maricopa County Flood Control District in regards to the flow. So there's some challenges that we're facing. But this year, we anticipated, when we brought it forward original, that we would be spending X amount of dollars, and we've had to adapt to the changes. And so next year, we're anticipating $900,000.
So to the council member's question, I think it's fair to say that this is it's actually a multi-year project. We didn't try to budget it and try to do it all in one fiscal year because the cost was really quite enormous. So we're trying to do this in phasing to try to get to what we need to do in that
Correct.
time period.
It's a multi-year project.
So when the same numbers show up, it's the same concept. It's a multi-year project due to the timing of what needs to be done, how it's done, and then the money available to pay for it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mayor. Back in October, when I see pictures of this Golden Eagle Park, back in October, I'll let Councilmember Friedel speak more to this, but former council member Brown and I, along with council member Friedel, took a tour of some areas, wash areas that were completely stripped of vegetation by the sanitary district. And I believe that if we have any type of significant rainfall in these areas, without there being some mitigation by the town as well as the sanitary district, we're going to have a huge problem on our hands. Jerry, if you want to.
I saw the work that was done in these washes, and I also see this picture, and I know we removed 200 tons of silt and mud from our ball fields at a cost of $700,000 or more. When I saw this, I had my wife write a letter to the sanitary district because I thought that, you know, they went in and carved this all up, and I know they have rights and their sewer lines are running through some of these washes, but the particular area that I'm worried about is right across the street from Golden Eagle Park. It is completely bare. If there's a major rain event, our fields are going to end up looking like this again. Maybe not as bad because you're taking a lot of steps to mitigate that. But what I saw out there, and I thought, you know, we sent them a letter and asked them to revegetate with just low-lying plants that they could drive their trucks over easily to maintain their sewer lines. And we didn't get any good response from them at all. But I'm just bringing this to the attention of this council and to you, that this could be a catastrophic problem for our ball fields again. And we need help from them to get this rectified, I believe. You know, I don't think that's the way they do work, but when you look at these washers, and I'll take anybody here that wants to go out and take a look at it and show you exactly what I'm looking at, especially right across the street from these ball fields.
Grady, do you have anything about that?
Well, I was just going to also add that when this was brought to my attention, I talked to Justin about it, and he believes that some of that is going to revegetate on its own. But you never know when these storms hit. You know, we've had these unusual storms that have hit in September and October the last couple of years. The other issue, and Councilmember Grabowski also brought to my attention across the street, which Justin and I was aware of, there's a drop structure behind the homes, and there's erosion that you can see is occurring. It's going to happen, you know, several years before it becomes a concern, but I want us to take as part of this Fuller study that we've been working with an outside engineering firm to help us plan for Golden Eagle Park. I want that to also be addressed because there's a sidewalk that goes back behind there. There's a concrete structure that has dropped from where it originally was. And so that all has to be part of the solution. And the vegetation, you're absolutely right, council members, that the vegetation, if it's not holding back that the sand and the debris, then that's just all going to go into the park. So we're very concerned about it. The last couple major storms we've had, believe it or not, most of the debris and sand that we received was actually from the golf course. They had these large maintenance areas where they had sand and soil and all that, and that just washed right into our wash that went into the street and into the park. So we believe that we also need to work with Sunridge Canyon Golf Course to get the golf course to take a little bit more active measures to protect that, maybe having concrete or walled in areas for that maintenance area so that doesn't just flow right into our park. So Justin, did you want to add anything to that?
Agreed. Anytime you have total vegetation removal in any drainage channel, the next storm event is going to result in an increased amount of sediment that's going to transfer downstream. While the sanitary district certainly has prior rights, in the past working with this government and their government and the staff, we've had an excellent relationship, and I'm certain that we can reach some sort of agreement that is beneficial to both of the governments here. In regards to the town manager's statement, Ashbrook Wash is the one furthest to the north that comes into this area, and we do have an incredible amount of sediment that came out of there that is just strictly a result of an increased amount of flow. And we will certainly need to address that as we move forward. Again, our investment here is our first objective, and then we'll have to move outward into the 3 areas that service this dam, which is primarily Ashbrook, and then Cloudburst, and then some of the golf course area there that we'll need to work with. But right now, we're focusing on this, but we're looking at the outlying future or outlying years for future improvements and all of the drainage channels for that area.
I'm just wondering if when we meet with the sanitary district, when they go in and need to plow up a wash to get access or whatever, we can have some sort of an agreement with them that they just hydroseed the area back to keep the sediment in place. To me, it doesn't seem like it's a very costly event to do that. But when you look at this picture of this field, and we lost 6 months of revenue, at least from that, we're left holding that bag.
I think we need to get a little bit more to the bottom of this. We've obviously met with them and had official correspondence in the past, and I don't see why we should have to have individuals writing or anything like that. I mean,
Right.
I guess I didn't know anything about this, and so the idea that we've got this relationship and we've had these partnerships all the while to bring it up now, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe I should have known. I also knew that we had other issues with other areas, but I wanted to bring up the engineer part where we got this original information, because we had to fix it, obviously. Then we had the other $500,000, but then we had budgeted $370,000 for this year for it, and then nothing in the coming years. Now I see $900,000 and something every other year. So whatever reason that happened, we need to talk to everybody involved. It is our property. It's, we are responsible for it, but that we've never had any issues before with an idea of seeing this entire town as all of our constituencies. And so I hope that, and I'm sorry if you did tell me about this and I'm forgetting, but this is news to me.
Well,
And so
To be honest with you, this is really an operating issue, really between the staff, our staff, and Dana and her staff.
Well,
It was
but
elevated.
just got elevated,
No,
so.
I know, I understand that, and I think when we do have a mutual meeting or a joint meeting, this should certainly be on the top of the agenda, as well as maybe the lake and things that we can work together on them on. So I think it's a good having this discussion. We also know long-term, we're gonna have a lot more expenses having to do with the capital improvements upstream to deal with that, because that, to me, I saw what happened when we had the bad storms a few years ago, and I saw that concrete, which is supposed to be a drop structure to slow down the flows, it actually dropped down, and it did what it was supposed to do, but structurally, it has been affected now by the storms that we've had there, and we're gonna need to get riprap and some other items in there, but we need Fuller, the engineer of record, to give us some direction and some estimates on what it's gonna take to do that.
Okay, because it at least seems like from what we thought this was going to be and what it's turning out to be are very different things.
Mayor, are we rescheduling the joint meeting with the sanitary district? I know it was canceled, but was it postponed or just canceled?
Postponed is the better term for it, and we will be. It's just because of the COVID situation and having meetings. Usually they've sat up here very close with the council, so we're gonna probably get that, I hope, in the spring, where we can get that back to being scheduled again.
Yeah, I mean, just to add on, totally agree with everything that's been said so far, and I don't know, if maybe hydroseeding would take care of it. I don't know if it's all lower type brush that would grow up, or if it's just allow the natural, but I mean, we spend a lot of money each year too on fire mitigation efforts in our washes and removing a lot of vegetation ourselves, so I think we gotta be careful moving forward too, exactly how we go about this, because we don't want to, create fire hazards that aren't there either, so.
Understood. The next one is the Panorama Drive storm drain improvements, and so this would be phase 2. We are currently replacing the pipe that starts at Panorama and Saguaro and runs along Panorama down to just south of El Lago, so down around the curve. This is at that juncture, and this photo is taken looking south in the Panorama Wash. What we have here is nuisance water flow. The majority of this flow is simply groundwater, and I know that is a little bit difficult to comprehend and understand in a desert, but in this low-lying area here, there is a stream bed that comes to the surface as a result of impenetrable caliche rock below it. And this flow right here is a result of that. And over the last several years, we have worked to try and minimize or reduce this standing water. The challenge is it is truly a swamp. It's very, very difficult to get any equipment down in there because you're subject to being stuck. And so we continue to remove the vegetation to try and keep the water flowing. It should be noted that just south of this head wall, the town owns a pump back system to push this spring water back to Fountain Lake. And on average, that pump, even in the driest years, is about 35 to 40,000 gallons a day is what it pushes back. It pushes back a few million gallons a year. And so what we would like to do is propose a fix to this. This concept was included in the original Panorama storm drain as phase 2. And so we already know what the cost is for the design for an engineering firm to show us what we need to do to minimize this. This will reduce clearly our standing water and also the complaints we get in regards to odor. But one of the biggest ones we get are the mosquitoes. And so what we receive are letters from another governmental agency letting us know that we have mosquito and we need to take abatement measures down there. And it's very, very challenging. We've actually resulted to pumping this water from different locations here further downstream to our own pump to push it back to Fountain Lake. However, you can literally pump it and then come back in 2 hours and that hole will be filled with this spring water again. So we truly need a professional engineering firm to show us what we can do to get this nuisance water capped and moved further to the pump, and then during storm events, obviously move it further down Panorama Wash.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you pump that water back and give it to Kevin to water the trees in the lake with?
We do,
Oh, okay, all right.
to the tune of about 35,000 gallons a day.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. You're way ahead of me.
I have a general question.
Yes, sir.
I have to admit that maybe I haven't been paying enough attention, but I was really surprised to see all these storm drain and drainage and all these costs and all these projects. Are these all the projects that you're aware of at this point in time?
Based on our research and the work that we've been doing over the last few years, we believe so. And nature oftentimes points out what we have failed to or didn't anticipate happening. And so
We have one that's not showing up, and that's the one on McDowell Mountain Road, that the road gets washed out every so often when you're leaving town. And so right now we've got flood control. We think that could be a flood control district project. And so we also submitted the road part of the project to MAG to be considered as a MAG-funded project as well. But that's one that is for sure not in the capital that we've identified.
And will you be prioritizing these?
yes, sir, we do prioritize them based on what nature and the projections are for the future. We have a priority list.
And that'll come into play in March, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And I just have to bring this up because since we were challenged on our environmental fee, we've missed out on probably $600,000 per year since we were threatened on that. So this is the direct kind of a of projects, these big ticket items that the environmental fee would have gone to. But, so you can probably count on more than $1 million worth of money that we were unable to get that would have gone directly to these projects.
No, in fact, I checked last week and just brought it up again to make sure, but nothing so far.
Mayor?
Yes,
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Justin, the slide that you just left, is the 80 grand to fix it, or is the 80 grand to study it?
The 80 grand is to pay for the complete design.
I hate you.
I appreciate your honesty, sir.
But do we know what the improvement's going to be yet, or is that what they're going to look at? I mean,
Part of the design, we will get an engineer's estimate.
but do you know what you're going to be doing yet, or not?
We do not, simply because of the ponding water, the standing water. And I'll take just a few minutes here. Most recently, we had the town's contractor go in and remove the vegetation in this area to allow for the future storm flows as we're putting in a new pipe in front of it. It should be noted that a nearby homeowners association hired a contractor to do maintenance on their property. They felt it would be easier to utilize this wash to get to that area, and their vehicle and their trailer became stuck in this wash. And so they went to a nearby contractor's yard that's working on the storm drain and took a big front end loader from there and got it stuck in there. And it cost them tens of thousands of dollars to get the equipment out that they had borrowed, but also to get their own vehicles out of there. Not to mention, they now have to pay for restoration and cleanup of that area. When I say this is a swamp, you would be hard pressed to walk in this area. Even in the driest years, you're subject to sink up to your knee unless you have unique features like mine and then your waist.
So one of the Justin, if I'm not mistaken, one of the challenges and why we really have to address this is actually putting the water, if we do not address this with the pump and trying to pump it back into Fountain Lake, it's actually disposing of it in the Indian reservation next to us, correct?
Yes,
Fort McDowell.
that is correct. And they consider this water a trespass onto their sovereign land because in the past, and I'm not going to get into that a lot, there certainly was some issues in regards to seepage from the lake. We have the water tested, and we firmly believe that the nuisance water has nothing to do with Fountain Lake, but rather the spring and the natural spring water that flows in this area.
Aaron, sorry to wake you up. I understand.
Especially now.
Are we subject to lawsuits in situations like this?
Mayor and council, I certainly don't want to get too far into legal advice or counsel, but I think this is an issue that we should probably address consistent with the staff's direction.
Yeah, and actually, my understanding is when we've had really bad years, this is actually putting it on the golf course. And so they have like a wash kind of going through the golf course, and it basically overflows into the golfing area. So it's a pretty critical matter to get resolved.
The next one we had discussed previously. It was scheduled for this year. However, we needed that funding to complete another capital project in regards to storm drain. So we're proposing this for the future once again. If approved and designed and constructed, this will temporarily store storm water and release it in a more controlled method for the downstream properties to minimize the flooding to those areas.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
When we consider these in March, I'd like to see, when you set priorities, not set it just based on cost. Priorities based upon actual need. And I think you do that. But some things would be better today than tomorrow, but we could do it tomorrow, that kind of thing.
I appreciate that, Council Member. You should note that as the directors and staff bring this forward to the town manager, there are a number of projects that didn't meet the priority for right now, so they are not as part of this. So part of our presentation has already prioritized some of the projects that we feel are critical moving forward.
Well, that then relates to my earlier question, which is, does this constitute everything you're aware of? And I guess it doesn't if some projects were removed from this.
You're correct. This is not everything. These are the prioritized projects for the outlying years.
That's not the answer I wanted.
I understand that. This one right here is a new project, and this is going to be a multi-year. After the catastrophic failure of the Panorama storm drain pipe, the engineering staff and the street staff began to inspect all of the pre-incorporation corrugated metal pipe in the town to see what condition it was in. The good news is the lion's share of it is in relatively decent condition. We have some of them that we are concerned with. So what we're going to be asking for moving forward is funding to get professionals to show us what our options are. And in this type of pipe right here, which is a corrugated metal pipe, we have a couple of options. One of them is a slip line where we slide a prefabricated concrete pipe inside of the pipe that's just slightly smaller in diameter, and that is structurally sound, and no additional work outside of the head walls or end treatments on either the inlet or the outflow end. A second option is a slip line that's done with HDPE, high density polyethylene pipe. This is slipped into one of these pipes. It has a cage around it, for lack of a better description, that's referred to in the construction industry as chairs. And then the void between the outdated, possibly going to fail pipe, and the HDPE is filled with a high pressure grout, and that high pressure grout takes the place of the structural component. There are some of these that the slip lining with the concrete pipe is relatively unchallenging, and we'll address those as we move forward. There are others that we're going to face some challenges, and so we're asking for the funding to get support from an engineering firm to show us what we need to do and where with the ones that we're uncertain about. This is currently shown in this year for design and part of the construction to be safe, and based on some of the challenges we're facing, this is now going to be in an outlying year for the completion. Again, this is the Desert Vista Park crosswalk. This is on Saguaro. What this will do is install a marked crosswalk with lighting and flashing LED lights that you'll push the button when you get ready to cross the street that will allow people to cross safely from the south side of Saguaro to the north side and enjoy all the amenities of the Desert Vista Park. This is a new one here, and when I say new one, about 12 years ago, this was in the CIP, and the town applied for and received a HISSUP grant, Highway Safety Improvement Grant. And the grant was to replace the blunt ends on the ends of our guardrail, that is what that is, with a more modern attenuator. The difference is a blunt end is just that. The attenuator is a device that slides down the guardrail when struck by a vehicle and kind of turns the guardrail into a spiral and keeps it from penetrating or entering the object that struck it, or more importantly, going out onto the road. Excuse me. We discovered during that time frame that the guardrail that we had did not meet the minimum requirements of the Federal Highway Administration because it was too short. And so we immediately scrambled and asked to be able to use that HISSUP funding for other things. And we were successful. And when I say we, the former administration, the town engineer, public works director, they worked to secure that funding to change our traffic signals from incandescent to LED, and also utilize a large portion of it to upgrade all of our stop signs from either a lower grade engineering to high intensity prismatic reflective sheathing. So that funding was spent. We also discovered at that time that the jurisdictional agency, that's ADOT, they're the ones that set our guidelines, did not set a mandate for changing the guardrails immediately. It takes about 10 years, believe it or not, for a government to get all of the data collected. And once all of that was collected, their direction is this. If you make substantial changes to your roadway and your roadway section, then the roadside barriers, which is a technical term for a guardrail, need to be updated to the most recent AASHTO standards at that time. So what we would like to do is ask the council to approve some funding for the areas that will be impacted. And primarily, I should note, the guardrails on Palisades between Shea and Sunridge Canyon are the ones that we are concerned about the most right now. The guardrails down on Shea between the Beeline and the Scottsdale border are already in compliance because they were installed as part of our grant project to widen or make improvements to that. And at that time, those changes were made. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but they're also going to be covered in future Prop 300 and 400 funding moving forward to change those. So again, this is a short segment on Palisades and then a short segment on McDowell Mountain Road at Milepost 2. A lot of information. Anybody have any questions?
I just have a question about if anybody needs, thought maybe we'd get through the Capitol, but we're not going to be able to. So if you want at some point to take a break, let me know, please.
Mayor, I think that's a really good point. Maybe just right after the next item, after Rachel does it, her presentation, we could take a break.
Sounds
if
good.
that's okay.
Thanks.
Ma'am,
Justin. So, can you hear me here?
I think you can. We just need to make sure that it's on.
It doesn't matter. That's okay. This is a new project proposed here. It is the start of what we're considering a multi-phase project or multi-year. You'll note that it's an F number because it is a facility. It's not out in a park, but it is definitely an effort that both Justin and I have been kind of taking a deep dive into to take a look at what we can do for our community center. You'll note we have this item further down on our agenda today where we will get sort of into the weeds to talk about what this number encompasses. But essentially, our community center is roughly 20 years old, and it's time to start looking at some updates and improvements at that facility. Justin, this one's you.
Mayor, I think to your point, this would be a really excellent point to take a break.
Oh,
So
I skipped right over that.
let's be back in about 8 minutes. Okay, everyone, you were very good on your 8-minute break. So on that note, we're going to go ahead and continue. We're going to try to speed things up a little bit. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Weldy to continue with the presentation. Mr. Weldy?
Thank you. This one right here serves two vital, important roles. The first one is to eliminate the chicane or the dog leg in the driveway off of El Lago into the shared parking lot with the community garden and the library. The second one is, with this relocated, should the future show that we need to relocate part of the garden, the majority of the infrastructure will already be addressed.
And let me just add that the redesign, based upon moving the garden, is if and when we were able to build the Discovery Center.
Correct.
A question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Alan, does that mean that the Discovery, has nothing to do with the Discovery Center? It's just what we're doing in town?
Well, ultimately, it'll have something to do with the Discovery Center. And Grady, you took a look at it. Why don't you comment on this?
This came up a few years ago. We have some drainage issues in this area because of the flows that we have. Also, it's always been a problem in terms of the way when cars come into the parking lot, they're kind of doing a swerve. And so it's just not a really good setup. So what we're trying to do is relocate the entry into the driveway to be actually a straight on into the parking lot rather than a swerve. This has two benefits. One is to actually help address the drainage issue. The second part is ultimately this area can be reclaimed by the community garden at some point in the future if and when the Dark Sky Discovery Center comes through. But this is not for the Dark Sky Discovery Center. This is something we need to address in any case, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering when I saw this, if any way we could tie it into the Dark Sky Center, because the garden's going to be moved, and have them help pay for some of this. But I guess it's completely, you're saying it's a completely different thing.
So what Alan's saying, and Alan's a board member of that entity, is that they have an understanding, and this was shared with the council a few years ago, that if and when that Discovery Center goes forward, all the beds that they have and anything that they have structural, like they have like a gardening shed and all that that's going to be shifted and moved will be at the expense of the Discovery Center and not the town. But this is something that we think very strongly will help with some of the drainage flows that we have in this issue, and also help with the access to the parking lot. We also, at one point, were looking at this being a park and ride location, and that was originally identified back several years ago before we decided to put the bus bay on La Montana. So this has been like a kind of a long-term idea that we've had, and this is something we think is the timing is right to address it now.
Peggy, also, I've had pedestrians in the past before with even talking about the Discovery Center saying that they thought that was not an easy way to get in.
And I'll just add a little bit more to this. This currently is a very narrow drive that has a 90-degree turn, and we have several vehicle-on-vehicle and vehicle-on-pedestrian conflicts in this area, especially if there is a larger vehicle trying to enter or exit. It'll also serve great value in the future for our special events, because it allows a better line of sight and more control of the area. You're welcome. This one right here is also a new project. The proposal here is to just simply open up the shared parking lot between the sheriff's office driveway and Park Place to allow traffic to flow in and out of the avenue. This will serve to reduce, hopefully, the number of vehicles that cross through the sheriff's office driveway simply because they don't agree with the do not enter signs. And also, it'll be an opportunity for additional parking in relation to the businesses on the avenue, where they can pull in here and park and walk that short distance.
You know, the crosswalk there's no issue with it being so close. I talked to Grady a little bit about that.
Since the parking lot traffic will have a stop sign, we believe that the vehicle on pedestrian conflicts will be minimized because all the road rules will still apply in regards to starting and stopping for pedestrians in that crosswalk.
So are you going to take out all those parking spaces there then, or?
No, sir. We would eliminate the two currently that are shown as ADA, shift them to my right into the gravel area, and the drive aisle will be consumed by that area there. The other ones, there will certainly be challenges occasionally in regards to entering and exit for people that are backing out, but we believe it'll be minimized.
I don't want to open any old wounds or anything, but it just seems weird that wasn't done originally. I don't know who's, I don't want to pin blame, but now we're spending this to correct it, so.
The good news on this is that the parking lot was never paid for by the town. It's our town property, to your point. I could never understand with this parking requirement that we had for Park Place, this was needed for them to meet their commercial parking lot, or I'm sorry, their mixed use or the retail and restaurant needs for the ground floor of Park Place. The issue I see is that people don't know about this, and so they just drive right by and they don't know how to get to this parking lot. And you see it when you come to the town for events, that this lot is completely empty. So it was never intended that this would be an empty lot. It's supposed to help meet their parking requirements, and nobody is really able to park there because they don't know that how you access it. So it was, I think it was to your point, Councilmember, I think it was something that was an oversight that should have probably had a access point to that parking lot.
Yeah, and hopefully too, this will eliminate more the traffic cutting in front of our doors right out here. You know,
Yes.
on the little, not a U-turn, but the curve thing there, so.
This is an ongoing multi-year. You'll note that we will be asking for additional funding as we have discovered over the years that we simply do not have the funding to do all the work necessary in 1 year for the cameras that are needed. This is the Four Peaks Park upgrade. This, and what was this one for, Rachel?
This is the second to last year on the Four Peaks Park upgrades. We've been working on this for a number of years. This next round of funding will help us finish out what we're doing on the south end of the park. So that's the area between the Boys and Girls Club and the former school, or EVIT, if you will. We have a number of upgrades that are going in there. We'll be finishing that out. We'll be finishing with some additional amenities, whether they are, if we can figure out how to do a ramada with the funding, we would like to do some shaded area, picnic areas over near the playgrounds, additional upgrades to the ball fields, and kind of finish out the vision of that park. So that's what this funding would go towards. This is a new proposed project. Our splash pad is entering, I believe it's its 13th season this year. It is a very well-used, very well-loved amenity that is showing its wear and tear. We have taken some steps to upgrade some of the filtration in it. However, the above-grade amenities that you're looking at there, they are showing their age. Their replacement is very difficult. A number of amenities are showing leaks or things like that. And if you note, they're all cemented in. You cannot get below grade on them. This was one of the first splash pads in the state, actually, and it was built to standards at that time. Splash pads have come quite a long way since then, to where now you can do things above grade so that if there are issues, you can address them without taking down the whole system. But it's time for us to start looking at replacing our splash pad, given that it is the only public cooling space, if you will, without having a pool or other things here in our community.
Do you recall what the original cost was?
It was a shared cost. It was a shared project with Rotary.
Right.
And I want to say it was in the neighborhood of around $250,000 for our contribution. A lot of things were contributed in kind. However, a number of things don't meet standards any longer, so we would need to upgrade a number of things. We've also considered expanding the footprint of what the splash pad is now to maybe increasing it with a renovation.
I'm just looking at $860,000, which seems like a lot. Seems like might be more than it cost originally.
I'm sure it is, yeah.
It's kind of like, if you look at our freeway system, it's always costing more to go back into the renovation and maintenance mode than what they originally cost to build these highways. I do want to let you know that both Rachel and I did meet with the Rotary leadership to see if they would like to be a participant or a partner on this. And they told us that their philosophy, and I'm a Rotarian, so I know this to be true, that their philosophy is to do capital improvement projects and not maintenance. They consider this to be maintenance. They like to do what's called one and done, which is build something and then walk away, and then that's up to us to maintain at that point.
So are we talking renovation or replacement? Because I heard both words. So the newer ones you see has that spongy material. I mean, is the 860 design and renovation, or is, what exactly are we looking at here?
The 860 would be all in. So it would be a complete removal of this. Because it is a concreted surface, all of that would have to be removed in order to excavate everything, remove all of old thing, and then replace with new. And then, yes, we would like to look at an upgrading
New
pouring,
fixtures.
if you will, or surfacing system, so that it's safer and it's more consistent with today's standards.
And do you know if the filtration and the tank and all that, would that need to be all changed out too, or you don't know yet, or?
I don't believe the filtration, we just upgraded to a UV filter system, so that should be sufficient for our needs. We'll need to work with our vendor to find out if we need a larger storage tank for the water. But again, a lot of that will depend on how big of a system we have, if we do make an expansion, things like that.
And then do you anticipate all this being able to be done over the winter months, or?
In an ideal scenario, if this is approved, we would like to get contracts in place before council takes their summer break, so that we can begin this process as soon as the splash pad closes for the season. So the splash pad generally closes mid to late September, and we would like to begin construction quickly thereafter. In order to do that, we just need to have our contracts in place and all of the orders placed and supplies in and all of that. So we're trying to make sure we have enough lead time so that we can begin this fall.
What's the useful life of, how old is the one that we have there now?
About 13 years.
13 years? And is that the projected lifespan of it, or hard to say?
That's a great question. It's hard to say. Our splash pad has a very large user window, i.e. it's open April through September. A lot of amenities are only open kind of Memorial Day to Labor Day. We do keep ours open longer, which our community appreciates. We get a lot of feedback about that because it does get hot in April. That being said, it also gets a lot more use than a traditional splash pad because it is the only piece of its kind in our community. So it does get quite a bit more wear and tear than what I would say a normal one does. So generally speaking, probably 10 years is probably a good life estimate for something like this.
And I know that you and Grady talked to the Rotary. Is there any other organizations that might want to help us?
Not that we would certainly be open to it. If there's another group out there that would like to be part of this project.
Would there be any grants available for this type of a project, do you think?
Good question. Something we can certainly look into. Obviously, if there's a grant out there that is applicable, whether it's for water conservation or youth-oriented, something of that nature, we can certainly look into that.
This is something I just want to make very clear, though. We've been sweating this out and I hate to use the term sweating out, but we've been sweating this out the last couple of years for failures. We've had a number of failures with this, and we make these Band-Aid type repairs. So we're like, knock on wood, hoping we can just get through this summer season on what we have now. The longer we wait to try to get some additional sources of funding, which I think is great, it may delay us getting it done in time for the next season after this one. So that's the downside. We did at least make the effort with Rotary. I believe that was about a year and a half ago or so. And there are grants, but the grants usually are for new time or new amenities, not a whole new renovation of an existing. But we're going to look out there. We'll definitely see if there's something else out there. The key that I want to just hone in on is we are going to go with the spongy surface that That typically doesn't have a longer life, but it is safer and will probably prevent having serious accidents with falls from children. We're also looking at,
Easier to replace, I would think, too, right?
yes, and then the other thing that we're looking at is each of the water features will be modular, and we'll have multiple modular replacements that we'll have on hand, so when we have a failure of one, we'll have one that we can put and screw right back in to replace it. So this is going to be a completely different approach than what we have currently, and I think it's going to be longer term, a better way to go.
And I'll remind you, last year, we did, obviously, when we look in the future, we're not hard approving things, but we did have $550,000 budgeted for next year for this. So this is not, like you said, we've been watching it for a long time, so thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. A couple of quick things I wanted to point out is CSAC actually, or when I was on CSAC, I assume they still do, they actually have a group, a subcommittee that is doing nothing but looking for grants. So they're actively looking. We just need to let them know if you see water conservation type things, then maybe they can bring them up to you. The second thing I wanted to point out, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but this is kind of the downside of these donation things, is a lot of times they consider it one and done, and we don't project, okay, well, this thing's going to fail. How are we going to be able to renovate it, replace it, whatever? I don't have a resolution, just pointing it out that it kind of stinks that this happens, but yay, thank you for this new fabulous piece of equipment. We just need to be prepared, tossing some money aside, because we know one day we're going to be stuck replacing it or fixing it.
It's a good point, and I just want to let you know, when we do have those situations, we do include these in our replacement fund, or I should say our reserve fund. But in the case of, the items that you're mentioning, I know the last couple of years, people with different organizations have offered to do this or that for the town. And I think at the time that council makes a decision, staff needs to do a better job of analyzing that in the risk section of like a staff report, so that the council's aware that this is going to be on us to maintain in perpetuity. And that's what the organization or the group that's wanting to donate is expecting.
And I just wanted to point out too quickly that, we just approved some money to replace some of the playground equipment over there. And of course, this park gets a lot of out-of-town visitors, and with kids, they naturally gravitate to the playground. But I think this amenity in particular is used quite heavily by locals and by local families, because they know it's there. And if you're just coming out to see the fountain, you don't always know there's a splash pad per se. But this is heavily used by our families here in town, so all in favor of doing what we can to replace it.
Glad you mentioned that, Mike, because if you look at neighborhoods and towns on cities bigger than ours, they've got developments that actually have their own splash parks and things like that. So we are really appealing to the entire community with this.
Next up is the Desert Vista Skate Park lights. This was one that we've actually had in the CIP for a number of years. We'd like to continue to include it. As Councilwoman Grzybowski mentioned, we are actively seeking grants. We have applied for a grant in the past for lights for our skate park. Essentially, our skate park isn't lit, which means in the summertime when it's really hot, what's the best time to skate would be at nighttime. Can't do that because we don't have lights. In the winter, while it's lovely during the day, it gets dark early. We'd like to extend the usability in the cooler months into the evening as well. All of that being said, we did go for a grant. It was denied at the time. We would still continue to look for that grant. And we believe that an associated project, the Desert Vista Crosswalk or the Saguaro Crosswalk, would help our case with this in order to show the connectivity so that folks can get to the park and this amenity and show the connectivity to the adjacent neighborhoods. So we believe that that would strengthen our grant options here. Next up is the Avenue Linear Park event receptacles and pavers. This is our park, our front. This is our park out here on the Avenue of the Fountains. You probably noticed that we have where all of the power boxes are when we have events and when we have lights and fairs and whatnot. They were installed, and they are a good target point for irrigation and other pet walkers and things like that along the avenue, and they have begun to show some deterioration and need replacement.
And if I may, and without getting into a lot of details here, these are hot dipped, galvanized, the existing ones, and based on the cut sheets that we received, we believed, and the manufacturer agreed, that these would last considerably longer than they have. Unfortunately, the elements we didn't anticipate in regards to the users of this linear park. In this proposal, we would also like to note that it's going to be for lack of a better description, a reclaimed product, a composite material. And we're also going to bump out the pavers in these areas. And there's good news here in regards to this. We have salvaged all of the pavers from all of the projects that have either removed or installed, and we've stored the additional ones off-site. So we have the pavers that actually match this. So when this project is completed, the pavers will blend seamlessly in with the existing ones there.
Are you going to keep the same concept, though, with the receptacles and the spider boxes, that kind of thing? Or,
Correct.
Okay. Because that seems to be working pretty well for all these events, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the issues then that increased the deterioration has to do with pets, right? Is that what you were saying? The users?
Correct.
Okay, so that goes into another item that we've talked about in the past, which is, enforcing, or however best we can get the message out about this, because we've noticed on all the tables out there, obviously, anything that's elevated, the fountains, and in neighborhoods and mailboxes and everything, so I don't really know what you do about that, except for, we have curb your dog kind of stuff, but,
Well, I do want to let you know on that same front, Rachel and I have talked about, we have an IGA that came back with the animal control services, and they're the ones that, in addition to handling dead animal pickup, they also help us on spot enforcement as requested. She's asked for additional services to see if we can do more enforcement, to see what that might cost. So I think we're still waiting the
Actually,
costing on that.
I did get a response back. They will do essentially scheduled sweeps, if you will, at around $800 a session.
Okay.
What I'm not clear on is how long the sweep covers. Do they just come out to one location? Are they here for several hours? I'm trying to get a little more detail on what that scope actually is, but they do offer that service. Of course, it's at an additional cost.
But it's a problem because, you could just look out the town hall windows and you see it every hour going on. So it is a problem, and I think in addition to having the enforcement, we need the signs and try to go after people to ensure that they're, being respectful.
and maybe it's also education, or however we put it, because the volume, I don't think people realize it, but when you're there, and again, other places in town too, and then you look at property that is being damaged, then I think it's an issue that is worth looking into.
This picture makes me laugh. We've come a long way in our playgrounds. And actually, Councilman Charno kind of touched on this, is that a lot of people come to Fountain Park to use the playground. It is a very popular playground. I was here the other night talking with you about replacing a section of the playground that had been damaged. What we would like to look at doing is continuing that effort to replace the other side of the playground, if you will. So we talked about our 2 to 5 year old, which is what we approved the other evening. The other half of the playground is our 5 to 12 year olds, our big kids. Those guys do a bit more damage than our littles. So we would like to begin the process of replacing that playground and upgrading that playground probably this fall. In an ideal scenario, it would coincide with our splash pad so that everything kind of is ready to go. But the idea here is that we would like to expand the footprint of our existing playground. Fountain Park is the most heavily used. It is the most heavily trafficked. It is used year-round. We would like this to be our signature playground in the town.
Are you thinking a design concept like this picture?
That's kind of what I had. It'll be very retro. We actually do have a design concept that when we do our presentation, when we do our CIP meeting later in March, we'll get into that a little bit more, but it actually has a signature element that would be potentially the first, I believe, in the United States. If not Arizona, I believe it's in the United States, because we've only seen pictures of them installed in Canada. Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, that's what I thought. So we have some great ideas, but the idea here is to begin that upgrade process.
This will be a big revenue generator for the hospital.
I was thinking the pizza place nearby, but okay, I see that too.
Thank you, Rachel. This next one right here, and again, this is in the outlying years, this would be our contribution to be able to spend almost $2.7 million in funding from a grant to finish a section of Shea. We have two options. One of the options, and both of them are eastbound, is this section between Palisades and Fountain Hills Boulevard. The second one is Fountain Hills Boulevard down to Technology. Again, we're in next year asking for the funding to pay for the design, and they will more closely show us which one of those segments we can use. But this is our matching, or rather our small contribution to help facilitate that construction of that section of Shea.
Grady, this is the one, we had submitted 13 items to MAG. We had 5 that were for roads. 2 of them kind of made the cut, and we're appealing one other. Isn't this one that made the cut? The widening, Shea widening?
It is, in fact. And we also had a commitment years ago from Maricopa Association of Governments for funding this through the Prop 400, but we didn't spend the $400 in the period that we were expecting. But we did do at least the design concept, which Justin talked about earlier, to estimate what it costs to widen this. So you're absolutely correct, Mayor.
Question on that. Is this needed, or is this an anticipation of increased traffic flow in the future?
It's a little bit of A and B, sir. It is currently needed, and the anticipation shows that it'll certainly be needed in the future for the traffic flows through the Shea corridor.
Maricopa Association of Governments, they do modeling for both air quality and also traffic volumes, and 20 years ago it met it, 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, MAG had modeled this for traffic volumes and also helped mitigate air quality issues, and it met it 20 years ago as a priority.
Grady, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't this like the last segment of all the way from the west to the east? So that was one of the reasons I think that it was supposed to be in Prop 400, which ran out of money, but
Yes,
I think
it
we're
is
gonna
the very
get
last.
this.
In fact, we did use the money from MAG to do what we did. Originally, it was not as wide as it is now 20 years ago. And so we did a lot of the widening, but we kind of took a little hiatus from this, and we're trying to get back and try to get it completed.
I think it's critical to note that with little exception, 90% of the Shea corridor funding was provided through grant funding, and the town was 10% of that over the last 20 years. And these are the last 2 little pieces to bring that to the ultimate build. On this one right here, the town manager and I have excellent news. We were originally approved for a grant on this, and we asked council for this last year, of about a little bit more than $2 million to do sidewalk infill on Saguaro, basically between Kiwanis and Fountain Hills Boulevard. And we were approved for that grant, and our portion of that was approximately $300,000 to pay for the design. Under the direction from the town manager, we applied for closeout funding. We received that funding, and so our $300,000 portion for this design is now reduced to $16,000, which is great news as we move forward. The rest of
Justin, I
the,
want to clarify, that wasn't 300,000 for the design, that was 300,000 for the project, correct?
well, no, the $300,000 was for the design, so we had to pay for the design, and then the grant would pay for the construction. So our portion of that $300,000 has been reduced to $16,000, which is, there's two bits of good news here. The second one is, as a result of that additional grant funding being provided, now the design goes into the ADOT purview. And so there's a lot of staff time not required in regards to that design. This is the next phase. Should we meet the warrants at this intersection that we're going to be asking for a contract for very shortly, this would be the design. And the design portion of it would show us what we're going to need to plan for in the future for construction costs. This is the intersection of Palisades and Eagle Ridge / Palomino. That was the end of the 21-22, depending on the direction the council goes as we move forward here. The cost is $4.4 million for those projects.
Mayor? We've had nothing, as far as I know, but positive comments about the roundabout. And we have another location that I think is pretty difficult. And that is the intersection of Saguaro and Avenue of the Fountains. I'd like to see us consider the cost of design for something like that. And my understanding is that a few years ago, we actually did some kind of design or something like that. Does that sound correct?
As part of the SWABAC and then a follow-up to that, an engineering firm did provide some concepts for the Saguaro corridor from El Lago to Palisades, including modifications to the avenue and Saguaro.
Well, I'd like to see us include in potential projects the cost of a design for something like that.
If the mayor and council are fine with this, there's no decision being made right now, but we'll come back in March with a little bit more of a further refined as to what that engineering cost might be for next year, because this is usually never done in 1 year. And at least the council can make a decision whether they want to go forward with that or not. So we'll go ahead and put this on as a decision item for you to consider at the March CIP meeting.
Thank you. This is maybe not even for today, but it would be if it's a later item, but we talk about the Parks Master Plan. I know 3 years or so ago, the council was considering an overlook in that area, which would be at the end of Avenue of the Fountains, as sort of finishing up an amenity for that area. Obviously, this downtown specific plan that was approved by the council in '09 does have a roundabout at the end, also talks about the connectivity between Avenue of the Fountains and through Saguaro and to the park. And then we were talking about the sanitary district earlier, obviously, when they did the restrooms, which was a wonderful joint project, they all have one more to go. And so they're also looking into what they could possibly do for that last, I forget what you call it, control room, I guess, or so. And so this kind of comes into maybe 3 different areas: parks, this downtown master area specific plan, and roads. The roundabout that we just did, which has 4 segments to it, this one would only have 3 and could be easily adapted to that. So I appreciate that this is something that we're willing to talk about, but maybe bring it into some of the stuff that I think even David and Jerry talked about. Why don't we have this, this entire park be what it is? And so I think it's good for us to look at that and to talk about these things, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
And I know that about 3 years ago, I think, we got a design for an overlook, and I think they wanted to pave it with gold. It was incredibly expensive, and we just dismissed it out of hand. But if we're part of a bigger project, then it might very well make sense.
Yeah, this is great because this would be something maybe the sanitary district and the town could actually be partners on. So we'll come back in March with some revised estimates because that was about 3 years ago, I believe, when this was proposed. Maybe it was 4 years ago.
And I'd also
So-
wanted to mention that, along with that, because it's in your purview, Justin, is to make Saguaro have on-street parking, which was always part of this downtown area specific plan, and that either, I think it would be diagonal or whatever, so that would lead into, again, a one-lane roundabout, which is always the most important part about keeping it simple and safer, so thank you.
The next few sheet.
Oh,
go-
excuse me.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to what was just said. I just, I know a roundabout at that location's been talked about long time over the years. It was one of the reasons the original $30 million bond project for street improvements years ago was turned down. And I just don't want to jeopardize anything with a bond package in 2022 for rest of our streets if this gets to be controversial. So I just wanted to throw that out there in terms of something to think about.
Well, I am going to say something about that, because when that bond when that bond package failed, and they did the postmortem, as they say, of all the comments, that there were some, but that was not a huge part of it.
The next few sheets. The next few sheets are the outlying years from 2022, 23, and beyond. These are the basic projects that are multi-year, the miscellaneous drainage, Golden Eagle impoundment area, Phase 2 of the Panorama storm drain improvements, the townwide stormwater infrastructure and rehabilitation, the community center improvements, sport field lighting, the ongoing multi-year video surveillance cameras, Four Peaks Park playground upgrades. The next one is a new one, but it has been on the horizon for some time. This is the Sunridge Park. All right. And the next one is our projected cost, should we meet the warrant and the design go forward, for a traffic signal at Palisades and Eagle Ridge Drive. Sir?
Is this to keep Justin employed situation?
No, sir, it is not. Again, if those projects, we move forward, the funding needed for that is $3.8 million for 22-23. This is the 23-24. Once again, we have the miscellaneous drainage ongoing, the townwide storm water ongoing, community center improvements ongoing, the sport field lighting, and the video surveillance cameras. Four Peak, yes, sir?
A couple of these, aren't a couple of these mentioned in 21-22?
They are.
Then they're ongoing in what sense?
Multi-year, it's a multi-phase to divide the funding up over several years to move forward.
I see, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Four Peaks Park playground upgrades. The next one is also a new one, but it's been on the horizon, the Sunridge Park. Guardrail replacement townwide. If those projects are selected and no other projects are added as we move forward, the cost for that will be about 2.6 for FY 23-24.
And I assume that when you come up with these totals, you're factoring in inflation?
We do put in an escalation factor in each one of them, and we're basing it on today's cost with that additional. It should be noted that the true cost oftentimes for some of these will not be known until we open the bids right here in this room. This is for the fiscal year 24-25. Again, the miscellaneous drainage, the townwide stormwater infrastructure, community center improvements, and the video surveillance cameras. Also the guardrail replacement and the townwide stormwater infrastructure rehabilitation.
I'm sorry. The community center improvements, what's the total for all the community center improvements? So this is, you're funding it over a period of years. Then do we have a total for what all of it would be?
We actually have a item a little bit later today where we'll go into the different totals, and it's really going to be dependent on how the council would like to, what direction they'd like to go, if they would like to see some of the proposed changes, and to what scale. So it could be up to, I want to say it was 1.2 million in totality, if we decide to do all of the recommendations, and that's really going to be part of the discussion later.
Because you've got almost 500,000 in 24-25. Okay, thank you.
The projected cost with the escalation in for 24-25 is just a little over $1 million for those projects, if no others are selected moving forward. This is the 25-26 fiscal years. The drainage, once again, reappears, the townwide stormwater infrastructure, and the community center. The funding to date is approximately $350,000 for FY 25-26. This is the 26-27. Again, the miscellaneous drainage and the townwide stormwater infrastructure. It should be noted that for this year and this far out for the 5-year horizon, there are certainly things that are going to come about that we're going to need to tackle. However, based on right now, and we may have some additional information in March, I cannot guarantee or deny that, but right now, the FY 26-27 shows about $200,000 for projects that we have had for the outlying years for capital projects for right now.
Okay, this is a
Pull the
great.
plug.
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
No, I said someone pulled the plug.
I
So-
have no idea what happened.
So this is a great point to go ahead. If there's no other further questions, we will be having a much more detailed standalone workshop in March, and that will be a point where you can actually make decisions. It will be a special meeting. So if there's anything in the capital improvement program that you wish to make changes to or take out, you'll have that opportunity to do so in March.
I want to
So-
mention that, so I just did like a quick from last year when we went up to 24, 25. And the total of everything, of what we just went through, you know, I know obviously we're going to add things. We might need the liner by then, by 26, 27. But it's almost $15 million less than what we had in here last year's budget for future capital improvement. And a big part of that obviously is the liner. That sport field was almost $2 million, which we won't do if we don't have the funding. We had extra set aside for other items, and then including we had $500,000 for contingency. So while looking at that year after year is sort of a freak out moment, I decided, that's why I looked at last year's and what we actually looked at last year, and the total for each year requested is quite a bit lower. And so that's something to keep in mind. And it's always good to remember what we saw and to look at historical reference when we do these things. David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You want an early vote on the stoplight? I'll just say no.
On the light?
Yeah, it's a no. But anyways.
Just that though? I'll take it.
I'm a big proponent on, when we spend money, we make money back. And obviously, the huge amount of money that we've spent on the ball fields, the 700,000, we have rented 77,000 in rental fees that we've collected. What I would like Grady as well as Rachel to get together along with Kevin, when I first got on the council, I always thought it would be a good idea to possibly make the soccer field a tournament level soccer field so that we could rent it out. Once again, spending money to make money. So if we could, now that we're going to spend that money on the crosswalk there, and Rachel tells me hundreds of people use that daily. If we could look into, I know she does. Believe me, I know she does. If we could look into possibly, as a future expenditure, to get an idea of what it would cost to get the field up to tournament level so that we would be able to rent that. I suppose if we spend money and then we can rent it, make money, get people into the town. Soccer's very popular. Get people into the town and then they'll go to restaurants and everything else. So if we could just, I see all these future expenditures, and thank God I won't be here in 25 or 26, so I won't have to deal with all the press that'll come from that. But if we could look into that, I think it would be a
We will
good idea to
definitely do
just
that.
get a number of what we're looking at.
We will definitely do that.
No, that's a good idea. Agree with that. And I think we have to keep in mind too, that just about any capital improvement project, our parks, the splash pad, community center, other communities that have pools and such, I mean, it's always good to make money, but it's always something that you're basically subsidizing year to year in terms of support for the community and the people that live here and our tourists and stuff. So I know, there's a lot of numbers being thrown out here, and I just have to keep in mind that all of our amenities, basically, we have to subsidize to some degree or another. And then the only other thing, maybe someone could take 30 seconds, and I know we're going to dive into it much greater depth in March, but quickly summarize how capital improvement projects are funded, because, it's not like we're necessarily taxing the community to
Sure.
pay for this stuff. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good point to clarify.
So there's a couple sources of capital improvement. Well, there's many sources of capital improvement funding. So basically, we use development fees. So growth pays for growth. So anything that we need to put in as a result of like the parks you saw that were proposed, that would be primarily funded out of the development fees. The other aspect of this is we have construction sales tax that goes into the capital fund. And then we also have a policy, a council policy that states that at the end of the year, if there's any surplus, that goes into the capital fund. David, I know I'm just kind of brushing through this pretty quickly, but do you want to just kind of clarify again where the funding sources are for the capital fund?
Sure. So the first one that you mentioned was development fees. We had included that. That's a committed classification fund balance, right, that we looked at 3 different funds, one for fire, one for streets, one for parks. Parks has been in place for quite a while and has a significant balance accumulated in that. All of those fees, they have 10 years from the time that they're collected to the time that they have to be spent. We're not in huge need to spend those right away, but I think I think we have about 5 years before we start running into some problems with that time limit. I think the Sunridge Park takes care of that issue. As far as the transfers at the end of the year, we've, with the policy that was adopted last year, we've got the reserves that are kept, make sure that those are whole first. Any council approved transfers for the next year, so any transfers that you approve for fiscal year 22 come out of that unassigned fund balance as far as the excess. And then whatever's left over after that all goes to the capital projects fund. We'll talk a little bit more about that one during the CARES conversation, just to make sure that you haven't forgotten about the CARES Act. As far as TPT, that construction sales tax does go towards the capital projects. Basically, the reasoning behind that is that construction TPT is kind of a one-time expenditure. It doesn't keep happening unless we build a new hospital every year. We're not going to get that same level of TPT. So it kind of goes towards a one-time expense. So that's why it goes to the CIP fund.
And then general fund also makes transfers in addition to if there's a high-level, high-priority project council wants to do, and there may be no other funding sources, the council can appropriate the money into the capital fund. And then finally, I think grants are the other thing.
Absolutely.
So grants are another source of funding for capital projects.
I was just going to mention the grants. While you're up here, I wanted to ask about development fees. So one of the things we talked about, but I didn't see it in here, was a crosswalk over by Avenue to Fountain, on Fountain Hills Boulevard by Palisades. So by Safeway for all the apartments and people going across the street. Also, even the one at Desert Vista, is it possible to use development fee, road money for any of these? Would any of those be considered, or the left turn lane too? Because why do we have so much traffic turning left? So could that be attributable to growth in any way so that we could use development fees for that? And could we use public safety development fees on hardening this building, or when we're going to open up the driveway out to Saguaro? If I know at some point MCSO was talking about securing their parking lot a little bit, or is there room for any sort of partnership with them when it comes to, okay, we'll open up that driveway, but then we're going to help have a more secure building here and a more secure parking lot, and maybe they could be part of that, and maybe development fees could be part of it. So as we move forward, you don't have to answer me now, Aaron, but let's not forget that we do have those, and some of this might be attributable to growth, and we may be able to get a little relief.
Without fully answering your question, we'll take a look at what you brought up. I will tell you that as part of what the council adopted, you adopted an infrastructure improvement plan, which the firm helped us identify all the projects that would be eligible for funding. So long as we're not too far off what's in the infrastructure improvement plan, because that's what the fees are based on and that's what we're charging developers for, then we could probably take a look at it. But we'll have to look at the examples you just gave and see if it is applicable that we can use that funding.
Okay.
Well, that triggered a thought too. I wonder if the driveway extension for this parking lot could come out of the downtown fund too, really, if save a little bit on the capital side, but just a thought.
Jerry?
I wonder if we had any numbers of use of that splash pad, whether that could be any of that could be attributed to growth as well, with more people moving in and more people using it.
So the council member, to your point, the expansion that we were talking about, maybe 10 to 15% of the surface and maybe 1 or 2 of the fixtures could be, and we did get an opinion from the consultant that would be okay. And the reason why I like that idea is that also might help us get our unit costs down overall for the entire project, which saves us on the town side of the ledger. So that is one that we did get an opinion on, and that we could do that.
Mayor?
Thank you. Councilman?
Mayor, I don't know if this is what you're referring to. You mentioned the crosswalk across from Safeway. Will you also should we also include the stacking, increasing the length of the stacking lane? Did you mention that?
That's what I meant by the left turn.
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't clear.
We'll get back on those. I think we're getting a little off track. We do like to, right now, we understand that lunch is here, but I would like to, if you don't mind, we think that the next item, the 2020 CARES Act, I think we can get through this pretty quickly, and then we can break for lunch. And what we're going to do for lunch, it's a little bit different than what we've done in the past. So in order to maintain social distancing, we do have some tables set up. Oh, sorry.
You're all right.
In the patio area. So council members can sit out there, and the staff will just go up to their office areas and eat their lunches.
So just to, put you at ease, this is only a 37-slide presentation, so it should go just like that. No, and don't want to hold anybody up from lunch, but since we had talked about CARES Act quite a bit in the first presentation, I know hopefully most of the big questions got answered during that, but we'll go through these slides real quick. Just a little background as far as the overall act. I'll be fast. I'm by no means an auctioneer, but I'll try and get through these as fast as I can. So the whole act, the CARES Act, was actually passed March 27th, less than a month after we really became aware of the problem. It totaled $2.2 trillion, and it included all of those different programs or aid supplements. As far as Arizona goes, Arizona received $4 billion directly allocated to Arizona. The first direct distributions went to the state and Maricopa and Pima counties, since they had the population over 500,000. And then the cities that received direct disbursements, Mesa, Phoenix, and Tucson. The state received, as part of their direct distribution, $440.7 million. That went to counties, cities, and towns that did not receive direct disbursements. So this was where our portion came from. That was a decision made by the governor. There wasn't any guidance, basically, from the Treasury Department to say so much needs to go to cities and towns. It was basically left up to the states, each individual state. So out of that $440 million, the town actually received the infamous $2.9 million. There was, like I said, this kind of all started earlier in the year, before the end of the fiscal year. And we made a conscious decision not to actually send in our application until the beginning of this fiscal year, just because we didn't want to cross fiscal years. For one major reason is that any municipality, town, county, agency, anybody that receives more than $750,000 in federal funds in 1 year becomes subject to the single audit. So it's a totally separate audit from our annual financial audit. It's basically a compliance audit, and we didn't want to have to do that in 2 different years. So we received our funding on July 5th. So the agreement that the town entered into with the state basically required that entire amount be spent on public safety expenditures. So it paid for 4 full months of our fire invoices and 3.9 months on our MCSO contract. Those expenses would have normally been paid, as said earlier, out of the general fund. So
that must, excuse me,
yeah.
so that must mean that next year, we have a $2.8 million hole?
No. So as far as this year, money that we would have spent out of the general fund to pay for those invoices, we got to hold in the general fund, and everything, those invoices got paid out of the grant fund. So
freed up the money. So
right.
What we would have spent. And we budgeted the full amount in the general fund for public safety. So basically, we have a savings now after expenses of about $2.5 million.
Right. Bottom line. So when we did receive, trying to go back and remember what it was like in July, when we did receive those funds, we weren't sure where we were going. We didn't know what was going to happen with our revenues. We were still kind of in that observe phase, right? we plan to utilize funds to stabilize anticipated revenue loss in case we needed that. Council approved the $300,000 in the business grants, used approximately another $100,000 for services directly related to COVID that were paid directly out of that general government department.
You know, excuse me, do you know how many requests we got for the business grants? Or what the average amount was that we gave out?
I believe the average was 5,000, James?
It's
We could talk about it during economic development too.
Through the mayor, council member, we funded 66 agreements, and it's just slightly less than 5,000. So there were 11 agreements that were between $3,750 and $2,500. The remaining 55 were for the full 5,000.
Great, thank you.
all right. So then the remainder of that, what would be now 2.5 that Grady mentioned, hasn't been allocated, spent, authorized for use for any other purpose. It's basically, you know, we can get complicated, but I'm trying not to. You know, just to remember, we didn't have the budget to spend the full amount of that 2.5 that's in the general fund anyhow, because we had to move some of the budget to the grant fund to pay for the public safety. We could have used, and we would use any of our contingency to spend any money left over. So we basically come back to recommended uses. It's been a lot of talk about one-time monies on one-time things. Basically, the recommendation between Grady and our discussions are that $2 million of that funding would be transferred next year into the streets fund for pavement maintenance, and then $500,000 to the facilities reserve. So that brings you to your favorite slide.
You know, the number of businesses that benefited from this, we really ought to advertise in the Insider or whatever it's called, and let the public know what we're doing, how we're trying to help them.
I'm pretty sure that we had an article already in the Fountain Hills newsletter, so I believe that's happened.
Oh,
And
sorry
I
about
think we
that.
have information on our website as well. So anyway, so this is a question before you, and what we're just trying to get a consensus if this is something you think. I do think that this does the most good for the most people in our community, and it's one-time types of uses for a one-time source of funding. So what's your thoughts about using it in this way?
I know we haven't gotten to the homeless issue. It's coming down later on. But I think that some of those funds we might want to use them for the homeless issue to cut off it expanding anymore in Fountain Hills, because the COVID money is strictly, you know, for the health and welfare of our community. These people have been directly affected by COVID. So I would think we may want to consider utilizing some of those funds to help prevent expansion of homelessness in Fountain Hills. I know we're working with other entities on that, but I'd like to see the town do something itself as well.
So that's a really good point, and I want to let you know that in the presentation that you see later on, there is a placeholder for $50,000. My concern is that homelessness is not a one-time issue, and it's going to be an ongoing, and it's going to take ongoing resources to address it. So it's not that I disagree with what the council members brought up. I think maybe we could find general fund money to kind of do and get at what she's suggesting. There was some other emergency relief for housing and rental assistance that did come through the county that our residents received, as well as also through the Tempe Community Action Program. But it's just, we think that with one-time monies, it might be better to do it this way. And let's kind of see what comes out of the regional process to address, because I do think we're going to be in this homelessness situation for a long time, and I don't think it's going to get resolved overnight.
And I know it could be argued as well that street maintenance is an ongoing cost as well, but given the fact that we're $30 million behind and we're playing catch-up big time, I mean, you could also characterize this as one-time expenses just to trying to get our streets up to the letter grade that we want them to. So I'm not opposed at all to the street issue.
Could I just follow up on that? How much, I see a couple of numbers. How much do we have to expend on streets in the next fiscal year?
So our budget is about $2.5 million that we expend. So this would be to supplement that. Now, we're due for some major preservative treatments of Shea and Saguaro. And my understanding is that we're pushing close to $1.5 million to $2 million just there. So if we were to just use the normal budget that we have, we wouldn't be able to really address streets next year. And
Well-
so this really gets us so that at least $2.5 million net is what we really probably would have to spend on streets like we normally would.
I don't think, we shouldn't underscore or understress what a big problem this is, because the consultants, as I recall, said we needed about $7 million a year. Yeah, and so, well, it's more than $3 million more if we're gonna use $1.5 million, as Grady outlined, because that's not maintenance of the, well, it is maintenance of a sort, but not, you know, not what the public wants to see. And so we have a tremendous shortfall on roads. I don't have a solution. I'm just, you know, bringing it up.
Thank you. Yeah, our next item is going to be the payment management program, but I think I'm getting the feeling that everybody's okay with what we're talking about here. You know, the lake, the eventual lake or other facilities, and then roads. So if everybody's okay, we could take a break until 12:30. Would you like to do that?
12:30 be perfect, and I believe that lunch is set up perhaps already in the lobby. So with your names on your boxes and such, so. So, Mayor, if you don't mind, it's okay. If you don't mind, we're going to try to resume the meeting. David Pock, our finance director, had some answers to the questions that were raised just before the lunch hour, or the lunch. So
Half hour?
I'll go ahead and turn it over to David so we can respond to those questions that we received.
Yeah, so as a follow-up, in between bites of my chocolate chip cookie, which was really good. As far as Councilman Magazine's question about the return on investment that we use, the rate. So for the current year, we use 2.3% as the budgeted amount. It's going to be tough getting there, but we'll, it won't be as high probably for next year. As far as Councilman Friedl's question regarding the online sales percentage, I was able to get that from the Phoenix system, and it was 12.5% of that 4 million, which is about $500,000. So for 6 months. So that's
huge.
It
Keep
was
in
a
mind, we never
surprising
used to
number.
get that, so that's a new revenue.
All right.
Okay. Real quick, so before we get too started, I'm going to catch her off guard. Some of you have met Court Administrator Joanna Elliott. If you could just stand up. So, welcome. She's been with us for about a month, and she is very capable. Came from, I believe, Scottsdale, right? Yes. Had quite a bit of experience in supervision and management over there. So, very fortunate to have her, and she seems to have adapted very quickly and is doing a great job. So, welcome, Joanna.
And when is your presentation?
With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to, we're going to go ahead and talk about a strategy addressing our long-term pavement management program. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director, Justin Weldy.
Thank you, and welcome back. We were fortunate enough that we had 2 different pavement analysis done 10 years apart, which allowed us to see the curve or the degradation curve on it. And we were fortunate to learn that it was slower than we had originally thought it was going to be based on the comparison of the 2. However, it did show us that we have a deficiency. The most recent one was done in 2017 by a firm that we still have contracted, and they have provided to us using their web-based software the segments and super segments that we have selected for paving or pavement management over the last several years. Using that same system and based on direction from the dais, we came back in June of last year and asked for approval of a 10-year pavement management program moving forward. We then came back with some recommendations in regards to the PCI or classification. And we're going to discuss some of that as we move forward here. It's important to note that we have 390 lane miles. It's one of our largest assets that we owned. It's also a vital asset for economic security and safety and commerce as a whole. It's estimated to be worth about $216 million. We spend about $2.5 million annually on our street maintenance activities. The funding comes from gas tax, vehicle license tax, the TPT tax, state shared revenue to the streets is the way it goes there. The gas tax, which is primarily what we refer to as HERF funding, but it's the street fund, it's about $1.7 million, and it hasn't increased in the last 30 years. It's important to know that there is a pie, and while the pie continues to have ingredients added to it, each of the surrounding communities that are growing, they're getting a little bit more of those ingredients. And the town is pretty much staying flat. As we move forward in the future, it's most certainly going to decline. We don't know at what rate or how soon that'll be, but we have to make plans for that. Currently, it remains stable, but these revenue sources have declined relative to street maintenance and the needs for the street maintenance. Due to staffing concerns about the current revenue sources, managing the street system, the town had an evaluation rating of the street conditions for the overall asset value and the cost of maintaining that system. We discussed that briefly in the beginning of this. But what we arrived at, based on direction from the council, was we wanted to maintain a 72 PCI pavement condition index, and that puts us at about a B grade, and that's on all of our arterials. We also were directed to maintain about a 62 PCI for the collector streets. That's about a C. And again, these PCIs are still good condition. If we can strive to maintain these conditions, our road network will be in really good condition. Lastly, the neighborhood streets, which is a 60, which is really a CC minus, but again, still attainable and manageable and reasonable. What we know from the June 2020 council meeting in regards to the desired services that we want to provide is that we currently, based on maintaining the streets at the desired level, we need approximately $3 million more annually in order to maintain the streets in good condition and to prevent major backlog. When I say that, the backlog are the streets that we simply do not have funding to get to. And currently, over the last couple of decades, our backlog has increased substantially. In some of the cases, the backlog maintenance is no longer an option, and most of these are pre-incorporation roads that were not built to our post-incorporation subdivision standards. Yes, sir.
When when the consultants told us we needed $7 million a year, did that include the local streets?
The proposed budget included all of the streets, arterials, collectors, and locals.
So if I may, Councilmember Magazine, so the consultants basically told us at one point that we needed to have approximately $4 million a year just to do our streets and maintain that. So that was part of the primary property tax. Of the total out of the $7 million, $4 million was going to go for streets. We have since had the numbers reevaluated, and it's about $5.5 million that we need to spend per year. So it's the $2.5 million that we currently have in the budget, and then the additional $3 million to be able to do what we need to do. So before it would have been, at the time the primary property tax was considered, it was $4 million plus the $2.5 million to be $6.5 million per year. So it dropped a little bit because we were able to reassess our streets and get the ratings from the council. If we were to all be at a B level, then we would have been spending what we were proposing in the primary property tax to the residents at that time.
So if you take out the neighborhood streets and you talk about arterials and collector streets, do we know how much that is?
Justin, do you have that number? I don't think we have that off the top of our head. We can get that to you, but we don't have it.
We can certainly get that, but when we calculate, we do all of them, putting a priority on the arterials and then the collectors and then the local streets, which they're all a priority. The arterials and the collectors are historically longer and wider, and so they require more funding.
And that's why I asked the question. I think it may be important for us to know what the cost of the arterial and collector streets are and not include the neighborhood streets, because we can't do anything with them right now.
Well, we're doing some work, but not as much as we'd like. It's because of our arterials and collectors generally that are much more to the arterials. They're in pretty good condition because we just had the $8 million spent on Saguaro, and we also did a recent improvement to Shea within the last 5-6 years. 6 years, I think it was ago.
Correct.
So, but we will definitely, by the time this rolls around in March, we'll have that number for you.
The way we sit currently is we simply do not have the additional $30 million in operating revenues to expend on maintaining the streets over the next 10 years and beyond. Without additional funding, the streets will cost more to maintain and the town will fall further behind. And when I say that, we already have a pretty substantial backlog, And we are certainly picking a little bit of that backlog each year so we can minimize the backlog, but we still face challenges moving forward. It is common for municipalities to finance capital projects such as building streets, parks, and other assets through the issuance of bonds. Such financing is tax exempt and has very low interest rates. Bonds would be paid from a secondary property tax. The town of Fountain Hills currently has no debt in regards to bonds. Everything that we had asked the voters for in the past years has now been paid off. As we move forward here, due to the additional $30 million funding needed and required to maintain the streets, staff is recommending council appoint residents to a citizen committee. The citizen committee will meet with staff and the pavement management firm to review pavement management needs and cost for Fountain Hills. After reviewing the needs and cost, the citizen committee will issue priorities and recommendations, including possible financing options, to the town council. The town council will review committee findings and recommendations and consider referring street bonds questions to voters in November of 2022. These are some of the key activities and dates that are important to keep in mind as we move forward.
We don't have to actually go through all these, but this just kind of shows you, from a planning standpoint, what steps we have that we need to do. And probably the most important one, there's two, obviously, the appointment of the council to the committee, members to serve on the committee, and then obviously when they come back to present their findings to the council. So this is basically a pro forma schedule that we put together, assuming this is the direction the council would like to consider. I do want to let you know another way that cities and towns do look at financing their streets is that they will typically have a sales tax that's added, and it's a transportation sales tax. It's dedicated just for streets and or transit. Since we're already pretty high on our TPT or our rate that we charge now, this just seemed to be like a dead on arrival proposal to the council. And again, when we went through the primary property tax process a few years back in 2016, we heard from a number of residents that they would rather have a say on the streets. They'd like to be able to have more of a say rather than us having ongoing revenue coming in to pay for streets. They'd rather kind of do a pay-as-you-go approach on the streets when necessary. So that's what we've kind of come back to you. I think this is a very good solution, that getting the citizens behind this, getting them involved, and having them present to you what their findings are and how to go about financing the needs for the streets.
I think it's important.
Excuse me, Justin.
You're fine.
Looks like we've concluded what they're going to conclude by talking about bonds here and putting something on the ballot. So would they be told that that they can come up with whatever solution that they feel would, be possible? I mean, we're kind of defining it as a bond right here. So are they going to be tasked with deciding if there's any other option for that?
Absolutely. In fact, if they wanted to have the sales tax, maybe it's a combination of both. The only reason why we have this here is time is of the essence to address this. We wanted, if it's decided by the council to refer something to voters in November of 22, we need to start planning and moving forward on this. And when we were before the council last June, the council asked us to come up with the funding mechanism for this. So, I mean, yes, it looks like we're coming to a foregone conclusion, but there's a lot more. Maybe it's not 30 million that would be referred to voters. Maybe it's a chunk of that. Maybe it's maybe they think some of it should be financed and the other part maybe some reserves. It could be a variety of different. That's why there needs to be meetings with the staff. We'd probably also include our financial advisor, so numbers could be crunched. at the meetings so that they can study different options, and then ultimately they can come up with what they think is a plan of attack to address the streets.
Would a property tax have that same November 2022 date of being put out to the voters if that was the conclusion they came to?
I believe when we did this last time in
It
2016.
was in May, right?
It was in May, so I think that we're designated by state law when we can take those types of issues to, for special election, do you recall?
Yes, I can, if you give me just a moment.
We'll research that, but again, we're not trying to get a decision made today, other than to just follow up with the direction that we received from the council last June to come up
I
with
just want to
some
make
funding
sure
options.
that if they come up with a different conclusion, that we know that they have other options. If it would have to be the May before, that would change the timeline quite a bit. If it was the May afterwards, if it was 2023, but then we have, to deal with the lag of the $3 million a year for longer.
Yeah, my understanding, I believe, when this came up last time, that it has to be in an even year. So I think it was in is it 16? When do we, 18?
Grady?
Yes.
If I could step in,
Sure.
if it's a primary property tax, then it would have to go in May. But if it's a secondary property tax, it would have to be in November, but it can be in any year.
So basically bonds. The question
Yes.
of bonds would be in November, which
Yes.
is what we've got
But if
outlined.
they propose a sales tax at all, that has to be done in November of even numbered years.
But our council actually, under our situation, we don't have a charter that requires that to be voter approved. Our council can do that on their own.
It's either, you can take.
They could either refer it or they can actually make the decision. So when we
Talking
have the
about for a
three,
sales tax question, right, Greg?
yes, when we have
Okay,
the
there
310s.
is something in the statutes about sales tax for,
I think it's even years, but it's, again, it's also, they don't make it easy on you to keep it all straight up here, so to the extent we have those
My point is
questions.
just that I don't want this to determine what their conclusion by this timeline or by any of the suggestions, so that they feel like they would come to the conclusion themselves based on what, what's going on during that time and all the other factors that we know can change.
Mayor?
Yes.
No, that's a good point. I mean, if we find out about the property tax issue, if it has to be in May or whatever, maybe we want to appoint that committee earlier, if that's the case, but, because, yeah, we don't want to, I mean, what's the point then? I mean, then what do we need the committee for if we're just telling them, oh, you have to come up with a bond,
Well, but there's a lot left. I mean, how much is this going to be? What streets are going to be the priority? In the past, we've done financing for 5 years. Do we want to do a 10 or 20 year? So there's a lot of decisions that I think that they can make, and I haven't come up with any foregone conclusions as to what a package should be or what the priorities are for the streets. So I hear what the mayor and what you're saying, Councilmember, are, but again, we just want to get this out there so that you could be thinking about it. I like the idea of, obviously, the primary property tax, but last time it failed miserably. I don't know if that's something we want to have the council consider as well.
I think it's important to note that the CARES Act, and we appreciate the funding from all involved. Without that funding this year, our backlog would increase, and the reason for that is we need to do maintenance on the investment over the last 10 years. Primarily, Shea paid for with grant money, and Saguaro paid for with bond money. It's very important that we get the preservative seal on that sooner rather than later, so we don't end up in the situation, especially with Saguaro, that we were in just a few short years ago when we had to reconstruct the entire segment of that road. Any additional questions? You're welcome.
So our next presentation, as it's getting up, is Economic Development Initiatives. James Smith, our Economic Development Director, will be presenting this. He just has something to add. There was some discussion previously about nonprofits and the possibility of them getting in on some money or some grant funding. And while this may not address all of that, he does have an update for you on this as well.
Yeah, thanks, Town Manager. I just wanted to give you guys an update that last week we, actually, February 11th was the deadline for our joint Republic Services Town grant for nonprofits. We actually had a committee that met last week, so we will be awarding about $20,000 to several nonprofits in the coming months. The plan is that council would award that at the April 6th or 7th meeting. I apologize for not having the exact date, but then we also will be receiving, excuse me, another $10,000 from Republic Services in the fall. So our plan is that we would award another $10,000 at that time. So there is a total of $30,000 this calendar year that will be awarded to some of our nonprofits, kind of to sustain some of their operations. And we did make any kind of COVID response an acceptable criteria for applying for the grant. So I just wanted to give that update. So we wanted to start with an update on what is happening at the former EVIT facility, now BizHub, and you've probably heard quite a bit about that in the media and through some communication with Grady. But we just kind of wanted to circle back with you and kind of give you an update on what's happened there. So in 2017, operations started. The school had been closed. The school district entered into an agreement with EVIT whereby they provided some career counseling, but they also kind of took over management of the facility. There was the opportunity for businesses to move in, and we do have the 3 businesses that operate out of there, Bob's Bikes, FTS, which is Fine Timepiece Solutions, as well as Hobnob Catering. So those businesses have been there. The co-working space, while we had been working through issues and trying to get that to work out, that had never really materialized. And one of the real opportunities, I think, going forward is by, while we would certainly like to have EVIT's programs there still, it was just always going to be difficult to segregate people that were there co-working from the students and making sure that that was the operations were segregated. So, from that standpoint, this may provide an opportunity. And with COVID, there's probably more people that are looking for opportunities to work outside the home, to have some space where they can interact with others to the extent that it's possible coming up. So just kind of to recap, when they opened, they had about 24 students. I don't have the exact number, but I don't think they ever got above 40 or 50, and they always had said that like 100 was where they really needed to be. So fast forward to last November, the school board decided to terminate its lease with EVIT. EVIT vacated before the end of the year, and so they had just never reached the student counts that I think that they were looking for. Talked a little bit about the businesses. One of the exciting things that's come out of this is a group called company called the Elliott Group. Will be moving in there March 1st. They're relocating from Oklahoma. They're bringing not only themselves and their family, but 14 employees as well. So along with FTS, we're approaching probably 25 to 30 employees between the two companies. FTS continues to train people in watch assembly and manufacturing. And then, excuse me, the school district is looking at the possibility of providing some career training at the facility. So that's something still to be determined, but there could be the opportunity for that as well. And then just so you get a chance to see, a new logo was designed, and we'll continue to partner with Arizona Business Advisors. The town pays for their consulting services to help with business workshops and trainings, and also they help with recruiting businesses. There's been quite a bit of interest of late. Several businesses have toured the facility, so you know, we're pleasantly surprised and excited about that. Just to the point about community activities, there has been some interest from churches in using the cafeteria on Sundays, and then also some sports leagues using it on Saturdays. So there's hopefully, you know, in a post-COVID world, there's an opportunity for that to kind of be a community amenity as well for some different activities. So with that, I'd open it up to any questions. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move
So James, a little bit about the Elliott Company. Those
sorry?
are really good. The Elliott Company?
Yeah.
So there was like 14 positions?
Yeah, and they are, they train executives and salespeople in the automotive dealership industry. So they're training people at kind of all levels of the organization, and we're very interested in partnering with our hoteliers. So we made introduction to all of them and basically ask that they try to work with the company. The company goes ahead and books the whole itinerary for that person. So they come in for training of several days. So, and then the Elliott Group books the hotel and restaurants and everything for them. So it's really beyond just having those employees, there's really the opportunity for some overnight guests and some benefit to our hoteliers as well.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Off this particular subject, but economic development. Do we have any information on Target Center or any prospects for Target Center, anything like that?
So there has been some interest and possibly some relocation of some of the tenants and some redevelopment in that center. I don't think we're at a point where we can discuss anything further at that point, but there has been some interest in some kind of reconfiguration and some redevelopment there.
It's an embarrassment. It's just there's so many empty stores.
Yeah, we're hoping that we'll be able to come forward with some more details soon.
Quickly on the whole Biz Hub thing, then are you kind of taking the lead on that as far as, you know, the town? I mean, the district just kind of formally approves everything that goes in there, or I'm just wondering how that's all working out in terms of relationship.
So yeah, we're helping with the marketing. Amanda helped with the design of the logo, so we help with that. We help with any recruitment. We make people aware that that's an opportunity if we're talking with businesses, and then Biz Hub is doing the same. The school district ultimately has the final decision of who goes there and what the agreement looks like, but they are considering utilizing some local realtors and real estate brokers to market the space as well. So we're hoping that they'll get the word out about it as well. Okay. And then Grady wanted to talk about the potential for a facade program in at Fountain Hills. I'm already jumping ahead to my last slide. Yeah. Yeah. I apologize. I'm already jumping ahead. So anyways, and some of the newer council members, when I met with you, I know that a concern for all of you, and Councilmember Magazine already addressed this, is the retail vacancies and the appearance of some of our retail space. And so really, you know, a facade program is one way that this could possibly be addressed. And so, you know, just a few ideas about what a facade program is. It's a program that either does a grant or a loan to encourage property owners to invest in the exterior appearance of their property, with the hopes that they'll bring new uses or you know, continue to keep the tenants that they have. They can be in either historic or non-historic districts. We'll talk a little bit about a program that Mesa had. Again, they can be grants or loans. Tempe has more of a program where they kind of have waivers of fees or expedited permits. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So bottom line is they can be structured a lot of different ways. And so we're just throwing out some things today that we can discuss going forward if council chooses to want to move forward with something like this. So some of the benefits of a facade program, I talked about them a little bit. You know, you keep your vacancy rates up, hopefully. You improve the appearance of the center or building. Oh, I'm sorry. You keep your vacancy rate down. I apologize. You improve the appearance of the buildings that you invest in, but hopefully the people around it feel kind of compelled to do that as well. You hopefully increase your sales by getting new businesses or bringing more business to the area. You hopefully bring more intense or active uses. Maybe you improve the users that are in the building through the investment. And then again, you're hoping that you bring more shoppers and more business ultimately. So how these are typically structured, a lot of cities will use CDBG grant funds. For us, that's really not an option because our population is below those thresholds, and we also have a relatively high income threshold, so we would not typically be able to qualify for those CDBG monies. So what can happen is a city or town can seed money into a program, and that can either be grants, or if it's a loan program, you can kind of pay it back with the application fees, with interest income, and then as the funds are paid back, it's kind of a revolving credit, and you can loan that money out again. So those, yeah.
James, I'm excited to hear about this program because we did something like this back in Illinois from the town that I came in, and I know you and I talked a little bit about that. But this seems to me to also be an opportunity to get the chamber involved in possibly. I know we want to do more with them, and maybe it's something that we can collaborate with them and maybe between the two of us co-sponsor this program, and it would be good for them. They might get new members. It'd be good for the town, certainly, and good for your occupancy rate.
Absolutely. Yeah, if it's council's pleasure that we move forward, I would certainly love to involve the chamber as well.
I don't know if you're going to talk about eligibility of the actual businesses or how you'll,
Yeah.
criteria, but just to go to what Alan said, and I don't know, these are like rumors, but we always hear that some of these owners, they raise their rent on purpose. They want to be empty for some accounting
breaks,
reason. And so just as we go forward, if we do something like this, we'd want to make sure that everything was in good faith on who was eligible for this and what the actual return, how that would benefit everybody.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my last slides. We'll talk about some of the things that we would have to think about in terms of structuring a program.
And I know real quick too, Grady, we've talked in the past about our, legal inability to kind of use public monies for certain things. I'm just wondering, if we do grants, how does that factor in terms of, apparently there's ways to do this, which I wasn't totally aware of.
There
so.
are, actually, our attorney spent quite a bit of time with James on this because there have been some suits recently in the valley for not so much this, but for economic incentives that cities and towns might have provided that they probably were really pushing the envelope as it relates to the gift clause. So Aaron's concern all along on this is wanting to make sure that we don't get ourselves into trouble by gifting taxpayer money to pay for these. We would probably try to go through a program where we would have a no interest or very low interest loan program. That way it's really, there's no gift of money, they're actually paying for it. You could structure grants, but you got to be very careful on how you do that. And I think Aaron's researched it, and it's challenging how you could do it.
Mayor, Council, Grady's correct. It is very challenging. Particularly, some of you may have heard that in the last couple of weeks, Arizona Supreme Court just dropped another gift clause opinion that sort of doubles down on this element of making sure that the value that you're receiving in exchange for the funds you're laying out is proportionate and it's not grossly disproportionate. And that has to include, but not include direct benefits, not just not just that we'll get the possibility of increased sales or increased tourism. Those benefits won't count for gift clause purposes. So that's what makes it so challenging to do a grant program or something of this nature. Bottom line is that as we receive council direction, if we do to explore something like this further, we'll want to have probably at least a discussion or two about those legal ramifications.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, the one thing that we're at a disadvantage in Arizona is most states have what's called tax increment financing, or TIF. And that basically means that you can redevelop an area of town, and the increased tax base that you get from that finances the bonds that you may have put in the public improvements or facade program and all that. In Arizona, the legislature has chosen not to have that be something that's legal. So as a result, a lot of these municipalities come up with creative approaches to try to get at the same thing without the tax increment financing to do it. So, and I'm sorry, you were going to say something too, James.
Oh, I was just going to say, to Aaron's point, one of the things that we had structured in our agreements or our program in Chandler was that kind of the but-for test. If the facade improvement was going to result in a new retailer moving into that building, we could make the case that that was sales tax revenues that we would realize that would essentially outweigh whatever we were putting in. So I'm not sure, Aaron, if that still would qualify under the new environment that we're facing. We can move on. Okay.
Well, I do think that, as I said before, it's just becoming an increasing challenge, and so it's something that we'll have to continually evaluate because it's sort of a moving target in this area. It just is.
Right. So just so you have an idea about some of the programs that are available locally or have been available locally, Mesa had really selected a portion of their downtown that had historic preservation that they were interested in. So they had a program that paid up to $50,000 per building, and the owner essentially had to contribute at least 15% of those costs. A lot of these programs are matching that you'll find, so if the owner puts in $20,000, the city or town will put in $20,000. But in Mesa's case, they were only doing up to 15%. In Tempe, they have a citywide program, but because they use CDBG funds for the portion around Apache Boulevard, that's the only portion that can get a grant. And so they will grant up to $50,000 per storefront or $100,000 per center in that part of town. And then, as I kind of referred to earlier, the rest of the program is really kind of some expedited permitting and waived development fees, but not a grant that helps with the construction. So, and another thing, in most cases, national franchises are not allowed. It's kind of, you're trying to help the mom and pops in most cases and bring some kind of unique character. In Queen Creek, they will reimburse up to $20,000. Again, for exterior facing the exterior facing portion of a commercial building. But one thing that's interesting about them, and in a post-COVID world, this could be something that we might want to consider. They will allow the addition of outdoor or patio space for restaurants to add to their building. And then the program that I'm the most familiar with, because I administered it for about 10 years, was Chandler's. So Chandler's very different in that in 2001, they had a new mall open, and they knew that there was going to be difficulty in parts of their town. So they had a facade program for about 8 years. And then in 2009, they changed it to an infill incentive plan, which actually, so they did grants, pretty significant grants for facades. They shifted the focus to actually completely scraping buildings and getting new development on these sites. So it's another thing, the reason I bring it up is it's another thing for council to consider. Do we want to just invest in the look of a storefront, or are we interested in possibly bringing new uses and a complete new look to an area of town?
That,
So-
I just wanted to ask you about that. So let's just take the bowling alley, that's empty, right? So would it involve the town being able to do something with a building, like, say, a teen center or something? Like if that building, you know, was something that we wanted to, this last is what intrigued me. So the focusing on bringing new uses to commercial areas, schools, multi-family. So I know we're going to talk about expanding the community center at some point too, but would that be something that the town could actually be the, I don't know what the right word is, buyer or proprietor or something?
I certainly suppose if we bought the building, but in all these cases, usually the owner has to be the one doing the work. So if we were going to make this an expanded community center or teen center, I think we would probably have to own it under the rules that we would probably put in place. It might be easier for that last bullet for me to give you kind of an example. So there was a former grocery store that had sat vacant for a number of years, and Great Hearts Academies wanted to turn it into a school campus. So the town, or the city, participated in that kind of redevelopment. The multifamily example that I have there was a former Food for Less site and a kind of a serve-yourself car wash. The city partnered on that to completely scrape that site, kind of give them a fresh site to develop, and there were 193 multifamily units built there. So it brought new residents to the area to support the retail that still was there. So that's kind of the example of, instead of just, you know, fixing up the front of the building, you bring in a new use or new people to bring new activity to the area.
Well, and that makes sense because of COVID too, that, and even before that, because of online sales, that things are changing so much that these buildings, and I guess you'll tell us which areas you're thinking about for something like this, would, for schools or for medical, you know, medical tourism or recreational. I know we've talked about having a Spartan training area, which may spur some sort of shops that would go along with that sell that kind of, or you know, who knows. But again, we're looking at a whole nother, you know better than anybody else what we're looking at here. And so the idea of the traditional retail after another, I just think this aspect of it sounds really good. I'm having a little bit of a hard time with the idea of it in, you've got buildings that have really kept themselves up and then doing the right thing, and then you're giving assistance to maybe some others. So the idea that it would be something that would really benefit everybody is very important to me.
Yeah. And I think to your point, Mayor, you know, 10 years ago, Phoenix was one of the most over-retailed areas, and it just continues today. And to your point about more shopping online, we'll probably never need all the space that we have. So, you know, opportunities to redevelop are probably important. So just some of the things that we would have to think about if we were to try to implement this: a funding source, kind of thinking about what the maximum or minimum we would do per project. Again, some of these facade programs are as simple as fixing landscaping or parking lot improvements, those kinds of things, all the way up to complete redevelopment kind of work. So we would need to decide kind of what the focus would be, what eligible areas of town. And to your point, Mayor, we did not come up with any kind of specifics at this point. We would be open to council's thoughts about where they would like to see this focused. And then the eligibility criteria, I think you referred to that earlier, Mayor. The age of the building, kind of the structure. Can a tenant qualify for this, or does it have to be the owner of the building? The types of work that we would allow, the types of uses that would either be there now or could possibly come in the future, and then whether we would allow for that kind of demolition that would enable redevelopment, of course, pending Aaron's approval of us being able to structure something like that. So with that.
Well, I guess just for input, I tend to agree with what the mayor said. I mean, if we're going to do something, I think I too like the idea of if there's vacant buildings or vacant lots that can be repurposed somehow into, you know, multifamily, you know, condominiums type thing. I think that's, and I'm surprised more, you know, commercial property owners aren't looking at that kind of a thing these days, you know, with all the vacancies and empty lots that we do have out here. So, and I think that was, and I was at a meeting on Saturday, and you know, and Jerry had brought up collaboration with the chamber and that kind of thing. And I know Betsy Lavoie, the director, was talking to me afterward, and she's definitely interested in, you know, continued collaboration and more things we can do together between, you know, you guys and the chamber. And she did bring up tourism, and I guess we're not necessarily talking about that today, but she said there was a, you know, fairly formal tourism program in place, and it's kind of, I don't know if it's expired or if you're working on a new thing. I just, maybe you can update us on that. I just wasn't sure if that was.
I'm not exactly.
I think I know what it is. There was a bill that is being considered that would create like a tourism district that basically would charge a fee on a hotel bed tax that we can use for marketing tourism. Is that what she was referring to?
I don't think so, but I'm not
Okay.
sure. I think she was just talking about, I mean, and I know there's been at least one former councilman who's been proposing, oh, you know, we should go back to how it used to be, where the chamber was doing tourism and we'd pay them and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm just throwing out some comments that were made to me in terms of what we're doing for tourism moving ahead. So,
Okay, I
you know.
think it's good. In fact, we could probably have maybe just a workshop at some point just about tourism and what the plans are ahead, because I understand the reasons why the town decided to bring back tourism. They wanted to have more of a control and to have more accountability. This bill I was just referencing would require either a convention and visitor bureau that's designated by a city or a town, or a city or town to be the one that's receiving that money for expending on tourism purposes and marketing purposes. So the chamber right now, as I understand it, would not be able to even run a program like that at all, according to the state law that's proposed.
That's correct.
Well, and I'm not sure. Are you saying that you don't think that we're doing tourism here in town? Or are they saying they don't think we're doing it? I mean, just this morning, we had our Earth Cam on TV, and I think we've been getting a lot of support from Bo in that way, and from James and Amanda. I mean, we've as much as we've been able to for COVID, we've been kind of all over the place. You've been in magazines. I don't really, you know, again, except for COVID, but we were we were at the ball games, we're at the airport. I mean, I think we're doing tourism, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do some kind of workshop or something, but just to kind of piggyback on what the mayor said. So just in since the fall, we've advertised in Canadian Snowbird magazine, which there's some difficulty with them getting here this year. We've been in 3 issues of Phoenix magazine. We are at Phoenix Mesa Gateway. We have a video in the baggage claim area. We also have our visitors guides there. We have a shadow box at Sky Harbor with an image of Fountain Hills. We've really tried to capitalize on the fact that folks need to kind of get out and get in the fresh air, but be social distanced. So that's been the focus of our ad campaigns. We've been in Wander AZ and Experience AZ magazine. So we're out there quite a bit.
Yeah, and I was just passing along some comments that I heard. I wasn't necessarily, proposing that or saying that. I just thought I'd pass those along. But, you know, maybe, you know, a good, you know, I don't know if we need a workshop, but just maybe a summary at a council
Okay,
meeting
yeah.
coming up one of these months, or just like what you did, just expand it a little bit, just so we can get the word out there that, yeah, we are doing this stuff. And I know we're working tourism, and I think it should stay here. I just, you know.
We do actually have a really good working relationship with Betsy and the chamber as well, and we're always looking for opportunities to partner together. We also have a tourism strategic plan that we're always working towards achieving the objectives in that tourism plan. Council approved that, I believe, about 4 years ago. So I think it's probably due for us just to do maybe a presentation at the beginning of a council meeting and
Yeah, and
update the
I
council.
think that's probably maybe what she was referencing, that document, and
Okay.
so,
I also think, Mike, in that same conversation, that they need to know more about our tourism plan, but she also mentioned that they used to have an annual meeting with the council, and that hasn't happened. So she's interested in doing that again, I think. That's what she said to me.
No, you know what, it's funny, when we had kind of the difficulties with the chamber on the, over the fees a couple years ago, we had suggested that we start at that point having a meeting with them annually, and then the pandemic hit. We were scheduled to have something last year that didn't happen.
But that's not one of the ones we traditionally.
No, we've never had, from what I can ascertain from the history, we've never had that before. We might have had members of the council or the manager might have been on their board, so we were able to get
Yeah, that was my next point.
information share, you know?
Yeah, my next point was that I don't think we have any representation
We don't.
on their board.
You're right.
So maybe that's something to explore. If we want to work closer with these people, that's,
Good thoughts, I think.
Just before, again, COVID, James has often gone there and spoken. I've spoken there. We've, you know, I think that you're right. It's a good relationship, and we're going to keep it going. Any more questions about that?
I would just want to say one more thing. Amanda has put together a PowerPoint. We typically would have a tourism stakeholder meeting to update all our stakeholders on what had been done over the previous year. We obviously haven't been able to do that. So she's put together a PowerPoint, and the plan was to get a letter out to all those stakeholders with this PowerPoint that shows what we've been doing, even in the midst of a pandemic. And just if any of you are going to Barrett-Jackson in the coming weeks, or are fortunate enough to be able to go to a spring training game, we'll have the presence at the Cubs, the Diamondbacks, the A's, as well as Barrett-Jackson. So.
The other thing we talked about was revitalizing our own website, which we're working on, right? And that helps with everything overall, but it helps with tourism and with, you know, business, and also our transit projects that we keep trying for, and we still have several more that hopefully MAG will be looking at for Prop 400, but then we also have the decision that we made about, which won't happen until next year, but when we start to connect more, that's another way to get tourism to get jump-started a little bit.
Good discussion, and thanks for the direction. I think we've got some pretty good direction from council on that item, so thank you.
Okay, and then we just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the business attraction and strategy. I know that many of you have asked questions about that or have made suggestions about strategy. So just a few things to keep in mind when businesses are looking at sites. There's kind of these 6 or so factors that are very important. And in some of them, we're very strong, and in some of them, we're not quite so strong. So usually, first and foremost, the business wants to know what kind of population you have and what kind of workforce they can expect to benefit from, how educated they are. We certainly have a highly educated workforce, but we don't have the population density that other parts of the valley do. So that can be a challenge. Some businesses want to be right next to transportation assets. They want to either be right on a freeway, located at an airport, or off a rail line. So again, we're a little weaker on that. They want available real estate, land sites where they can either move in right away or build right away. We have a very limited amount of land for sure. And then our real estate, for like an office user, you know, we can't really accommodate anything bigger than about 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. So we're relatively limited in the number of businesses that we can pursue with regard to that. Utilities, I think we're well served there. We'll certainly be talking about internet service later, but generally I think we're pretty good with regard to utilities. Education, certainly our K-12 schools are very good. And then there's certainly access to ASU just down the road. And then the community amenities here, I think, are great and would be desirable for most companies. So we have a lot of the things that companies are looking for, and then there's some that we kind of are a little more difficult. So, you know, attraction really is a team sport. And I really kind of wanted to highlight some of the groups that we work with and that we partner with. But I really wanted to go into the GPEC partnership in particular, because it really is kind of a cost-effective way of recruiting businesses. Instead of having our own staff that are on the road or constantly reaching out to site selectors and such, GPEC kind of takes the lead for the region for us. And it really, you know, it greatly diminishes our marketing costs, our travel costs, all those kinds of things. We get access to their leads, and so it's an opportunity to really have a chance at these companies.
James, excuse me, you anticipated me on my question, rather. We've had this discussion, debate every year. Is it worth spending $10,000 or whatever it is for GPEC? Right. I can tell you're certainly in favor of it. But can you talk about leads? I know that probably 98% of the leads are for, we don't meet the criteria. But do we get any decent leads from them that result in people either visiting or communicating with us?
There's certainly, you're probably right about the 98%. And kind of back to the issue of the real estate, I would say the average office user for a GPEC client is about 50,000 square feet, and the average industrial could be 100 to 200,000. So in many cases, we don't qualify. But there are businesses that we have a chance to get in front of because we're a member of GPEC, and we have an opportunity to respond to these solicitations that they send out. So, you know, the other real benefit for GPEC is that, I think I used this term last year, they really have met us where we're at. And so they have seen the value in the Dark Sky Center, and they have taken the lead in many ways in getting press releases out, in introducing the bills and others with the organization to some of their board members and such. So they really are trying to help from that standpoint, as well as giving us the opportunity to get in front of some of these businesses.
If I could raise a few $1 million for us for the Discovery Center, I'd really like them.
Yeah, the 10,000 or 11,000 would seem kind
James,
of minor.
I have a question for you. So we've been a member of GPAC for some time. In the last year, can you tell me how many leads we've gotten and the people you've gotten in front of and you've presented to? What were the reasons they didn't come here, if you remember any of them?
You know, I would have to go back, and I could give you some more details. I would have to go back and look.
Okay, all right.
You know, one of the other things about GPEC is I know that a lot of people want to be have a presence in California or in Illinois right now. They are hitting those markets hard. So it's kind of an opportunity for us to have a chance at those businesses. And then tomorrow we actually have a Zoom meeting with some site selectors that they have set up. There's, I think, 11 of them. So we have an opportunity to present Fountain Hills to these people from all over the country that are working with businesses that are looking to relocate. So we really do get a lot of value for what we pay.
You also, so every quarter I meet with all the mayors and county supervisors. We have a board member from our council on there, Sharon, and the networking, for lack of a better word. But if you're not there, then you're not going to get anywhere. And they also do training, a lot of well, right now online training, but they have ambassadors and parties when everybody gets back together where you're literally meeting these people from Canada and all over the world and all over the country. And it's more than just like, well, did we find a piece of property for a particular business? I think that you end up having access to government people. You end up being able to talk about the dark skies, and so I would always think it was a worthwhile place for us to be.
And just to clarify, we spend about $12,000 a year in membership in GPEC. They have a formula, it's 50 cents. It's roughly 48.9 cents per capita. So we just pay that based on our population. And so we get a lot of value for what little we do pay them. We're included in all their marketing materials. We also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there some subscription or service that if we were to pay on our own, it would far surpass the $12,000 we pay each year?
Yeah, so we get access to the CoStar database, which is about $3,500 a year that comes back to us as a result of this.
So it's a good value. I have to tell you, I was in Peoria for a number of years, and Peoria has a lot of land and all that. And our council would ask the same questions. And of course, the dollar value of what we were getting was higher, but we were also spending a lot more. And the council would always ask the tough question, well, what have we landed as a result of our GPEC membership? And part of it is you have to think regionally, because we really want the region to land these companies and businesses. But all of us have a little bit of selfishness. We always like to be the one that lands these companies here so that we get the employers and we get the jobs and so forth. So, so I think what James is saying, our unfortunate reality is that we're limited to what we really can attract. And what comes through the doors with GPEC doesn't always fit our niche that we have here, so to speak.
Yeah. So the identified, employment industries that we are looking for, healthcare, we certainly want to grow that segment and really, especially in light of Fountain Hills Medical Center opening, we want to attract more medical users. Finance and insurance has been a strong sector here, real estate certainly as well. Professional services and technology, companies like FTS, we're really interested in. Higher education, we would love to attract some kind of higher education, whether it's a school or some branch of a university. But we're really pleased with having the Elliott Group as well. And I think that kind of leads to a point that, one of the things that we're really trying to do, and we've started on social media, I think I talked to at one of the council meetings about partnering with Clayson Communications on a social media plan. We really kind of see our niche as companies like the Elliott Group or like FTS, where the owner just falls in love with Fountain Hills, really loves the town and wants their business here as well. And so we're really trying to send that message that this is a great community. You want to live here, but you also want to bring your business here. So you're going to see some more social media posts that are more focused towards bringing your business here. And we're going to be in markets like Chicago, California, Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, with that message on social media. So targeted retail efforts, we would like to get some entertainment, recreation users that would attract younger families, and then certainly reusing the retail space, as we've talked about, either reusing or redeveloping and bringing some new uses that will support what exists. So I talked a little bit already about attracting those working families or professionals, wanting them to consider moving here and then bringing their business along. And then, the BizHub is a great asset, we think, for people to grow their business at a maybe a lower than market rate cost. And then hopefully they'll move into some of our space after they've grown within that incubator.
Mayor? Every city in town wants to be known for something. There's a city in Ohio, I recall, big billboards. You drive in, home of the tomato. I'm not making that up. I don't really see how this is branding. It doesn't specify what it is we want to attract in a way that people understand. Now, you probably attend the SPAC meetings, and I think there's some discussion of branding going on at SPAC, but can you talk about that at all?
I really haven't been a part of those
Well,
meetings, to
James,
be honest.
I think he's referencing
The health.
wellness, which we've been
Okay.
part of that discussion with.
Okay,
with
so
that.
are you referring to a health and wellness type
Yes,
branding?
exactly,
Okay, so,
exactly.
so, you know, we've talked about that, and we are starting the process of trying to move forward with that. But we kind of took the baby step during the COVID crisis to encourage people to come here to recreate, to hike, to bike, to play golf. We weren't really ready to roll out like a whole branding of health and wellness because people aren't traveling as much right now. So the plan is that we'll continue to move forward with something like that. We're researching kind of how some other cities and towns have branded themselves and how we would fit into that kind of thing. So we are definitely working towards that health and wellness brand.
And to the council member's point, I want to point out, it didn't make sense for us to have a strategy and a plan on health and wellness. And then SPAC comes up with something completely different.
Sure.
We really want to have them be compatible, and I think it makes sense, since that's the overarching plan for the town, that we follow their lead. But we're going to be very much involved as they go through their update of the strategic plan to make sure that it's consistent with what the vision is for ED for the town.
Well, I think you know, we've discussed this. You know, a lot of citizens, including myself, ask the question, who are we? What are we? We just call ourselves a bedroom community. And I guess I feel pretty strongly we need to be known for something that people can get their arms around. So I'll look forward to those reports.
I always argue with you about this. I think we are known for something. First of all, we have a fountain, but we are a hometown, a safe town, a beautiful, small oasis in the middle of a metropolitan area.
Not good enough.
With a hospital.
I'm sorry, a fountain is way more exciting than a tomato.
I just want to make sure that you understand, I was not questioning our membership in GPAC. I just want to make sure that James knows that if there's a common denominator out there that we're not aware of for these businesses not coming to our town, let us know. If we need to do something different, let us know. That's where I was going with my question.
And I appreciate it, because we've been able to get a lot accomplished in economic development thanks to council support. And I think what James is trying to say is we don't rely 100% on GPEC, because this Elliott thing did not necessarily come through GPEC, and there's other opportunities that we're seeking all the time. And also, it's all sometimes word of mouth. So if you are familiar with somebody or some companies looking to move here, let us know. I know that I mentioned to James, you know, back in when we were having kind of the height of some of the civil disobedience around the country, that might be an opportunity as well. And so I know he looked into that as well, as in terms of attraction. There were some challenges with that, but I do know that was something that he took to heart what the council was suggesting. So, but I definitely think that GPEC is really like the big umbrella for the whole region, but we also have to do our own. We can't just rely on GPEC. So I think if you ever have any suggestions or anything that we can look into, we're all ears.
Do we work with Local First?
We have looked into working with Local First. They produce brochures with maps of they call it small wonders. We just couldn't come up with the interest from our businesses to sponsor that. So we have looked into partnerships with Local First, but it didn't work out at the time.
I think everybody understands what Local First is, so if you just explain that a little bit.
They are a business group that really kind of supports unique businesses, small businesses. These small wonders maps highlight unique and small businesses that are usually in kind of downtown hubs. So they've got them for Tempe, I believe, Flagstaff. I think Chandler has one. So they do a lot of promotion of small and local businesses, but really those small wonders maps have been in many ways kind of the core of what they do. And so, yeah, about 18 months ago, we looked into the potential, and it was just a little too much at the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit on my seat because I have my notes, but if we can get this up here. Great. So, Mayor and Council, the item before you is based on a number of issues we've had in the past year. Primarily, we're getting a little wary of the pandemic because it's been very convenient to blame everything on the pandemic. But as you know, during the pandemic, a lot of people were staying at home more often. They were using the broadband much more. And as a result, service providers like Cox were really getting overwhelmed. They never anticipated that their customers, a large number of them, would be at home all the time using, large amounts of broadband. Just provide a little bit of background. Cox, as you're aware, is the only company in Fountain Hills with a wired, high-speed internet service available to all homes and businesses. Now, as we're going to get into it, CenturyLink does have some limited service in town. It's very limited, as you'll see. Cox basically has a hybrid system that's basically a mix of coax and fiber optics throughout the entire valley. Speeds range from 10 to 1 gigabit per second. Now, what I mean by they range from 10 megabytes, you could subscribe to as little as 10 megabytes. I'm not saying that's how bad our system is in town. And then prices vary based on factors such as speed, what you might bundle along with your internet, maybe television services, as well as your alarm system or telephone. They have all sorts of discounts for bundling. And then contracts. If you sign up for 2 years, like I signed up for a 2-year contract, and that basically locked in my rate for 2 years, that's another way of saving money. We also, as a community, we receive cable license agreement revenue from the fees that are charged and sales tax in exchange for allowing the company to basically have their plant in our streets. Right now, Cox is undergoing a significant investment in upgrading their system throughout Fountain Hills and the Valley. They were really planning on doing this in the outer years, but because of the demands that were placed on the company the last year or so, they had to actually expedite that. Again, as we've talked, a number of you have received complaints from residents. Either they've had service outages or they're not getting the speed that they're paying for, or they've had other unique issues tied to either the billing or, but it's been mostly to the service itself. Good news is in each of the complaints that they've contacted the council or the mayor, we have a government relations person that is dedicated just to handling our complaints at Cox. And without exception, the complaints have all been resolved. I think there's one that they're still trying to work on, but it's actually has to do with more of an upgraded issue, and it's really a person trying to run a business out of a home, and they have a higher tier of service than what the residential service is.
Grady,
so even though, yes.
Grady, I saw what you said here, that the complaints have been able to resolve the service complaints. Nobody talked to the magazines.
I wish the magazines would report them to us because we would be able to help you with it. I'm being serious. Everybody that I've had a complaint from, we've been able to seriously
All right, I will
get
do
them
that, but
responded.
we've had Cox in probably 5 times in
Okay.
the last 14 months. I don't know about anybody else who's sitting here, whether or not they have the problems. In the evening, it stops, sound goes, you get a message, we're sorry, try again later. Goes on and on and on. you can't even watch a program without it stopping and skipping. Does anybody else have this problem? I'm the lucky one? Okay.
I don't doubt that it's been happening. And what I'm wanting to let you know is through this contact with Cox, they get the A team out there. And so we've been able to get this responded to very well. And so I will follow up if you can give me an email with your specific issues and the times when it happens. Today, I'll get the government relations person on it so he can get it scheduled to have the right people come out to
I
your
hope
home.
so, because I've asked for the A-team. I get these people who are with Cox, they're not contractors. They tell us they can solve it. It's all solved. They walk out the door and you got the same problem.
Right. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not an advocate here for Cox necessarily, because you'll see there's other options that I think people are going to have. But I do want to let you know that in every case that I'm aware of, that we've been able to get them involved. They've been able to get them, to have the customers receive satisfactory service to the point where they're very pleased. They're just frustrated leading up to that point. Yes, and you're one too, we'll take care of. So right now, CenturyLink offers high-speed internet. Now, at one time, 6 megabits per second would have been really high when you had dial-up, okay? But to me, I don't think this is a real option. This is just extraordinarily slow, and it's pretty costly at $45 a month. HughesNet is a satellite that you can sign up for, and you can get basically up to 25 megabits per second at a cost of $60 to $150 per month with data caps ranging from 10 gigabytes to 50 gigabits. So what that means is even the cable company has cap limits. So basically ensuring that you're not being a real, just drawing down a lot of broadband and impacting other customers with your needs. So the satellite is very similar to what you have even with Cox. It's very costly. You have to invest in a satellite dish. It's a small dish. It's about this size. It says Hughes on it, and you put it on your home facing south. The good news is with 5G services coming around the corner for what you would call the it's wireless, but it's these small cell wireless towers that you're going to start seeing pop around the valley and around the country. It's actually not these big towers that you see that come before council, but they're the smaller ones, and they're much shorter distance. They're able to push the 5G technologies in a shorter distance so that eventually it's going to get into your home. So both T-Mobile and Verizon have these services already in other parts of the country. They're not yet available in the Phoenix metro area, but I would tell you that I would expect, based on what I'm seeing going on in the country, that we'll see these probably in the next 12 to 18 months starting to sprout up in other parts of the valley. This is just showing what their offerings are. Basically, both of them are very similar. They have like a receiver router that you have in your home. It'd be, if you can think of it, almost like a cell phone, but it's much bigger, that you can use as a hotspot. And then you would just go ahead and have your equipment in your home tied into it. On the Verizon 5G internet, they're talking that where they're already in existence right now, you can have up to 300 megabits per second, which is, it's like the mid-range that you can get right now in Cox. Right now you can get in our town the gigabit service. Right now I'm paying for about, they call it the ultimate level tier. It's like $350 or so is what I'm getting. So it's very comparable to what I'm getting. But the cost is actually very good. So if you're currently a Verizon customer, they would knock $20 off your bill. So it would be initially $70 a month, and then with the $20 discount, it'd be $50. So it's very competitive with what you have with cable right now. T-Mobile is very similar. The only difference is that they're saying that their speeds are between 25 and 200 megabits per second. And a lot of it is their 5G technology. It's a different type of technology than what Verizon's is. It's a whole house solution, and again, other parts of the country, they already have rolled this out.
Grady, do you think it's realistic though with Fountain Hills? I mean, if it comes to Phoenix, I mean, with the density and all that, and all the larger cities and the subdivisions versus the topography we have out here, I mean, I think we'd probably be on the tail end of that expansion. I mean, it could be, in my mind several years, even if they start in 12 months in Phoenix, you know.
So they went through several years ago to get the legislature to preempt cities and towns on the small cell tower. So right now, there's very limited amount that we can do to regulate that. But to your point, realistically, from a financial perspective, 5G for the cell phone, I don't think we'll ever see in our community because it's a different band that cell phone wireless is coming through. So we would have to be like in an urbanized area like downtown Phoenix, the capital area, maybe by Scottsdale Air Park, that kind of thing, so that we would be realizing 100 megabits per second or so just on our cell phones. The small cell wireless towers, it's a different band that they're pushing this through. You're absolutely right. I don't know when they're going to be. I haven't seen anything come through. They haven't submitted applications. It could be maybe 5 years or more out. So, but I do know that they have been able to roll this out in suburban parts of the country. We are different because we are a hillside community. So I think that's always a challenge when you're talking about air signals, because we get hills and different elevations and everything's a little bit challenging to push signals out. So it is a challenge. Longer term, you've probably been hearing about Elon Musk, who is the CEO of Tesla. He's been pushing the Starlink service, or it's kind of been called the SpaceX initiative. Ultimately, his plans call for pushing out into space 42,000 satellites. To me, I think this is really overly ambitious, and I probably would not really see this get to 42,000 satellites. Right now, I think I read that there's like only 4,000 satellites in all of space right now. So, and the cost of launching each satellite is just in the millions and millions of dollars. So it's just very costly. But I do think that there will be some satellite service, some semblance of this. Again, the cost, they're pushing more of the cost onto the consumer, so you'd have to invest in the satellite and the receiver for your home. Roughly, they're thinking right now it's about $500 where they're doing the test piloting. Estimated cost of service would be about $100 a month, and it would be for speeds up to 150 megabytes per second. The other alternative is Amazon. Amazon has the Project Cooper, and basically they already have this under pilot right now, and they plan to invest $10 billion in their infrastructure over the next several years. They plan to put 3,200 satellites into space. It's not known what that home satellite cost would be. They're calling it a 12-inch home antenna, which would be probably about this size. It's much more reasonable in terms of scale. And they're saying that the estimated monthly cost is $80 with speeds up to 400 megabits per second. Again, they're beta testing this already, and they say it will not be widely available to the public until about nearly 600 satellites are launched into space. So it's not clear when either the Starlink or Project Cooper will be fully operational. The other thing I want to let you know is that the Strategic Planning Advisory Commission is addressing this as part of the next update to the strategic plan. It is not really realistic for a town this size in a metropolitan area to think that we could get our own private company to come in and put in a wired system in our town. If we were an outlying community and we were all isolated and we really didn't have any other options, they could probably get the return on investment on an investment like that. But since we've got competitors here, and we've got a very difficult town to build in terms of with the streets and the terrain, I just don't think that's very realistic. But I do think there are things that we can do to help motivate maybe the cell companies. Maybe we try to contact Verizon, work with T-Mobile, see what their plans are. So I do think broadband is very important, and I also think we need to work with Cox as the existing provider to make sure that they're delivering everything that they can, that they're supposed to, that they deliver in other areas of the valley. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have a question. I just got an email during lunch that I wanted to be sure and bring up. Marin from the library emailed me this morning, and they just started a mobile hotspot and Chromebook checkout program. So she actually hit me up, and I've already texted Rachel to ask her, or emailed Rachel to ask her if you guys offer one here in town, and you don't. So she wanted to loop us all in on that. I think
So
that's terrific.
That's good to know. So you're talking about a hotspot or?
Yeah, a mobile hotspot. I don't know who it's through. It was very exciting. I didn't have time to
Okay.
check in with Marin because I don't have her cell number to have texted her, but
Okay.
that's a super offering that they have for us
Sure.
as a part of the library program.
So that's something for us to look into now. We have high-speed internet that we maintain here for our residents, as well as, the public, as well as at the community center. We still have, through the development agreement with Park Place, they're supposed to put something on the avenue that they have not yet accomplished. So that is something that we're going to probably be reminding the developer that wants to put in the project we're going to talk about a little bit later, that they have to fulfill that as part of the original development agreement.
So as far as the contractor franchise agreement with Cox, then, is that come due anytime soon, or is that like kind of perpetual? I know it seemed like it used to come
It's-
forward once
So
in a while.
we got preempted a few years ago. The state had a bill.
What, preempted? What?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wow.
The state legislature, and I think it was really, I hate to say this, I think it was the industry, which in this state would have been Cox, approached the legislature to try to simplify and streamline all the cable license agreements, so that really we had to go through and do a one, was it 2 years ago?
I think we're coming up on 2 years now. This summer, it'll be a couple of years ago.
So
that we did it.
they're long-term license agreements, but for all intents and purposes, the industry's been deregulated. And so there's not a lot, we used to get a lot of free services. Now, as part of that law, anything that we're getting, any using the public access or government access channels, they can use that as a charge against the offset to what we get in revenue. So it's just not what it used to be. Back in the old days, when I was in Peoria, we were able to get a $500,000 cable grant from Cox Communications, and we did the same thing at the time. It was US West. We got another $500,000, and we used that to equip the council chamber with cameras. They don't even do capital grants anymore. That's just something that's gone away. So basically, right now, I believe it's the Secretary of State's office that has ownership overseeing all the license agreements for the state.
So we really have little to no leverage at all in terms of asking or requesting or demanding things in terms of customer satisfaction and
I
all
think
that
the
kind of stuff.
requesting, you could, but as it used to be back in the old days, there were like an area of the license agreements that had to do with customer service standards, about things like outages, office hours for, when they had local offices. Those days are gone. So it's a fully deregulated industry.
Yeah, and in fact, I think to Grady's point, it's not quite a uniform agreement now that they put into place like in other situations, but it might as well be. I've seen a lot of the same agreements were capped on fees as a percentage of revenues that they generate. It's pretty well laid out in whatever title it is. It's some part of Title IX, I think.
It's funny because I used to oversee the license agreements for 20 years when I was in Peoria, and it's very frustrating to hear, when this bill was proposed, because all the cities, Phoenix is always like the first, and so all the cities just modeled ours after Phoenix, and we wanted to get what Phoenix got. So we all had the same license agreements as the city of Phoenix. For them to say that they wanted to standardize our license agreements, it was ridiculous because they were already standardized.
Just not to their standards.
No.
Standardized.
Well, that brings up, though, that Cox is our partner. We have had luck, not so much luck, but we've been able to communicate with them very well. They do community projects and other things, and they're committed to the town and to the region. So it will behoove us to keep a good relationship with them, as we can see that it'll be a while before we have a lot of options besides that.
There is some state money that's out there. I believe it's the Arizona Commerce Authority gets money appropriated each year for helping with broadband, but it's really for the rural areas. It's intended for the areas that really don't have any types of services like we have here. And so there's been recent training out there that both the league has put out and the Arizona Commerce Authority's put out that I'm still curious. There's one next week that I think I'm going to do the webinar that I think maybe a number of you might have received the same email on. Just in case there's something out there that I'm not familiar with, and if I learn anything, I'll definitely share with you. But at this point, I think what we need to do is just try to leverage what we have and then also try to stay up on top of these new initiatives and see when they might be happening.
Grady, check with them and see if they'd be interested in having their name on a splash pad.
There you go. That's good.
And a dark sky.
Sorry, the next presentation is on Fountain Park Lake and Fountain Improvement Strategy. So we talked a little bit about this earlier. We had Black and Veatch come back after doing an analysis of the lake, and this was back in the fall. And one of the things that the council asked Black and Veatch to do, you saw that they showed these tables of these systems. One of the things that they didn't give us were actual replacement costs. So we'll be coming back to you a little bit later, but what Rachel's going to do today is kind of give you what I want to say next steps on moving towards trying to make some of these big improvements over at Fountain Park, and particularly as it relates to the lake and the fountain.
Sure. That's okay.
know if you had a liquid lunch or not, but here we go.
Okay. Go ahead, Rachel, and proceed.
Okay, well, resuming where we left off, a year ago, we brought forward the idea of a Fountain Park assessment, the idea that we needed to take a look at our namesake, at our fountain and all the systems within it to find out where we are, what's needed. We were getting ready to prepare for our 50th anniversary, so it was a good time to sort of do that. So that's been a year ago as of essentially this meeting. So over the summer, Black & Veatch, our contractor, came out. They did a number of assessments to assess our current condition, what we look like as of today. They did a presentation back in October, if you recall. These are kind of the highlights. They looked at the pumps and the motors. All three, they noted that all three have been repaired or rebuilt, within the last 15 years. There's a few repairs that need to happen below the pump house, and we identified that 2 of the 3 check valves were malfunctioning. Council gave us authorization and the funding to go ahead and order those replacements. Yes, we are still waiting on those, but they are on order. So they're coming. We also looked at the electrical. While the electrical is original to the fountain, there was no direct concerns about the functionality of it, and they recommended continuing preventative maintenance. We did an arc flash safety analysis and implemented their recommendations from that. We also took a look at our irrigation and the impacts of that. There was a recommendation for a full replacement. However, the financial impact of that is pretty significant. But the big piece was, of course, our liner, the fountain, the liner, and the lake itself. Again, as I mentioned, we celebrated 50 years this past December. That was very exciting. It was supposed to be more exciting, but we didn't get to celebrate in quite the same fashion we were hoping. As you might recall, the liner life expectancy has a 20 to 30 year life. We're at 20 years, so it is time to start thinking about that. We did get good news that the liner is in good shape. We have no indicators that there's any failures or any issues. That's great. However, we do know that at some point we will have to replace it, and now is the time to start considering what that looks like and how we're going to do that. We definitely don't want to get caught on our heels when that time comes. So we've been working with Black & Veatch to kind of develop sort of a multi-phase system. They have come up with several options. Each option presents its own set of challenges, its own funding impacts. So what we'd like to do is remind the council today that there's a lot that goes into it. It impacts our, we have to consider water removal, the waste removal that's at the bottom of the lake, sediment and other things, the environmental impacts, and then we all have the odor and pest mitigation once we tackle that. We need to consider the impacts for the sanitary district. We have also, it'll impact the public access to our park. It'll impact events, as well as the surrounding wildlife and landscaping. We also have a system where we will need to suspend irrigation during that time, and then we want to consider what irrigation options we might have when we're doing this project. So it's bigger, sort of bigger than the sum of all of its parts, if you will. So we are working through that. Ideally, what will happen is Black & Veatch will be back later this spring at a work session or council meeting where they can present the 3 different approaches that they are recommending, and we can begin talking about what that process will look like logistically and kind of get our ducks in a row for that and prepare for that. Again, time is on our side, but it will be coming. What we did is we did ask Black & Veatch to help us cost estimate what will happen if and when we need to replace any of the system components. I know this is a lot of information, and we can kind of pass this out later or go through it at a later time. But essentially, this gives us a ballpark number for each of the systems so that when we develop a budget, when we develop this fund that was mentioned earlier, we can account for what each of these might cost. So it's not just the cost of the liner, but it's a cost of all of the different elements that function and support the fountain and the lake. It's a really big number.
It is. With the irrigation, does this address water quality at all?
That would be one of the decisions we would need to make and would seek council direction for. There's a couple of options that they have proposed. One, that our town manager and the sanitary district have sort of batted around in the past is a storage tank where a separate storage water source is developed and we irrigate from that. Another system that has been proposed is sort of for lack of a better word, a dam wall, or if you have a spa at home where your spa overflows into your pool, but your pool doesn't overflow into your spa, something of that nature where we can have a contained area of higher water quality. Again, that does come with its own set of circumstances and issues that we would have to navigate and costs as well. So each of those will be explored when Black and Veatch comes back to join us. And what we really wanted to do was just get these numbers out here and get the shock worn off, if you will, because I think we all know that the lake project will be a big number and that we do need to start putting aside funding for it. So what that means, exactly as I said, this spring we'll have Black and Veatch back and we'll identify the priorities and the replacement, the timelines. How long is it going to take? What do we need to start doing now versus later? We'll discuss the project approaches for each of those, the sequencing and all of the things that are associated. And then we'll need to consider the funding projections for that process, and it can range anywhere from 9 to 10.5 million is the estimated. Yes, everybody take a deep breath. Exactly. And then again, once we kind of talk about that number, we really need to decide what our funding options are. And you guys really touched on it earlier today. We need to probably look at developing a reserve fund and dedicating some funding within there to begin a savings, begin a piggy bank for what we know is coming down the road. And then decide about if we are going to make an annual allocation in anticipation of this number. It gives us a goal. It's a very big goal. And then if we fall short of that goal when it comes time to actually do the replacement, what options are available at that point, whether it's bonding or some other mechanism. And I know we've kind of brainstormed some different options so that no one funding source bears the brunt.
I have a couple points I'd like to make about this, the lake, and the water is actually the water of Fountain Hills Sanitary District. And as I look at this, I kind of look at it as we are kind of their insurance policy. We're parking all that water in our lake, using some of it for irrigation. Is it time maybe we talk to them about being a bigger part of that with the cost of maintaining that lake? Is it time to say, hey, we've got a heavy bucket here, and there's 3 options you have when you have a heavy bucket. You leave it sit there, you try and drag it along yourself at the cost of hurting yourself further, or you get somebody to help you carry that bucket. So maybe it's time when we have a meeting with them is to bring that up and see what options are available for them to help us with this lake project, because it's not just our fountain, it's really part of theirs.
Mayor?
I was just going to chime in and explain that Councilmember Friedel is right on. In fact, this was going to be probably the #1 agenda item before we added the other one earlier today, but it was actually on for a point of discussion when we had to postpone the meeting. This was going to be one of the topics we talked about because we really feel that this is a partnership between the town and the sanitary district. We're interdependent on one another, and so I think we need to help solve the problem. Maybe it doesn't mean that it's a 50-50 equation, but maybe they take care of some aspect of it and we'll take care of the rest, but there needs to be some partnership for sure. And I think that the board, from just what I've understood, the board is maybe a little bit more open to some consideration.
Yeah, I think, I remember 2-3 years ago, we had some pretty serious discussion about them taking over the whole lake. And I guess that didn't go anywhere. Just a suggestion. I'm not sure we as a council want to meet with them in open session to discuss the details. It may not go the way we want. It's possible that the mayor, maybe one or two other people, and staff could meet with them, which I think might be more fruitful.
I think what I was looking for, because it would be a joint meeting, is that, that there would be an agreement that, yes, there should be some discussion, and that there would be a team that would follow it up. So I think that's what, that's how we were approaching it.
Any other questions or anything else I can share about the process? You'll be hearing more about this again in a couple of weeks later this spring at a council meeting.
In fact, you know, David Pock and I will be working on what those reserve levels ought to be. And then we'll be getting your feedback, obviously, through the budget process. But as we're trying to fine tune the budget and see what we can afford, I'm hoping that maybe at least for next fiscal year, we can set aside $500,000 or more into the facilities reserve fund just for this own purpose. But we'll see what we can be able to manage. With that, Rachel has the next item, which is the proposed near-term and longer-term community center improvements. We talked a little bit about this earlier when you saw the slides on the community center, but we promised you we'd get into the details later this afternoon. So Rachel's going to go ahead and share with you what we're trying to do this summer, which is going to impact the council trying to give us some approved contracts so we can get working on this as soon as the summer hits. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you. With the help of staff, our public works staff, as well as our facility staff, we've kind of taken the community center, has come into focus for us. It has been a facility that has served us well. It opened in 2001, so it's 20 years old. It's roughly 30,000 square feet. If you're familiar with it, you know that it has meeting rooms, an art studio, ballroom space, restrooms, full kitchen. It's a very large facility, and it's very well used. We average, and again, I'm going to say average because obviously this is not an average year right now. So we're talking, when we look at 2019 numbers, over 3,800 bookings in a year, more than 1,300 activity center members, and a very low estimate is at over 60,000 folks. If you account for all of our daily users, our members and things like that are there for our traditional poker and chess and whatnot, it's probably closer to 80,000. It's a well-used facility, and it's starting to show its age, like all of us. One of the biggest areas. I speak only for myself. I speak only for myself. And a lot of this presentation today is really photos, especially because I don't know that a lot of you have been in the community center recently due to closures and social distancing and things like that. It's sort of an out of sight, out of mind, and I really wanted to make sure that we remember how well used this facility is typically. You can see there's a shot of the ballroom. You can kind of see there's some close-up of the carpeting. It's well used, and it shows. We have stains, we have tears, we have unraveling. The carpet is in rough shape. You can kind of see this is a transition from a carpeted area to a tile. It's starting to fray. The edging is starting to come up. We've improvised with a little duct tape there. The tile itself is also quite worn. We've had a discussion multiple times with folks who comment on it that it is in rough shape. Why don't we have it cleaned? It has been cleaned multiple times to the tune of someone coming in trying and saying, I can't get this, you're out of luck. At some point, we believe that someone came in and cleaned it and it applied a coating of some sort and sealed in exactly as it looks today. It doesn't come any cleaner. So what we're talking about is a phased approach. We've talked about that. That's what you saw up there today, or you saw up there earlier with our CIP. The CIP, I believe, was roughly $550 in the ask. The total that we're looking at is $685, and that would come from the facility reserve, so that's separate. This is what we'd like to tackle this summer. Interior painting, a moisture remediation effort, which if you recall when the library was recarpeted about a year ago, does that sound right? There was moisture issues there. We have the same moisture issues within the community center. Carpet replacement, tile, AV enhancements, and a furniture effort.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
In regards to the moisture remediation? I saw in an earlier slide that there was $50,000 for drainage improvements around the community center.
Mm-hmm.
Is that contributing to our moisture problem in those floors?
Unknown at this time. I mean, if I had to hazard a guess, I would think that they're somewhat related. However, the drainage is not the sole source.
I would tell you it's not. We had apparently, once we had those issues with the building from the time it was built, this building came later, and they had to mitigate that when they because we knew what we knew over there, when they designed the building, they made sure that they put the moisture barrier in the flooring here so that we wouldn't have the same issues that we had over there. So it's not necessarily attributable to the drainage issues that we have outside the glass sliding doors, but that is something that needs to be addressed.
Well, the reason I asked that question is because if we're going to do this work, we better make sure we have that drainage problem taken care of, so it doesn't affect what we're going to do.
It's not actually affecting it because the drainage issues are right where the tile work is, and so it's not affecting where the carpet is. So, but they're very close to one another, and when you see the slide here, and then you'll see when we're trying to do the drainage issue, they're like months apart on trying to address it.
So this would be phase one. Again, the ideal scenario would be to tackle this summer. Summer is our slowest season for the community center. We do expect that if we have any type of resume to standard operations this fall, it's going to be swinging over there. So if that's the case, we would like to do this during our naturally slowest point. Otherwise, we'll be closing portions of the community center during our busiest time. The next set of renovations would include our bathrooms. This is a photo of our ladies' room. Again, it needs tile work. It's a bit dated. It needs painting and some upgrades within there. My understanding is the men's room does have some plumbing issues as well and needs to be addressed over there as well. We have some flooring in here. You can kind of see this is the tile flooring or the vinyl flooring that's in one of our classrooms. You can kind of see that there's little pock marks or bubble marks in there. It's a little bit difficult, but you can sort of see it there. Again, that's a result of the moisture that's coming up and it's compromising the flooring. We have some built-in cabinetry and some hardscapes that we are in great shape. Again, they just probably need a little TLC and a little upgrade, and they can maintain usability over there. We have a built-in front desk, same thing. Due to the usability of the space and how the space functions, the front desk is a little bit awkward. We'd like to remodel how that works and how that functions for our users. And this is a picture of our AV system that most people don't see, but my favorite part about it is that it still has a double cassette deck. So that it gives you an idea of its age, and it gives you an idea that while it does work, it does function, if it goes down, there won't be a replacement for it. So we would like to be proactive about that. This is also a picture of our interior lobby area. One of the biggest points of feedback that we are getting from our current master plan process, which will also be coming before council again this spring, one of the biggest findings we're having is that the community center perception is that it is only for seniors and that there isn't anything there to do for families or youth. And we would like to begin tackling that perception and changing that within our community. Obviously, it's not an easily done thing, and it doesn't take one effort. We will need to do multiple things. But the first effort is to potentially convert the foyer area or the lobby into a more of a gathering space. The best word I can use is sort of a coffee shop vibe, where you have small gatherings, small seating areas where you can meet, you can socialize, you can read the paper, you can have a small group meeting, you can work on your laptop, whatever it might be, but where it's welcoming to all. Right now, the lobby space, while it is very beautiful, it's very cavernous and is not used on a regular basis. So we would like to convert how that functions. One of the other pieces that you can see here is kind of the lounge that's sort of behind that half wall there. That has traditionally been a lounge space. The idea is if we reuse the lobby for a gathering space, we would like to consider one option of it potentially enclosing the lounge area there and creating a new classroom space in that space. So it would be adding walls and creating a usable, programmable space there. There are lots of considerations on what we could use that space for, and that's certainly open for consideration. However, the idea would it would help us add programmatic area for whether it's senior programs, youth programming, meeting space for our community, et cetera. So that is one consideration.
I can see the benefits of that. I see some downfalls too. I mean, when there's really large functions there at the community center, the PTO fundraiser comes to mind, you know, a year and a half ago or whenever. Obviously, there've been some other big fundraisers there. I mean, they throw a lot of things in the lobby there, and it seems like there's, you know, spillover that can go into the carpeted area. So if you kind of wall that off, I just think you're limiting further the bigger functions that are held there. But
I think that's a valid consideration that we want to make sure that we put into this and keep in mind. I think one of the bits of feedback is, yes, we do have a number of functions of that size. PTO Gala, the Chamber Gala also comes to mind. The reality is that when we do use the lobby, it's probably 10 times or less a year. And does that outweigh the potential of a more regular usage? And again, I don't know that that is the answer, and it's something that we want to make sure that we take into context in this conversation. But that is one idea and one suggestion that has come forward. Oh, go ahead.
I have a question too. So is your goal to keep tile where tile is now and keep carpet where carpet is now? Or are you going to plan on getting rid of the carpeting, or what's the best solution?
Right now, the recommendation is to keep tile where there is tile. Again, it's just a very high traffic area, and it needs regular cleaning and maintenance and things like that. I think we would look at something a little darker so that doesn't quite show the scuff marks and things like that. We would look at something probably a little more contemporary as well.
We're looking at, you know, you've probably seen the tile that looks like wood. And we're looking at that because the grout lines are very thin where you wouldn't see dirt or anything, because they're really, the pieces are right up against tongue and groove into one another.
Question?
Just wait,
Oh,
so
sorry.
Wouldn't that be a classroom? So that the carpeting part doesn't come into play?
Correct. If we decided to do any type of renovation of the lobby space, or excuse me, the lounge space, that's what how we're designating the two sides, if you will. The lounge space, it depends on what we would want to use the room for. If we use the room for, one suggestion has been a game room where we have a permanent ping pong tables and pool table or something like that. Maybe different than if we use it as a meeting space where we have another suggestion has been to have built-in AV equipment so that you can have plug-and-play Zoom and teaming and things like that, where it is ready and adaptable for kind of our 21st century needs, if you will. So that two very different points of view of how that space could be used. So that would dictate that probably. With that in mind, that would be phase 2, and that would be funded through the CIP. So that's what you guys saw earlier today. That would include the restroom remodel, the replacement of the built-in furnishings, that's the front desk and some of the countertops that you saw, as well as addressing our outside drainage. Again, if council sees fit and wants to adopt something of this nature, the ideal scenario would be to do all of this at the same time, i.e. if we're going to do painting and flooring but not remodel the bathrooms, then we're going to at some point have damage from the remodel effort of the bathroom. So while it is a large undertaking, chronologically and just practically speaking, it probably makes sense to tackle it all at the same time, ideally. However, if funding doesn't allow for that, then we will certainly take that into consideration.
Well, I was just going to second that. If funding allows, I think it's a good idea to just do it all at once and get it done. I guess obviously we'd have to look at the capital improvement fund and see whether or not it can carry all that. But if we can do it and manage it, I think it makes sense.
So, I mean, we're not even on to phase 3 or 4 yet, but, so we had 450 capital improvement, then 685 in facilities, so we're up over $1 million
Correct.
this summer, potentially is what you're,
That's correct.
okay. Just
That is
want to make sure. And
Yes, you're doing the
go
math
from there.
correctly.
So, okay.
And that being said, and I realize it's a big number, and when we first started sort of broaching this subject internally, it was a big number, and it was, whoa, I don't know that we can do that. I also want to say we've been talking about this since 2014. A lot of these efforts, particularly the carpeting and the painting, have been punted multiple years, and it's sort of all caught up with us. So again, if we're going to make the effort, it might make sense to do it in one fell
Yeah,
swoop.
just one additional comment. Stormwater, sewers, those things do not have a constituency. They just don't have a constituency. People can't see them, they don't care. This is the kind of thing where we've got our citizens going in big numbers going through here. There are a number of fairs that are held there with hundreds of people. I think it might be a good idea for the citizens to be able to see something tangible that we're doing for the community.
Sure. I do have one more slide, and this is not to sort of push the envelope, but Phase 3 is one additional suggestion. Phase 3 is an optional, and this is where I mentioned the lounge enclosure and what that might cost. The other suggestion is the potential of a building addition. And where that would go, if you can picture the community center, again, I know not everyone's been in there recently, but down the hallway that borders the ballroom, there's a glass hallway. Essentially, an addition to potentially square off the building. There's a corner there where you could square off what is existing, using space there. Again, the idea here is based on feedback that we're getting from our master planning effort, is that our community is looking for a dedicated fitness space. They're looking for a space where they can go and use treadmills and take fitness classes, whatever they may be, and they might span from yoga to Zumba, I don't know. But the idea that they have a space to go to that can do that. Right now, our community center cannot sustain that on a regular basis. We do offer a number of those programs, however, they're sort of sporadic. What we're hearing is that as a effort towards health and wellness, they would like a dedicated space where they can consistently do that week in and week out.
Mayor, repeating myself, the center has a very large constituency, and it may be, if we added this to a bond referendum, it might help pass the bond. Just a thought.
So just to let the council know, obviously this is identified in the capital 21 through 25, but I'm thinking it's really probably 3 years or more out. That would give us additional time to kind of fine tune what these costs might be. So we're not really trying to get you to make a decision today, but we wanted to really be upfront with you and tell you that these are things that we have been contemplating and try to get your read on it. I do think the idea that we have as far as the building addition, if you just kind of think of when you go through the main lobby, that back wall of glass that goes out to the grass, if you just keep going and that was turned into this addition, it would be squared up, as Rachel said, with the rest of the building where that hallway is. So again, I think it's too early at this point to commit to it. We're just letting you know that this is something we think should be in the capital for future. There's nothing at this point other than letting you know that we're going to probably be doing some more studying of this and evaluating ultimately what estimates might be for this.
Yes, and I think really what we're here today is to sort of introduce the big picture, get a temperature check on what that might look like, and then also find out if the feelings on that first phase, because as Grady mentioned when we introduced this item, if it is a summer project, if we decide that this is what we would like to tackle this summer, contracts are going to become forthcoming this spring in order to prepare for that, because council takes a recess and we'll need to sort of get our, as I say, our ducks lined up. So that's really the biggest factor of this presentation.
Question, when you get ready to look at the lounge enclosure, what about the possibility of putting a movable door on there so it would address Mike's situation with having it open for bigger events, and then you could close it if you had a classroom in there?
Sure, we have a number of rooms that have that type of amenity. We can certainly look into that.
Oh, go ahead.
For those who are not aware of, in the Catholic Church, we take a confirmation name, and Rachel says, "Go big or go home." So when she wants something, she wants it. So my thoughts, first off, as it relates to the $90,000 for painting, I think we would be very foolish not to get an estimate from the people that just painted the exterior, who completely blew us away
And we
with a
did, by the way.
phenomenal quote.
That number you saw is from them, correct?
So theirs is the 90,000?
Justin, is that not correct?
That is our estimate. We did get an estimate from them, however, we have to be transparent, we're gonna send it out as an RFP. Their numbers is slightly lower than that.
Okay, because they did a great job, correct?
Yes.
And couldn't touch the price. So I think that's definitely someone we should look into. And then as it did you want me to stop?
No, I said thank you.
Oh, I thought you said stop.
Yeah, you're done, you're done.
I was like, damn, I'm just starting to go. Then the other thing that I would like for us to look into is possibly having a volunteer weekend, if this gets approved, is to have a volunteer weekend prior to whenever this project is supposed to kick off, in which we would get community members who would come. I believe probably, and Justin, you could correct me, but I think a huge cost of this would be the removal of the tile, the carpeting, and things like that. If we have a community action day in which we could get a dumpster, and Justin, you'd be in charge, of getting volunteers to come. I know I would come. I know I could get a huge group from the Legion and we could come over a weekend, rip up, we're really good at destroying stuff, ripping all that stuff up and possibly saving the town some money, which could go for something else. So I would consider, if you guys would consider doing something like that, I think it might be a good idea.
So I'll bring up the teen center idea again, because, if we're talking about things that we hear from people, that's something I hear about, and also a pool, which I think is something that's really a big expense, and that I think has to be some other sort of partnership. But I just think about some of the other centers that are in other towns and cities where, there might be like a snack bar, there might be games or whatever it is that they would like, a little corner of Dutch Brothers or something, but, I know, I keep talking about that, but, it can be anything. But, that seems to me that if we're, going with the branding of young professional families and, health and, a well-rounded community, I would like, I don't know if it has to be the building addition or if it's something else that we do through economic development, but, I feel like that is something I would love to see happen somehow here.
I appreciate that. I think one of the discussions that we're also having about that sort of lounge space, in addition to game room, would obviously be sort of serve that purpose, but even outfitting the lobby in that space with a space for homework or space where kids can be after school, and creating an after-school space. Again, it's a community center, and it definitely is well used during the daytime, weekdays, by our seniors, and we certainly don't want to change that. However, that after-school time, sort of that, I'll say 3 to 6, is a window of where we could potentially begin to serve our younger community. And again, equipping it so that they can charge their laptops, because every kid has a laptop now for school. That's by requirement. Everyone's issued a Chromebook. They want to charge their phones, exactly, and other things. And while those seem small, that's what makes them feel welcome, and that there's a place for them, and that they are included in our community center. So again, those efforts are exactly what we're trying to do. So thank you.
Yeah, I was going to add too, when you mentioned coffee shop earlier, it'd be great to have some, contract with somebody in there to have, like you said, a snack shop or coffee bar kind of thing that, we could make a little bit of money on, and some contractor could get some revenue too, so that would be kind of cool. So, I'm in agreement with, phase 1 and 2. I think I'm comfortable with doing that. And I guess if we look ahead to phase 3 and beyond, I mean, I like the discussion about the youth focus. I mean, a couple of things. The Boys and Girls Club has been there for years, and they've been trying to, I mean, they are a destination for after school, and obviously people have to pay a little bit for that kind of thing. They have a teen center. It's had kind of mixed results. I don't know if we would do any better, or if it's good to have 2 places like that, or help them out more. I don't know. And the only other thing I would add is if we commit to an expansion or whatever, I mean, we're basically saying long-term, this is going to be the home for seniors as well. And maybe it's just me, I have mixed feelings about that, because I know for a long time they kind of wanted their own facility, and now I know they're quite settled in there. So, I mean, we're kind of preempting any kind of future, I think, facility if we do, phase 3. So, and obviously that's just a bunch more money, and I don't even know if the need or want is there. It's just an option that we're kind of eliminating if we go ahead with this. So, I know we had to make some adjustments over there 2 years or so ago for more space, and, we kind of emptied out that one room that wasn't being used that much, for senior center. I get that. So I guess, if staff is comfortable with the current model, and so are the seniors and so on, I'm going to be comfortable with that too. I just, I've always, and I know people roll their eyes when I say, well, let's look at the Kiwanis Clubhouse, or let's bulldoze and start over, or let's build a center down there, or let's remodel that. And, and apparently I know it's very old and outdated and all that, but I don't know. That's just me, I guess. So I'm just pointing that out in terms of if we do one thing, that kind of limits others.
I'm agreeing in general, because we're talking about having vacant, there's vacancies everywhere, and then maybe that's something we start looking at a little bit more for our purposes, if, in case, we're not just going to have businesses in every one of them. So we have empty buildings, and then we're talking about adding. So I get it that things being together are location, but I agree when we talked about the Kiwanis Club way back when, and other things that James could even point us to.
Council, I'll help close the discussion on this. It's very obvious that council supports in the near term what we're trying to do for the summer. I do think that there's probably more work and more evaluation that needs to take place on the outer years for the expansion. And I don't think we were really trying to get you to agree to that, or I think all we really wanted to do is plant the seed that is something that needs to be evaluated. And I think there's a policy discussion there, to what I'm hearing, that needs to take place before we start really budgeting for that in the outer years. And I think that will happen. So is that what you're pretty much telling us? Okay.
Great.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up is Development Services. John Wesley is going to be doing a update on community and neighborhood issues. And then following his presentation, I'll do an update on the homelessness issue as well.
Mayor and Council, good to be with you this afternoon. Got a few items that I don't know will take too long, but just want to keep you up to date on some of the things that are going on that I'm seeing, and certainly ask questions as we go and see if there's anything more that you'd like to know about any of these topics. First one we've talked about several times fairly recently. I just wanted to hit on the highlights of it again for you, for the new council members, to make sure we understand where we are. We know that the state has passed a law back in 2016 that allows short-term vacation rentals and preempted our ability to regulate them. And so we have seen that industry grow some over the last few years. We've seen some impacts in some of our neighborhoods as some of those homes have gotten a little bit out of hand. The council, a couple of months ago, passed an ordinance adding a section to Chapter 8 of the Town Code that under state law gives us the opportunity to at least register the businesses so that we know where they are and have the opportunity to have an emergency contact person. So if an issue comes up, we can contact that person. We're in the process of getting that word out and getting that registry set up and moving forward with that. We do actively work with, had a lot of help from Captain Kratzer and his team as those issues have come up, and going out to address issues and concerns as they come up, and building some relationships with some of the owners of those properties. So that's been working well. Luckily, we haven't had anything much the last few months. Spring's coming though, and things might kind of heat up again, but we'll stay on top of that the best we can. Under state statutes and then through the ordinance we passed a few months ago, again allowed us a little bit more regulation in terms of some of the uses that can happen within these vacation rentals, but still has to be kept pretty consistent with residential zoning. We can't really treat them too differently under the current regulations from other homes. We can't set limits on parties and outdoor activities that we wouldn't just generally have in a residential zoning district. So again, that keeps it somewhat limited. As you know, the two bills currently been working their way through the state legislature that might give us some extra ability to regulate these uses. We're keeping our eyes on those and what happens there to come back to council if there's anything more that we can do in terms of local ordinance and regulation of these particular industries. I've been receiving a lot of emails over the last couple of months from private companies that have their software that's available that we could purchase, that we can work with those companies. Then they have their tools that they use to monitor Airbnb and VRBO and those other businesses to really find out how many of these units we have in town and be able to cross-check and compare. Do we have them registered or not have them registered? So it can be a tool that we could use if we chose to in the future to help better identify these businesses. Right now, I don't know if we have enough of an issue. I don't know how much they cost. I did watch one demo from one of the companies. It's very interesting what they can do, and they can really get a lot of data. We can keep that in the back of our minds if we think that might be beneficial in the future. But one of our primary concerns we have with these homes when they get too big of a crowd is the noise that comes with that. And so we've, again, been working with MCSO and sending officers out to try to address those. We have found, if you're ready to segue to the next issue, that there's some challenges with our current noise ordinance. I know it was just done, updated a couple of years ago. And with that, decibel level was set that we can use. Well, that's been a challenge. Again, it's primarily the MCSO officers that respond to these things. They happen at night, weekends, and for them to prosecute based on those rules, to have to make sure their noise meters are calibrated, they have to be trained in the use of those things and so forth. It's been a challenge to actually use that current regulation as an effective tool. It had other tools that they have that they go into if you wanted that they can use, but the noise ordinance hasn't been as helpful as we would like for this particular issue. And so we have taken some time, been reviewing noise ordinance in some other communities to see if there's some other ways they approach it that might be better. And so with that, we prepared a draft revision to that ordinance that we would hope to bring back to council here in the next couple of months to get your input on and possibly change that noise ordinance to one we think may work better to help address this and other issues. At the same time, we've been dealing with the noise issues with the vacation rentals. We've also had some citizens that live on or near golf courses raise concerns about the early hours that sometimes the golf course maintenance crews get started, 4 and 4:30 in the morning, that kind of thing. And so that's another issue that could benefit from a revision to our noise ordinance.
John, real quick, I know years ago there was a big issue with, like in the 90s, so much residential construction going on. There were pretty much hours set for construction, so that doesn't cover golf course maintenance or
Mayor, Councilmember Charno, there are some regulations in there, but they'll push those regulations, and it's maybe not as clear as we would like in terms of when it's landscape on a golf course, is that the same as an individual doing landscape work in their home, and how far away you can be, and some of those things, the decibel levels and those things are in there. So again, we're looking at this as an opportunity to bring this up again. Apparently, it came up 2 or 3 years ago, and to deal with this issue, didn't make it all the way to council because of some concerns expressed by the industry at the time. We've done some checking with the different golf courses, and at this point, there's only one that seems to have any real concern about setting a firmer starting hour. So we hope that overall we get support for a change.
Well, I know at the time with the construction, there was a lot of concerns from the construction industry with the heat and
Right.
safety and,
Right.
and all that. And then also pouring concrete, you know,
Right.
if it's over a certain temperature,
Right.
they have to start like 4:30 or 5,
Correct.
so.
In fact, we have a section in our code where the town engineer can go ahead and waive that regulation
Right.
if they're having to do a pour
Right.
in the wee hours.
Right. Yeah, so we do have that for construction, as Mr. Miller just mentioned. We can't allow exceptions for pours because they do need to be under a certain temperature. It's going to be real hot and they've got a large pour, they can start earlier. So again, this is a text amendment that you will likely see here in the next month or two to get your go-ahead on. Any questions on that? Okay, another favorite topic, group homes and sober living facilities. Again, new council members may not be as familiar with this, but federal fair housing laws prohibit discrimination on housing issues. And there are group homes that are allowed through that for handicapped individuals. So our ordinances have to allow for them. By those definitions, those recovering from drug and alcohol addictions are disabled or handicapped. And so we can't prohibit those types of group homes in our residential neighborhoods. State statutes a couple of years ago were updated to address a specific category within the general category of group homes, and that's sober living homes, because there's such a proliferation of those occurring in some other towns. And so there are some basic rules there on the state level, and they have to be licensed as a sober living home through the state, but still they are allowed through our zoning ordinance as a group home. The only requirements we have is they have to have a business license. They can only house between 6 and 10 residents. If they get more than that, then they exceed that. And there's a separation requirement of 1,200 feet between the homes. To be registered as a group home, they do submit an application to our office. It's reviewed from the zoning perspective, also fire and building, go do an inspection to make sure they're meeting the fire and life safety codes. If all those things are done, we add them to our map. That's how we can maintain the spacing.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Do you have any idea how many group homes we have?
It's not a lot. I look at the map every once in a while. It's been a while. It's scattered around the town. I'd say there's probably about 20 or 30. 20 or 30, someplace in that range, but I've never really counted them. But they're reasonably well spread out at this point.
10 people in 1,200 square feet, they're going to be on top of each other. That's kind of surprising. But
Oh, okay, so I've got a typo there.
I'm
It's
sorry?
not 1,200 square feet. It's a 1,200 foot spacing, 1,200
square
feet between
foot,
homes.
square
Yep,
foot.
sorry, I added extra word in there.
Oh, no, my mistake.
No, it's fine, I put the word in there. So, yeah. That would be nice, I don't know, that'd be, okay, yeah. So that's the rules we have. So we get complaints, quite often. You probably hear sometimes complaints from neighbors. So there's a group home in my neighborhood, what are we going to do? We've got these, alcohol recovery people. If they're meeting these rules, federal law really pretty well ties our hands. And this is where we're at.
I'll just, thinking back a lot of years, when I was on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, and there were no restrictions, except people had to apply for them. And anytime anybody had proposed a group home, that's the applicant for a group home, we have a public hearing, and we'd have people out the door, hundreds of people out the door coming screaming and yelling they don't want them. Things have changed.
So a related topic that has recently come up, we've been approached about having a detox facility in the town. And so I have looked through the zoning ordinance and do not find any specific allowances for a detox facility, as I do in some other codes. And so that has been my interpretation at this point. Because it's not allowed, it is prohibited, and have taken that approach. So there's a couple of options we have and some new information I've just received about this specific provision, specific operation. But the options under the code are, again, just to not allow it. We could ask for an formal interpretation. Right now it's just been a verbal interpretation, so I'd be a little bit more formal getting something in writing about what the code does and doesn't allow. The next would be to amend the ordinance to allow it or to specifically not allow it and or with regulations. That ordinance amendment could occur through your direction to us. It could occur through a citizen making an application for that to happen. And through that process, we could decide if this is something we'll allow by right, under certain conditions, or with special use permits.
Has a request been made to establish a detox facility here? A request been made by somebody?
A request has been made, just it's been an email at this point. Ken, is it possible what zoning would allow it? And at this point, I've said, well, I don't find it in the code, so I think it's not allowed. Again, I was given a little bit of additional information yesterday in terms of this specific proposal. My understanding of a detox facility is one I've seen before and regulated before, is there have been a place, a person who's wanting to come off of some type of drug or alcohol addiction and is high on these things, goes and they are put in under medical supervised condition for a few days, a week, 10 days maybe, and there's a lot of serious withdrawal issues that they deal with. And they can be a situation where people are coming there and waiting to get in, and they're just kind of hanging out in the parking lot of the neighborhood waiting for their opportunity to get into these kinds of things. So there can be some negative consequences from them. So that's where I was coming from. The specific proposal is different than that. They call it a subacute detox facility, where a person just comes during the day. It's fairly similar to the rehab type issue. They come during the day, they get some medical treatment, they get some counseling, and they go back home in the evening. So it's not really quite that same type of scenario that I was looking at or thinking this they meant. This is much more akin to a doctor's office or a counselor's office. And so I think I could make the interpretation for that type of facility under the current code. And so I'll have to explore that just a little bit more, but I wanted to, again, make you aware of this as we maybe go down this road, allowing potentially detox facilities in town that then maybe encourages more sober living homes in town. And so that the two kind of may go together. And again,
So
that's
John,
an impact that we may want to consider.
You let the cat out of the bag on this. So what, as far as the zoning, would you be looking at? It wouldn't be residential, correct?
No, it wouldn't be, no, it'd definitely be a commercial district.
Okay.
By right, we've said now that hospitals can go into C1, and so this is probably less intense than a hospital.
This would be C2, right?
So, well, it could be C1, but C2 for sure. C2 for sure, I don't see an issue with that under these parameters that have been described for this specific use.
Because one of the things I wanted to ask you is that when something isn't mentioned, I'm not sure we've always interpreted it as meaning they're not, yes, they're not specifically allowed, but we have used in other occasions to say, okay, well, where will it fit? So just the first options to not allow, it makes me a little uncomfortable. I don't know, Aaron, and we don't need to go into this all now, but I think there's been other things that have been proposed that even though it wasn't spelled out, they ended up occurring. So the idea of not allowing, and also it does seem like more of a medical kind of a category to me.
But if it's not specifically allowed, then we'd have to look at it, take everything into consideration if we even wanted to entertain the idea of allowing one, and maybe, like you said, look at a special use permit, or just determine if it's in the best interest of the community to have one, right?
Yes, Mayor, council member, there's several factors that go through my mind as these things come in. And yes, the zoning ordinance does make specific provisions for interpretation and allowance of uses, because uses change, they evolve. And so you look at the code and what does it allow, and is this similar enough to something else? And you can say, yes, it's a new use, but it's similar to these things. But in other cases, there are specific uses that have been around for years, and they weren't allowed in the code. And so when I look at that, I say, well, this is a use that they could have allowed from the beginning because it's a use that's been around and it's not here. So that tells me something. That tells me the town didn't want it. And so, again, it's a kind of a judgment and weighing of the different factors and provisions in the code to kind of come up with these different rulings.
Yeah, and I think John hit on one of the options that he and I have specifically discussed, which is he sits as the zoning administrator and makes an interpretation as to where, in his judgment as the administrator, would be appropriate zoning. And then the applicant or the individual who's making the request has some options from there, whether he agrees with or is dissatisfied with the interpretation.
I'm assuming there'll be some criteria as to how many people at a time in one of these homes, the size of the house, square footage, that kind of thing.
So, Mayor, Councilmember, in terms of a detox facility, we're not talking about the same thing as a group home. These are more medical, hospital-like, clinic-like thing, and so they wouldn't go in residential. They would be in some type of commercial setting. But again, whether we do ultimately, again, the more acute, I'll say, detox facility, we still may want to try to make a distinction there and may want to actually come back to council to really see how we would want to put one of those in our code. If we want to allow them by right or through special use permit to address any negative impacts, community impacts that may go with those. But this subacute type, it sounds like, again, it's not too much different than a medical office or a counseling center that probably could be allowed by right under today's code. Okay, and I think that is mine for the moment, so Mr. Miller's up.
Mayor and Council, as you're aware, the issue of homelessness has been a growing issue, particularly for the last 10 years. I think we've seen evidence of it crop up into the suburban areas of the valley that we hadn't previously seen or experienced. So about almost 4 years ago, there was an East Valley consortium to address homelessness that occurred. It was basically the East Valley managers. We get together once a month. And we basically go over the MAG Management Committee agenda, and we go over regional issues that we're trying to work on. And so we started actually including this agenda for our meetings, and then we started having separate meetings just on this issue as it became a lot more, the managers were much more active, and we brought in specialized staff with some of the cities that have human service needs. So this has been going on for a while. And one of the things that came out of this is back in September 2019, we were trying to get all the different cities in the East Valley to agree to try to tackle this in a regional setting, try to take some ownership. Because there are some areas like our community, Paradise Valley, probably Carefree and Cave Creek that, should be at the table. But because of the affluence, relative affluence, don't want to own any part of the solving the issue. So we all kind of agreed, yes, we all should be part of the solution and try to work on this. So we did have a resolution 2019-44 that was approved by the council that just basically said that the town of Fountain Hills supports East Valley efforts to address the homeless issue. And then MAG started getting involved in this, and that's great because MAG basically has staffing and resources that they were able to put into this. So MEG recently completed a national study of most effective regional practices to address homelessness. And they also created an inventory of local strategies. Just in the last week or so, they also sent a survey out to me that I had both the fire chief and the police chief address, which had them responding from a public safety perspective on how they've been addressing homelessness. Also, MEG's staff created funding sources and eligibility spreadsheet to kind of see what other cities and towns are contributing to address this and help identify ways that we might be able to fund strategies. And MEG is also, they've also put on additional staffing that they just reallocated on staff to kind of focus on this. So it's just not the deputy director, but it's also additional staff that they have There's no additional cost to us at this point for that, but there will be likely some solutions that come out of this from a regional standpoint, where as part of our assessment and dues that we pay each year, we'll probably be contributing to something. Let's see. So after identifying all the various different solutions out there, MAG will be coming back to both the MAG Management Committee and also the Regional Council. And then they'll also have fundraising targets to try to see how we can address this, this issue. I think this is a repeat. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. You could tell I did this presentation myself. I'm not used to doing my own presentations. So the big question is, what is Fountain Hills doing about homelessness? While smaller cities and towns in Arizona are typically not providers of human services, Fountain Hills does the following. Now, these aren't necessarily dealing with homelessness per se, but they are peripheral issues related to that. We participate in the East Valley Consortium, which we still do. The town council appropriates $24,000 annually to the Extended Hands Food Bank here in town. We joined the Urban Counties program about 4 or 5 years ago, and our allocation, we're too small to receive community development block grant funding directly, but our portion that comes to the Urban Counties program goes into the bucket or the pot for the region to address homelessness. Homelessness is the #1 regional issue that the Urban Counties program is dealing with right now. As a side, $24,000 was allocated for emergency housing and utility assistance in 2020. That was funding that came through the feds as part of the CARES Act that then was made available to our residents. Again, I mentioned this earlier, but we also participate in the Tempe Community Action Agency. We're in their service area, so they also made available $24,000 in emergency housing and utility assistance. Again, it's not directly related to homelessness, but these are people that could become homeless if they do not get their rent paid or they're one paycheck away from that happening. MCSO also has taken a more kinder, gentler approach to dealing with folks that are homeless. They don't treat them as lawbreakers unless they are breaking the law. They treat them as just any other human being. So during the hot summer months, they are known to provide bottled water to individuals. And if they see that people need shelter, they can make some referrals to shelters. And there's one, a men's shelter, I believe. Is it Greenleaf, which is in Mesa, which is just right at the 202 and Country Club Road. It's very close to town. What more can we do? Again, I mentioned Meg is in the process of identifying best practices to approach the issue. You know, the bottom line is that I have set aside as a placeholder in next year's budget $50,000. You know, where did I come up with that number? I looked at Tempe, and Tempe for the current fiscal year, they have $400,000 that they spend on homelessness. Now, again, we're not Tempe, but Tempe's also upping their ante for next year and thereafter. So I thought that might be a good start, is that we're about 1/6 their population, so this was a very close number. And again, if we decide that there are some other partnerships that we can use this money for, we can certainly do that. But I thought it'd be important to have a placeholder so that if MAG comes up with some solution or some contributions that we may be needing to provide, at least we'll have this money earmarked and setting aside for that. What I'd like to do is also at a later date report to the council on MAG solutions and what they're planning on doing. And if there is going to be some usage of what they're planning on doing, that maybe this $50,000 might help, I will definitely come back to you and get your blessing to make sure that you're fine with doing it and participating in their program. I think the other part of this is I think we need to help bring awareness from an education standpoint with our community. I know we get calls a lot that people are complaining that there's a homeless person over here or there. And really, they have civil rights, and we have to treat them just like any other citizen. However, if they're causing vandalism or if they're in our washes, you know, setting fires, we have to be very vigilant to make sure that that we do hold them to the same standard we hold everybody else. Again, when pre-COVID and pre-pandemic, we were seeing a lot more people that would be in the community center and also the library, but with the library and the community center closing for part of those times, they have not been able to use those facilities. Also, I want to let you know that they have done a census a couple times since I've been manager, and our numbers are very much underreported. I think the last report I saw said something like we had like 6 or 8 people, and I know I can count 6 or 8 people myself, so I know that there's a lot of people you don't see. And all the cities have said that's a commonality, that their numbers, some cities like Mesa, Tempe, and Phoenix actually sent out their own staff to start doing enumerating to count the heads because I believe that they're being undercounted.
Question.
Yes.
Do we have any feel for the demographics? Are these young people, old people, a mix?
So one of the issues that that they have found with this, you've got the traditional homeless population that you've had. So people that are down on their luck might be veterans. That's a pretty common theme that you'll see. You also have people that are folks that are suffering drug abuse or alcoholism. But the latest interesting fact is that there's a number of people that are choosing this as a lifestyle. There are people, it's hard to believe, but there are people that are choosing to be homeless. A lot of, not saying a lot of our people, but they have cell phones, they'll go into libraries, they'll charge up, they try to connect still with family. They still may have some money coming in from maybe, you know, some family members or such, but they are choosing to be homeless. And the challenge with that is they don't want help. They do not want us to try to find them shelter. They do not want any kind of assistance. The other challenge that we're finding is that the nature of it has also included more families. And so a lot of the shelters traditionally have been men's shelters or women's shelters. There's very few family shelters. And you probably have all observed this as well, a lot of these homeless folks have animals, they have pets, and there's very few shelters that actually allow dogs or pets in them. So we're having to really kind of scratch at the surface and look at this as a whole new issue, as if homelessness never existed before, because the issues that they're dealing with today are a lot different than they were 20 or 30 years ago.
That's good information to hear. I should have been more specific in asking about the demographics of the homeless in Fountain Hills. Do we have any sense of that?
No, the only thing I can tell you is it's much like what we've heard from other communities that are like our community. They have chosen to come here because of the safety. They feel safer in our community versus some of the urbanized areas. There's also more areas for them to hide or feel like they can be concealed and not be seen, or because some of them are, you know, they're proud. They don't want to be seen this way.
Another thing, Ellen, to answer your question, I attended the Regional Homeless Forum on Housing a couple weeks ago. It was really interesting. It was comprised of Mesa, Tempe, and a whole other areas. And one of the things that I heard come through is that there's homelessness and there's transients. And the transients are people that can't afford their rent. They're one paycheck away from being on the street. They're, you know, and it's happening to younger and younger families. It's hard to keep the families together. The homeless, and eventually they might turn to alcohol or whatever and actually become homeless, like forever practically. But it's really become a really big problem, and it's going to get bigger. Even though COVID might go away, the residual effect of it and the housing industry is going to create, it's going to like multiply and multiply. They can't even project what it's going to be.
The council member is correct. In fact, I read an interesting article, I think it was in the Phoenix Business Journal, and it had to do with the housing and housing bubble, that all these folks that have come out to California, they're not necessarily all, you know, have lots of money and so forth and are buying real estate. Yes, a lot of them are driving up our real estate prices, but there are some people that have moved out because they're on the margin, and they're like one paycheck, like Peggy's mentioned, from losing their job or their housing or so forth. So it could actually just grow exponentially from what we see today.
Some areas in the country are worse than Phoenix, but one of the statistics they used was that people coming from California or Seattle or whatever have 23% more money to spend than we do on housing. Some places were worse. I don't remember which cities, but so they've got so much more that they can buy up the homes or I think what we're figuring out from what you're saying is that it's very complicated, which isn't something we didn't know. But one of the things I think we're hearing is from people that want to help. So while we wait for some good direction, you know, on how to try to tackle this the best way for us, is there something we can tell some of these groups that, oh, we want to, you know, get blankets, or we want to help somehow? Can they talk to our volunteer coordinator, or can we, you know, hook them up with each other, or somehow be some kind of a conduit while we're waiting?
I think the key is I would try to hook them up with existing services that are out there, because I'll give you an example. There's really well-meaning churches out there that are trying to do the right thing, and, you know, under, you know, Christian principles and such. There was a church that was in Phoenix that was going to a park every Saturday or Sunday. And what they were doing was they were feeding the people, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger. They created a bigger problem by doing what they were doing. And then the people that normally would use the park didn't want to use the park, and they weren't using the park. So the issue is there are multiple ways of dealing with this, but try to go through existing service providers that are in the business and know what their clientele is and what their needs are. So, so I think there's, like, you know, Kiwanis and Rotary and the Women's Club and all these different great civic organizations that are well-meaning. My advice is for them to seek out some of these either shelters or continuum of care, and try to find out where the biggest need is, and then try to either contribute whatever the goods that they may need or what cash they may need, because you don't want to create an unintended consequence.
This probably directly related to what Grady was just talking about, but the MCSO gives them water and refers them to a shelter. Some of our homeless people do not have transportation. So I feel like another thing, sorry, Larry, but another thing that the MCSO should be able to do is to provide information. This organization is willing to drive you, or to go beyond that, because just saying there's this shelter in Mesa, and then...
I'm sorry, if it sounded like I was just saying that they were saying a shelter. There have been a few occasions when they've actually taken the individuals to the shelter. So but they know what the criteria is, and it doesn't fit every individual to take them to the shelter. I believe it's just a men's shelter, so it wouldn't work for females. And they also call ahead to make sure that they have occupancy available. Part of the issue that, as an example, some of these cities are getting very frustrated because they see some of these outlying communities that might refer people to shelters in their own community that they're not seeing as part of the solution, and they think we're just trying to push these people back into their community. And so it's getting very challenging. That's why it's important now that MAG has got involved in this, because we all have to look at this strategically, not just from our own perspective, but regionally, because you can't really deal with this or solve a problem at the city level. You have to deal with it and solve it at a regional level. And it's going to be a long time.
Before we leave the neighborhood community, I know Jerry probably wants to talk about a couple of things, because he's on the domestic violence council there, and we've been having conversations about that. But when we had the Together We Care march here in Fountain Hills, there was, you know, quite a bit of you know, controversy and issue that came from that. And we talked about having a, for lack of a better word, a community conversation about an issue that has, you know, this far, you know, from one end to the other. And a lot of the cities and towns and National League of Cities and have been having just a ton of these Zoom meetings ever since then, you know, April, May, June, all through now. And they've all come up with a lot of different strategies. But one of the things that they are dealing with that I don't think we are dealing with as much, and is because MCSO has already been through a lot of these kind of trainings. And I mean, Larry, I'll tell you, he wrote a whole guideline for me that I've been sending to people, or I was back then. So as we move ahead, that becomes one of the issues that we talked about, including something that Sherry and Mike were working on, but got derailed by COVID, which was Fountain Hills Cares, or we called it Have a Heart, which had to do with suicide, bullying. We had a leadership project on self-defense, and someone else mentioned that to me about teaching self-defense in schools, and school violence. David and I went, feels like 10 years ago, but we went to a meeting that was, had educators, people from Sandy Hook and such, talking about what you see on the computer sometimes that can be an indication of, a school shooting to come or that kind of thing. So, and domestic violence is part of that. So I would like to just let you know that as things are starting to open up, or as they will be, we'll be working on having some kind of an event like that. And I hope we're not biting off more than we can chew, but I'd like to have as many topics in there as we can and make it, I think it was going to be like a full day or most of a day, with panels and with experts and with setups. I know some of the recovery places wanted to have tables, so that's something that's in the works. Hey, Rachel, no. But it's been a long time. I've been telling a lot of people that, once we get started, we'll start talking about these issues, because whatever your feelings are about any of them, talking about it is what makes a community come together and solve these things. Really quickly, the fireworks, we talk about neighborhood issues when there's been fireworks. I know there's a bill to allow even more fireworks, but the pets, I guess, run away a lot when they get scared. So that's one of the things that we continue to try to fight against. And back to what some of the things that John was talking about with construction sites. We're trying to make it so that they're safe if someone starts a home and then 6 months later they haven't made any progress and there's rebar sticking up and that kind of thing. So we are looking at that also. So I would consider that a neighborhood issue as well. And I wanted to ask you, Jerry, if you wanted to talk a little bit about the domestic violence.
I did attend a conference call and video for domestic violence, one of the committees that I'm on. And what they said was that not only has domestic violence increased, but the degree of violence in the domestic violence has really increased. So I learned a couple of things. That, and then that the town of Tempe had actually taken some COVID dollars and set them aside to actually rent several apartments so that their residents that were victims of this domestic violence had a place to go. So I did reach out to Ginny and to Grady, and we're working on something. And we probably don't want to advertise that simply
Right.
because we don't want the perpetrators to end up at the
Yes.
same spot.
Absolutely. In fact, you don't see it because it's a supplement, but I put in a supplement for a voucher program that the MCSO would basically work with victims of domestic violence where they can get them emergency shelter immediately. And so without naming the places or whatever, that's kind of the concept behind it. So we're looking at $12,000 in the budget for next year. That would help for that purpose.
Yeah. So we're taking steps to help mitigate the effects of that, and giving people an option, I think, is really what needs to happen so that they have a place to go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get out of this one and find the next one. Let's see, so where do I go to find the next one? Let's see. That's not it. Let's see. Oops. Might have to have some help here. Where were these on here? Oops. Not in can you talk to Cox for us? Council retreats, there it is.
Presentation. Do you know what number?
That's the last one.
Oh, is this the MCSF?
No,
Is this yours?
no, I'm the one before that, I'm 11 or 12. Yeah, there you go, thank you, sir. Ah. Okay, there you go. He knows lots of stuff, he's helping, okay. Development projects. So, just a few things to kind of update you on. Everybody's familiar with the medical center, and of course it's changed since I put this slide together and where we're at with that development. Based on the, I can't think of the right name, the deposit they made to help correct some of the issues and the bond that they have on file with us, we were able to go ahead and issue the certificate of occupancy. And so we have those assurances to get those last items done that they needed to do, but that allowed them to then move forward with their training and working with the state to finish up their licensing so they can get open. And so you do see a lot of that type of activity going on that site now. We are still working, though, to resolve a few final issues with the contractor, primarily dealing with the wall along the north property line. And hopefully we can get those all taken care of. But in my inspections have met their other requirements on the property. They will be installing the sidewalk along their frontage of Saguaro within the next 6 months. And then with phase 2, they'll extend that sidewalk on Saguaro all the way up to Monterey. They still tell me that we should be expecting phase 2 to be coming in within the next 6 months or so as far as getting started on that next phase. So hopefully they are successful and that does indeed occur. Questions on the hospital?
I don't remember, what is phase 2?
So phase 2 is a 2 or 3 story, 3-story medical office building and an addition onto the hospital itself. I can't remember now how many beds of an addition to the hospital it would be, but it steps up the hill going west on Trevino.
I hope they can do it and be much smoother.
I hope so too.
Phase 1. You know, we hear about fencing for an air generator and the wall and all kinds of stuff, and it turns out that they haven't really followed they haven't done what they agreed to do, and then they're complaining they can't open. I just hope it goes more smoothly.
I do too. I think everybody hopes it goes more smoothly. Yeah, I think everybody hopes it goes more smoothly. I think we learned a lot of lessons on both sides going through the first part of it, so hopefully it will all be smoother. So Darrow Canyon, big important development in the community, and I don't see a laser pointer here to point at the map a little bit, but so southern portion, parcels 1, 7, and 8 are essentially complete. Then parcel 2A, which is a southern piece of parcel 2, is just about complete. They have 13 lots in there, and those are in their final stages of development. Eagle Ridge Drive is now constructed. We have reviewed and are just about ready to sign off on the landscape plan for the landscaping along Eagle Ridge Drive. Just had a few tweaks to make to that plan. Parcels 5 and 6, up in the kind of the northern central portion of the development, those plats are filed. Construction of those subdivision improvements are underway. And we've been reviewing the landscape plans for those subdivision improvements, again, about ready to sign off on those. So they are not too far away from starting houses in parcels 5 and 6. So the northern part of 2, parcel 2B, we have that final plat just about ready for filing. Again, the final little tweaks. They're making an adjustment in their land development philosophy, I guess, as they have done parcel 2B. In parcel 2A, they had their street and they cleared everything and they built pads just right along that street. It ended up being a lot more excavation than they intended, a lot more retaining walls than they thought they were going to have to build. And so with 2B, they've decided to adjust that a little bit. They can build a little bit more street, but they're going to have to do less grading overall, and fewer retaining walls. They're going to take a little bit more advantage of the topography. So the subdivision layout's a little bit odd looking on a map, but I think it will fit well, again, into the hillside, and again, require less grading, be less disruptive to that natural topography than 2A was. So that's 38 lots. Again, it's getting close to the final plat being ready for council approval. And then just this last week, we received the initial not grading plan, the clearing plan, the swirl plan, there we go, for 3. And so that's the next one kind of to the west up the hill, and starting to see their lot layout for that area. So they're needing to keep all these things moving because they're selling lots very quickly up there and moving through the rest of the development fairly quickly. Parcels 9 and 10 are dedicated open space in this development. Keystone, just right catty corner across here, again, is moving along slower than they intended. They had a lot more issues with the ground there, the soil, the rocks that they found. Made it a lot more challenging to get some of the underground utilities in than they had thought it would take, so it's been a little bit slower than they thought it might be. They expect to be done with all their paving here by the end of February.
You looked at me expectantly. You're anticipating. I noticed they've erected a gray concrete wall around the periphery. Is that going to be painted, do you know?
I believe so. It's been a while since I've looked at their plans to see what colors that was supposed to be. I do recall that it was a couple of different colors, so they probably haven't gotten to the painting of that yet. But I'd have to go back and double check.
Yeah, I'm sure they haven't, because I'm not sure it's even complete, but they've done a lot of it. It almost looks like concrete block.
Right.
That goes around the property.
Right. And some of it is just retaining wall. As you see in the picture on the bottom here, there'll be a view fence on top of that for the housing, so it's not totally behind a wall. So they are starting the work then in phase 1 in the clubhouse, which is the southeast corner. Everything from that clubhouse, or everything kind of south of where the Bashes is and that strip center is phase 1. And then they will move west and up Westby for phases 2 through 5. Pretty much, they're not really going to stop and start. They're just going to kind of keep moving. They divide it in phases just for convenience of talking and laying it out. But they expect to be done by this time next year with the final phases over there, 147 units. Park Place, we've had recent input from the owner there that they are interested in moving forward with phase 3. They don't have a need for what was phase 2, which is the next piece east along Avenue of the Fountains, but moving south along Verde River and over to there and Paul Norton to build that phase, 3-story, 102 units, surface parking. It also includes the Art Walk construction as required in the development agreement. We will be having an executive session Tuesday next week to go over the development agreement with council to bring you all up to speed on what's in that agreement and what things we might need to consider as that phase 3 comes in. They didn't give us a specific time frame, but indicated they would be trying to move forward fairly quickly. So I would be expecting to see an application for that phase 3 here in the next month or so.
Originally, my understanding is that they were going to, the original developer was going to put in like townhouses close to Saguaro. Have you heard anything about that?
No, Councilmember Magazine heard nothing more about what they plan to do on that piece of it.
The developer did say that's still an interest, but he was wanting to move forward with this one first, so he was kind of reversing the sequencing. And it's interesting to note that this project is exactly as it was identified in the existing development agreement. So they haven't made any modifications on either the building size, the number
layout,
of floors,
parking,
the layout,
right.
anything.
Well,
It's
Well,
exactly
that's
as
good.
it was.
That's good, given the fact we had about 40 executive sessions to go over that damn development agreement.
Well, you know what? You're the last one on the council that was actually involved in that. That's still on council. You're the last one on council that's still on council when that was discussed.
So we have that item coming. And then just some other development projects. I've listed 3 here. I'll bring up a couple more in just a second. But Serenity Estates, platted in 2007 up off of Golden Eagle Boulevard, close to Eagle's Nest off of Cerro Alto, 11-lot residential subdivision. It's been sitting there all this time. They've maintained the bonds and the improvement plan, so they're ready. Finally got a new owner of that land and is anxious to move forward and develop those lots. Casa del Lago is right over here on El Lago. Those apartments, you see that dirt's been moved around here over the last few months. drive by there now, you can see some of the walls starting to go up, 23-unit apartment complex. Then Gunsight Apartments, same developer, but around the corner at Saguaro and Gunsight. Be the same basic building, but 10 units over there for that little project. In addition to these, we've been talking to, had calls from a number of people looking at the lots up at Fountain Hills Boulevard and El Pueblo, that little commercial center there at the northeast corner. It's got the CC zoning on it that allows for zero lot line in the common parking. It's been underutilized here for many years, but I've had a lot of interest expressed over the last few months, people looking at those lots. So I don't know if anything actually happened there or not, but hopefully it will. Be good to see some life breathed into that one. In addition, I've had several calls over the last few months of people interested in different lots down here in Plat 208. So again, nothing specific this time, not report on exactly, but again, enough interest to make it sound like hopefully between the multiple projects that have been inquiring that we'll see something happen with those. Also down in the area of Saguaro and Shea, again, several calls, interest in some specific parcels down there that sound interesting, and we would hope some of those would move forward also in the next few months. Any questions about any of these or what we might be seeing? That's it for me then.
Thanks, John. So the last item, is everybody okay? Are you wanting to just go through this and just be done? Because very last item here. So the very last item is an update on public safety. Wanted to let you know a couple things. As David's about to tell you, you heard earlier that our rate sheet came back from MCSO that they're looking at a 2.5% increase. We haven't had a moderate increase like that in a while, so that was welcome news. So that basically saved us about $375,000 versus what we already programmed. And I'll go ahead and David, our finance director, will go ahead and provide you an update on where we are with the MCSO audit. David?
All right, so background on this one. It was decided that we wanted to take a look at the contract with MCSO. We do have our final year on our current contract. Our final renewals next year. We contracted with our audit company that does our financial audit. And once they completed that financial audit, we started moving into the contract review with MCSO. And I think our first meeting was mid-November. Just kind of an introductory meeting, kind of establishing how it would go forward from there. Of course, trying to get anything started in November, December, COVID, people working staggered shifts. It took a little longer than we had originally anticipated. Of course, MCSO started working on their contracts for the next fiscal year, so they were a little busy. I did speak with the auditor yesterday, and there's 4 different areas within the contract. They've gotten information on the big 2, which is the personnel and then the supplies and rent portions of the contract. We took up the strategy that we were going to start with fiscal year 20. With those expenses, get the background information, kind of the supporting information, work through that, match it up with what the actuals were with what we were charged. They're in the middle of that now. We should have kind of a draft report by the middle of next month, definitely by the end of next month. So once that draft report's done, we'll kind of see where we are in the whole situation. The original scope was to go back 5 years. So once we have that first year, we should have some good efficiencies as far as they'll know what information they're looking for, the reports, how to get the information that they need, and then we can apply that to the prior 4 years. So it's on track now. It's a little further delayed than we would have liked, but we're making some progress. So.
Any questions? I think it's really good, and I'm glad it was recommended to the staff to do this because as we're getting into another contract with them in another year, assuming we do that, it's just really good to know we've had a multi-year agreement with MCSO, and there were probably assumptions that were made right when we first started out with them that probably with the growth of Rio Verde no longer apply, our own growth and service levels. We know that, for instance, on personnel costs, our contract basically says that they're supposed to basically make our minimum manning or beats available at all times. So this will be very interesting to see if they may have charged us overtime when they should have just been guaranteeing us the bodies, and that should be maybe on their ledger. So again, we don't know until we really know, but the good news is we've got a really good auditing firm doing this, and they're going to look for patterns with this first year, and then it'll make it a lot easier and quicker to go into the next 4 years.
Do you have any reason, do you have any reason to think that the 2.5% increase is related to the fact that we're doing this analysis?
I think there's a cause and effect.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they may, I don't want to come to conclusions, but I think that they may have already realized some of the things as part of this audit internally that they may not have been aware of.
And then just to add to that, though, too, we are, like I said, on the last renewal, so it could be like, well, we don't want to increase it too much. They might not come back for the next contract.
That was a point I was going to make. I was also going to ask, so knowing what we know now, do we have any anticipation as to when this audit will be completed?
Like I said, the draft report mid to late March. We should have the final. I didn't get an answer to that specific question yesterday, but it would be definitely before the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, I'm thinking only because everything has just been like double what we've anticipated, that I would say we should definitely know before, say, the end of May on this.
Right.
So we're talking about that part of it, which is just looking back on the past and checking out what I think it was a great idea to do that because it's a prudent thing to do. I just want to point out too, though, that they had based it on expenses, so I would anticipate those are ups and downs, but it's been mostly ups. But given that, what we have been paying over the last, 6-7 years has been by far the least per capita of any city or town in Maricopa County, by far. So just to keep that in mind, that even if this does come up with some sort of a overtime that was charged or whatever, that as we move into the next phase of evaluating not only MCSO but a rural metro, that these numbers are important as we move forward and make these decisions on whether we want to look to go internal or not.
And I think the timing, everything was perfect on this because, next year, the contract runs out. We're really going to start getting into tighter years with our budget. I think that the sales tax increase the council put into place a little over a year ago has been great to try to help us get through a little bit more of a challenging time. We've seen some other revenue increases that we didn't anticipate. But I keep in mind that roughly $9 million a year we spend on public safety. It's the single largest expenditures that we have as a town. And so what the next thing I'd like the council to consider, and I'm not asking to make a decision today, but I really want to have council consideration of us basically conducting a cost of service analysis or a cost of service evaluation of bringing in fire and police services into the town, so that these would be services that we would look at having someone evaluate for us and determine what those costs would be for us to bring police in-house and to bring fire in-house. The reason for that is, again, we spend $9 million a year, and we get beat up every so often when there's an increase on MCSO that we can do better. I'm pretty confident we're going to be pretty close to what our evaluation is there. It also helps with coordination and accountability. If fire is being provided by Royal Metro, that it truly is the town if it's decided the council wants to do that. But these things have to be done before the council would make a decision as to whether they want to bring these in-house or they want to continue with what we're doing right now. So again, I'm not looking at you to make a decision today, but you're going to be seeing these items coming before you in the future, and I just wanted to get your feedback if this is something you're in favor of, or if you have other options or ideas.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. When I brought this to the attention of Grady and the mayor and everything, I want to make sure that in no way my suggestion of calling for an audit of these contracts and that reflects at all on Captain Kratzer or anybody that's serving us here in Fountain Hills. These decisions about contracts, staffing and manpower, overtime, shortage, all of these things are at pay grades way above the captain. So I want to stress that so that the public doesn't get an idea that either he or anybody on his staff has anything to do with the contract. They don't. I think we're going to like what is going to come of this. It's my speculation that we're going to see that there's going to be some money coming back to us. Grady, in regards to this new contract, last year we got hammered with a 14%, which 3% of that was the resort fee, in which MCSO decided that they were going to charge us an administrative fee for the contract. This year, it's a 2.5% increase.
It's 2.5, which that 3% is built into that 2.5%. So overall, 2.5%.
So not 2.5 plus 3.
Right.
Okay. I hope that when this does come back, we consider the other years, because I don't think this is a one-time thing. I think this has been happening. So I just want to make sure, though, that when this gets reported out to the public and everything, that they don't have a poor opinion of anybody that serves us in this town, that you would agree, Grady, that these decisions are made by bean counters who, no offense.
Too late.
I like you. But by bean counters that are, so it doesn't have anything to do with the captain or anybody, so I just wanted to clarify that. And it's good that it's 2.5%. I'm very happy with that, especially when we thought it was going to be 10. Thanks.
Yeah, I suspect council members get this as often as I do, which is, why don't you people have your own fire and police? And I'm glad we're going to look at this, if for no other reason than to put it to rest.
Yes.
Just to put it to rest once and for all.
No, I would agree with that, and, on the 2.5%, and speaking of the captain, I just kind of wanted to thank him, because I assumed he just took a voluntary pay cut, and that's why we saved the $375, but maybe I was wrong, I don't know, but thank you.
So Grady, maybe you got an answer.
I think it's very clear. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you. So are we done? Anything for the good of the order? Yay, he says.
Move we adjourn.
Well, hold on, just thank everybody, please. They made such a, this is a very big day, and I want to thank you all also. You obviously read it. We're ready with questions that really matter, and it helps Grady a lot as we go forward. Doing this, it takes a long time, but it's for the future, so it's an optimistic day, and I really appreciate it. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn, which I think I heard.
You heard it.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your presentations.